In a house where time pauses at 11:47 each night, peace waits patiently, soft as candlelight, kind as forgiveness. Good evening. You're safe here now. The world outside can rest for a while. Tonight, we'll visit a quiet hill where the clocks stop, not from fear, but from longing. A place where memory hums through the walls, and love lingers in the air like a faint scent of rain. The house by the hill remembers every heartbeat that ever echoed inside it. When the night deepens, it breathes, slow, calm, almost human, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. So, find a soft place to lie down, let your breath settle with the rhythm of the story, and allow your mind to drift. Here, every sound, every word, and every silence will lead you gently toward rest. If this moment of stillness brings you comfort, let it stay with you. And if you wish, follow this channel, so each night I can bring you another quiet story to fall asleep to. The hill was still when Vivian came home. The air above Hollow Hill carried a faint sweetness, lemon oil, old paper, and the perfume of wild asters growing between the porch steps. It was the same house, but time had turned it gentler. Paint had flaked into tiny ivory curls. Curtains had thinned to gauze, and every surface glowed faintly under the morning sun, as if it had learned how to forgive the passing years. Vivian set her suitcase on the wooden floor and paused, listening. The silence wasn't empty. It had a pulse, a quiet throb beneath the stillness, like the house was breathing in its sleep. The air was cool, touched by the scent of pine resin from the window frame. Somewhere far below the hill, she could hear the slow grind of wind through old shafts. The mine her husband, David, had once worked in, before it took him. 12 years had passed since the collapse, but the world still seemed to keep that secret hour sealed, somewhere in its chest. The morning unfolded gently, almost ritualistic. Vivian filled the kettle, the hiss of water rising like a sigh. She placed 2 cups on the counter out of habit. One white porcelain, one chipped at the rim, his. As the tea steeped, she let the radio hum to life. A local station. The announcer's voice was low and kind, reading weather that promised a clear evening over the ridge, with mist at dawn. Between his words, static fluttered softly, like pages turning in another room. She opened the piano lid. Dust had gathered in the grooves of the ivory keys, soft and gray, shimmering when the light caught it. The smell of wood polish and old strings rose as she touched the keyboard. One tentative note, then another. Small echoes in an empty house. The sound didn't feel lonely. It felt suspended, as though the walls were waiting for her to play the rest of a song they remembered. Outside, the wind carried the chatter of sparrows, the faint rush of leaves from the single ash tree that stood beside the porch. It was the only tree left from the row she and David had planted 40 years ago, and its bark had split down the middle like a healed scar. Vivian looked at it through the kitchen window as she stirred her tea. It leaned slightly east, toward the direction of the mine, as if bowing to what lay buried there. By afternoon, sunlight drifted through the curtains in honeyed ribbons. She unpacked her few things, folded cardigans, books with spines softened by time, sheet music that smelled faintly of cedar. Each item found its place on the shelves, perfectly aligned, as though order could keep sorrow quiet. Grief, to her, was something that could be dusted, arranged, tucked away. Not gone, but managed, like a melody that ended before its final chord. Evening arrived slowly, carrying the kind of silence that deepens rather than empties. Vivian lit a small lamp, its amber light pooling over the kitchen table. She sat by the window, sipping tea that had gone lukewarm, watching the ash tree's shadow stretch across the grass. Somewhere beyond the ridge, a dog barked once, distant and fading. At exactly 11:47 p.m., when the clock on the mantel trembled in the lamplight, the house gave a sound. It was so soft, she thought, at first, she'd imagined it. A single tap, like knuckles on wood, then another. A faint, steady rhythm, deliberate but not hurried. It came from beneath the floorboards, directly below where she sat. She froze, listening, her breath caught mid-chest. Tap, tap, pause, tap. Each one spaced by the same quiet patience a heartbeat might have, if it were remembering something. She pressed her palm to the floor, the wood cool and still. The sound ceased. The silence afterward was not frightening, only aware, as if the house had been gently reminding her, I am still here. Vivian exhaled slowly, a small laugh escaping her lips, though it didn't quite sound like amusement. She glanced at the clock again. 11:47. The time David's pocket watch had stopped, the day the hill collapsed. She reached for that watch now, a gold oval, dulled with years, but unbroken. It sat in a shallow dish by the sink, beside her wedding ring, which she hadn't worn since the funeral. The glass face caught the lamplight in a soft reflection. The hands pointed precisely to the same frozen minute. She whispered, not knowing to whom, "You always did keep time better than I did." Her voice barely disturbed the air. Outside, the ash tree shifted under the night breeze, branches brushing the window pane with the gentlest scrape, almost musical. The crickets held a low drone in the grass, and the house settled into its bones. The floor creaked once, as though exhaling after a long wait. Vivian sat for a while longer, letting the rhythm of the quiet seep into her pulse. She felt something stir beneath the surface of her calm. Not fear exactly, but awareness, the kind that made you listen for what you couldn't name. When she finally rose to go to bed, the kettle on the stove let out one faint click, metal cooling, and the radio whispered its static lullaby. She turned off the lamp. The last light folded itself into the corners of the room like a closing book. Down below, the tap returned, just once. A gentle sound, small and certain, like the world's softest knock. And then, silence again, a silence that felt almost tender. By late morning, the house had accepted her footsteps the way an old book accepts a fingertip along its spine. Vivian moved room to room with a quiet dignity, placing folded sweaters in drawers that knew their weight, sliding sheet music onto shelves that seemed relieved to carry it again. Sunlight leaned through the lace curtains and paused on the floor, forming pale rectangles, like pages left open to breathe. She opened a cedar trunk by the bedroom wall, the one David had built when they were too young to know what lasts, and lifted the lid. The hinge sighed, releasing a thin ribbon of air scented with cedar, starch, and the soft dust of years. Inside were the familiar reliquaries, a blue scarf she wore to their first summer concert, a photograph curled at the edges where a smile had lived too long, a stack of letters tied with cream ribbon. Beneath these lay an envelope she didn't recognize. The paper was yellowed, the corners foxed with age, yet the ink across its front shone dark and wet, as if it had been written an hour ago. Her name was there, in the slanted clarity of his hand. Vivian. She sat on the edge of the bed, the quilt dipping politely beneath her. The house grew still, listening, as if it too had waited for this moment. She slid a finger beneath the flap and lifted it. Inside was a single sheet, thick, cottony, softly stained by time, and only one sentence in that same fresh ink, the letters gathered close like people at a vigil. Meet me where the light ends. Her breath wavered. The words were simple enough, but they opened a corridor in her chest, the kind that once led to music and now led to memory. The phrase felt like a place they had known but never named. The last glow under the porch eaves at dusk, the hush between the final notes of a waltz and applause that never came, the way a candle dims to a steady ember before surrendering, where the light ends. She turned the paper over. There was nothing else. No date, no signature, only his penmanship, unmistakable and patient. The ink gleamed in the light as if refusing to dry, as if to say the message hadn't finished speaking. A soft rattle at the screen door pulled her back into the day. When she stepped onto the porch, the hill offered its familiar panorama. The ribbon of road, the neat fence lines, the sky washed clean by noon. At the rail stood two of the town's elders, the kind who remembered your mother's cake recipe and your father's middle name. They held a casserole each, wrapped in tea towels patterned with cherries. "We heard you were back," said Mr. Talbot, hat in hand, voice mild as tea. "How are you holding up?" The words had the cadence of a prayer, not a question, as if by speaking them, he was setting a shawl over her shoulders. "Day by day," Vivian replied, and the honesty cost her nothing. Mrs. Talbot's thin wrists flashed as she set the dish on the bench. "Chicken and rice," she announced, then softer, "and peach cobbler under the foil. The peaches were sweet this year. Felt like the tree forgave us for those late frosts." They lingered to admire the ash tree, to point at a distant hawk, to remark on the mildness of the wind. Their small talk was a kind of stitching, ordinary threads pulling the edges of the afternoon together. At parting, Mrs. Talbot patted Vivian's hand twice, a benediction. "We're just up the lane if you need anything that can be carried," she said. "And anything that can't," added Mr. Talbot, almost a whisper. After they left, more visitors came, the way sunlight keeps returning to a windowsill. A bouquet of daisies appeared at the steps, a paper sack of biscuits, a note signed in block letters by a grandchild she couldn't quite place. "Welcome home." No one said sorry for your loss anymore. Time had taught the town a different grammar, one that swapped apology for presence. "How are you holding up?" they asked, again and again, but always with the softness of someone straightening a blanket, not poking at a bruise. In the late afternoon, as the angle of light gentled toward amber, Vivian took a slow walk down the lane. The road sloped past porches where elders rocked in pairs, the rhythm of their chairs matching the turn of their talk. She passed a fence post with a small mason jar at its base, filled with marigolds. A little farther on, a bouquet of irises lay on the cut bank above the ditch. At first, the flowers seemed random, the way kindness sometimes is. Then she saw the pattern. Each cache lay where the earth thickened into the old subterranean roots, the shy sags of ground that knew tunnels beneath. A pair of women sat on an overturned crate by the hedgerow, hands open in their laps, faces turned toward the hill, as if toward a choir. They weren't speaking. They were listening, the way one listens to a sleeping room, alert for the smallest change in breath. After a respectful pause, Vivian ventured, "They're for the graves." One woman smiled without turning. "Not the graves, dear, the listeners." "The listeners?" Vivian asked. "It's what we call them," the other said. "The ones who stayed to keep the hill from feeling alone." Her voice held no fear, only domestic tenderness. "We leave flowers where the ground hears best. On clear evenings, the earth keeps company, hums back a little, helps some of us eat supper, helps some of us sleep." The words did not trouble Vivian. They nested easily beside the fresh ink letter in her pocket, two truths that did not ask to be argued. She moved on, the lane narrowing until it became more memory than road, and found herself near the church where the clapboards had gone soft with weather. A woman about 40 stood by the side door, sorting linens into a wicker basket. She looked up with quick, kind eyes. "You must be Vivian," she said. "I'm Nina. I keep the candles and, on good days, the choir." She laughed softly, a sound that left the air better than it found it. "We've missed your hands on that piano." Vivian smiled. "They're slower now, but they remember. Memories like a good choir," Nina said. "Pick up the melody for you when you need air." They fell into easy talk, the sort that happens when both people know grief and neither needs to prove it. Nina nodded toward a small patch of earth near the steps, where a cluster of violets had volunteered. "You'll see them at dusk," she said. "Widows with their little bouquets, talking to the ground like it's an old friend. Sometimes they smile to themselves, like they've just been told a secret that makes the night easier. It helps them sleep." Vivian folded the letter tighter in her pocket, the paper warm from her palm. "Do you believe it?" she asked. "That the hill listens?" "I believe in anything that makes us kinder," Nina answered. "And I've seen faces loosen, right here." She tapped the air between them. "That counts for me." On the walk back, the evening deepened by degrees, every shade of blue offering itself in turn. The ash tree stood at attention against the paling sky, a sentinel with gentle orders. At the porch, Vivian paused, hand on the rail. She looked down at the letter as if to confirm it hadn't evaporated with the day. The ink still shone, unthreatened by dusk. Inside, she set the envelope on the mantel beside the clock and the bowl, with her ring and the watch. The house gathered itself close around her, the way people scoot in at a table to make room. She touched the watch crystal with a fingertip. It was cool, the hands obedient to their long stillness. Then she lifted the letter once more and whispered the sentence to the room, to the ash tree, to the hill with its old listening bones. "Meet me where the light ends." The words settled into the quiet like a tune, ready to be played. And something, maybe the floorboards, maybe her breath, answered with the gentlest yes. Dusk arrived like a soft shawl laid over the shoulders of the house. The last light pooled in the corners, tender and gold, and the rooms took a single, nearly audible breath. Vivian lit one candle on the piano, a modest flame cupped by glass. It stood as a small moon in a jar, steady as a kept promise. The wind chimes on the porch were silent, their silver tongues at rest. Outside, the ash tree drew a darker silhouette against the lingering sky. She sat at the bench and lifted the fallboard. A hush rose from the instrument, the faint scent of old polish and string dust, something like cinnamon and cedar, left too long together. Vivian set her fingers on the keys, the way one sets a book gently on a table. For a moment, she simply rested there, not playing, letting the ivory warm under her touch. Then she found the waltz. David had loved it because it turned the ordinary into ceremony. It was not a grand waltz meant for chandeliers and red velvet. It was a kitchen waltz, a porch step waltz, a hold me while the kettle sings kind of waltz. She began in a whisper, the left hand laying down the slow heartbeat, the right hand offering the melody like a shy gift. The candle did not flicker. Even the house, with its small confidences and habitual creaks, seemed to lean closer and listen. The first phrase was a path she had walked 100 times. Simple steps, a pivot, a return. Vivian breathed with the music. In the window glass, evening collected into a soft mirror. Beyond it, the garden turned the color of violets and smoke. Her hands knew where to go. Down the slope of the second phrase, up the small hill of the third. She could have played it in the dark. Once, she had. Halfway through, the smallest motion pressed at the edge of her attention. The window did not change, but the feeling of looking changed. In the glass, a figure stood in the garden as easily as a thought. Not an intruder, not a shock, but a presence, familiar as the weight of a hand on one's shoulder. The posture was unmistakable. One foot slightly turned, a head inclined, as if listening to rain. The jacket he wore held an old repair at the shoulder, a neat line of stitches she had made on a summer evening while he read the paper aloud. Vivian did not falter. The waltz carried her forward in its cradle, the left hand steady, the right hand brightening the edges. She let herself look, just long enough to see that the figure's stillness was the kind that belongs to trees and photographs. Gentle stillness. A presence that did not ask, only kept company. When she turned to the garden itself, to the damp grass and the neatly mended jacket, there was no one there. Only the ash tree, its leaves held like quiet hands, and the blue-gray of approaching night. She faced the piano again. The keys met her as though nothing had shifted, but something had. The room felt rounder, kinder. The candle flame bent, then stood straight, not a quiver more. Vivian played on, and the melody poured like warm tea. She reached the place where the music almost stops, that held breath before the turn back, and lifted her hands slightly to let the phrase settle. The piano did not accept her pause. It went on, gently and without hurry, completing the measure in the same tender tempo she had chosen. 2 notes, then 3, then the small closing pair that always landed like the softest kiss on the forehead. Vivian's hands hovered above the keys, palms cupped to the air, as if catching snow. She watched the keys depress themselves with a courtesy that felt almost human, and then rise again, the black and white returning to their even readiness. Silence rejoined the room, but it was not the silence from before. It had a resonance to it, like the inside of a bell moments after the strike. The final note seemed to hang in the air longer than physics permits, a thread of sound stretched thin and shining across the space between memory and breath. Vivian closed her eyes. It felt like being held by something that did not have arms and yet knew exactly where to place the comfort. "Thank you," she said, to no one in particular, and to everything that had listened. Her gaze drifted to the mantel. The clock there kept its own dignified pace. Beside it, in the shallow dish, lay her wedding ring and the gold pocket watch. The watch had always felt like a small heart she could set down without guilt. Tonight, it shone in the candlelight, the glass a patient eye. She rose without haste and took the dish in both hands, the cool porcelain, a pleasant contrast to the warmth in her palms. The ring looked like a phrase in a language she still understood, but no longer spoke. The watch waited. Vivian pressed the pad of her thumb to the watch face, the way one checks a child's forehead for fever. The metal was neither cold nor warm. It had the temperature of a thought. She tilted it to read the hands. 11:47. The slender second hand stood where it always had, drawing no attention to itself. She let the house's quiet fill the interval between one heartbeat and the next. Then the second hand moved. It clicked forward with a delicacy that startled only because it was so polite, as if asking permission before adjusting the furniture. The sound was not loud, not even sharp, but it was absolute. One small tick, and the hand aligned itself on the tiny mark beyond the long-stilled minute. 11:48. Vivian did not breathe for the space of a single word. The hand did not go on. It rested there, a fraction farther than it had dared in years, like a breath that tried to start and then decided to wait for company. The watch grew very slightly heavier in her palm, or perhaps she only noticed its faithful weight for the first time in a long time. She imagined some hinge in the world, oiled and tested, flexing once to show it could still move. She set the dish back with careful fingers. The room had its own tide now, a rise and fall that made the lamp glow kinder and the corners less remote. Outside, a moth touched the window pane and drifted away again, leaving no mark but a softness in the air. The wind chimes remained composed, their quiet a choice rather than an absence. The ash tree exhaled a leaf and took the thought back. Vivian returned to the bench and placed her hands on the keys once more. She did not play the waltz again. She traced a single scale, slowly as prayer, letting each note rise and dissolve, like breath learning its old shape. The house held her in that practice, the ritual of making sound and letting it go, until the colors outside had folded into night. When she closed the fallboard, the candle hardly noticed. She cupped its glass and carried it to the mantel, setting it beside the watch, as if sheltering two small stars. For a moment, she simply stood there, listening to nothing, which felt increasingly like listening to someone. "Where the light ends," she murmured, and the phrase lay down in the room as a cat might, taking up just the right amount of space. From beneath the floor, there was no tap. The quiet seemed content with what had been said. Vivian straightened the edge of the tablecloth, though it did not need straightening, and turned toward the hallway, where the night waited, untroubled. Behind her, the final thread of the waltz still glimmered at the far edge of hearing, thin as silk and just as strong, holding the house together, one more gentle, impossible moment. By the time the sun settled low behind Hollow Hill, the town had folded itself into gold. Evening light ran like warm syrup along the fences, through the thin cracks of porch steps, and over the glass jars of wildflowers that caught it and held it for a moment longer. Vivian walked the road slowly, her coat drawn just enough to keep the wind from catching her collar. She liked this hour best, when the world seemed to hush without dying, when light didn't fade so much as deepen. The porches were busy in the quiet way of old towns. Every few houses, voices drifted out, low, steady voices that told stories, the way people rock in chairs, rhythmically, without destination. She passed Mr. and Mrs. Talbot's porch first. They sat side by side on wicker seats, his hand resting over hers on the armrest. Between them, a radio whispered dance tunes from another decade, the notes drifting through the slats like moths, too tired to fly far. "You can still hear them, if you wait for the right kind of dusk," Mr. Talbot was saying, though not directly to her. He spoke the way some men speak to the weather, knowing it listens, but rarely answers. Voices under the hill, low as thunder, soft as sleep. His wife nodded, eyes fixed somewhere between memory and horizon. "And boots," she added. "You hear the boots first, scuffing, dragging, never lost. I like to think they walk each other home." No one lowered their voices as Vivian passed. These stories weren't secrets. In Hollow Hill, talk of the hill and its sleepers was as ordinary as talk of crops or rain. There was no fear in it, only affection, like remembering the smell of someone's cooking long after they're gone. Farther down, another porch hosted a pair of sisters, gray-haired and wrapped in matching shawls. One held a jar of violets, the other a bundle of rosemary. They were placing flowers one by one into small baskets lined with muslin. Vivian paused at their gate, the gravel crunching politely underfoot. "Evening," she said. The sisters smiled, their faces crinkling in ways that made youth feel like a brief dream they'd once shared. "You're the one who came back to the music house," said the one with the violets. Vivian nodded. Yes, for a while at least. The second sister leaned forward. Good. Houses like that don't do well empty. They start whispering to the wind, just to hear a voice answer. She tapped her ear. The hill listens, you know, but the wind carries the answers. Vivian didn't know what to say, so she smiled. The older of the two women pressed a violet stem between her fingers and offered it through the gate. For your porch, she said. We always leave flowers for the listeners. Keeps them busy with beauty. The listeners? Vivian asked, taking the flower. The woman's eyes softened. The ones down there. Not trapped, just staying close. They hear what the living forget to say out loud. She said it with the calm conviction of someone describing rainfall. Ordinary, reliable, nothing to be frightened of. Vivian thanked her and walked on. The violet held lightly between her fingers, the scent gentle and clean. As she reached the curve where the road narrowed and bent around the base of the hill, the air shifted. The smell of iron and moss mingled, faint but distinct, the breath of the earth itself. A narrow path veered off between the pines, a trail she had walked long ago with David, when the mine still roared with men's laughter at dawn. Now it was silent, reclaimed by grass and time. She paused at the edge. The ground underfoot gave off a low warmth, as though the sun hadn't yet convinced it to cool. The hum reached her there, so soft she thought it was wind, until it wasn't. It came in pulses, small vibrations that touched the air more than filled it. At first it carried no meaning. It was only sound. But then the rhythm began to form around something she knew. 3 syllables, drawn out like a sigh. Viv. She stood still, not frightened, not certain either. The hum came again, higher this time, catching in the throat of the wind. It wasn't a call, not quite. It had none of the sharpness of summoning. It felt instead like a remembering. A sound shaped by someone who once knew how to say her name and was simply repeating the outline of it, testing how it felt in the air again. She whispered back before she could stop herself. Yes. The wind paused. Leaves trembled on their stems and then steadied. The hum faded, leaving behind the faintest echo, like the last note of a hymn, drifting through an open church door. Vivian pressed her hand to the tree nearest the path. The bark was rough, alive, its rhythm steady against her palm. Maybe it's true, she murmured, almost amused. Maybe the hill really does listen. A voice behind her, Nina's, calm and close, answered as if she had been part of the thought. It does. Vivian turned. The church volunteer from yesterday stood with a small wicker basket, a shawl draped across her shoulders. I bring flowers here every week, Nina said, walking up beside her. It isn't superstition, it's gratitude. Some people guard us, even after the work's done. Together they looked toward the slope, its surface soft and dappled in amber light. A breeze rolled over them, light as fingers through hair. Vivian found she was smiling. Were you listening just now? She asked. I was, Nina said. And I think it was listening too. They shared a brief companionable silence, the kind that doesn't require explanation. When Nina finally turned to go, she said, You'll hear them more clearly as the season turns. The air thins in autumn. The hill breathes easier then. Vivian watched her walk back toward town, the basket swinging lightly at her side. The scent of rosemary lingered after her, mingling with pine and dust. She remained for a long while by the edge of the trees. The hill before her seemed impossibly calm, the way sleeping bodies are calm when you know they're dreaming. Shadows gathered softly at its feet, not menacing, but protective. Somewhere beneath, in the veins of stone and darkness, water dripped in slow rhythm, a patient heartbeat, the earth had learned to keep. The violet she still held had wilted slightly in her warmth. She knelt and set it down beside a flat rock, pressing it gently into the soil. "For the listeners," she said, echoing the sisters. Then quietly, she added, "And for him." The light slid lower, a honeyed wave cresting the edge of the world. When she stood, the sound of the hum brushed her once more, faint, approving, almost like laughter from another room. As she walked back up the road, the porches glowed with lanterns, and the people in their chairs nodded to her without question, as if she had just returned from some place they all recognized. She felt the calm of it settle in her chest. Not peace that ends pain, but the softer kind that learns to share space with it. Behind her, the hill watched, and the last of the golden hour folded itself neatly into the dark, like a story being closed, but not finished. The following morning came pale and cool, a mist rising over the ridge like breath on a window pane. Vivian woke early, not from restlessness, but from a strange, patient curiosity. The letter, now folded in her coat pocket, felt less like a message and more like a magnet, tugging her gently towards something she had promised long ago. By noon, she had found herself walking the old path that wound behind the church, through meadows now surrendered to clover and rust-colored thistle. The wind moved lazily across the field, combing through the high grass in waves. Each step released the faint scent of soil after rain, though the day had been dry. Hollow Hill stood before her soon after, its slopes soft with age, its summit brushed by light. The path narrowed into gravel, the stones crunching under her shoes. Faded warning signs still leaned on wooden stakes. "Keep out." Letters almost erased by time. The fence was a simple weave of wire and rusted post, sagging in the middle where the land had sunk. Beyond it, a shallow depression marked the collapsed entrance of the mine, a wound that had healed without forgetting. Vivian rested her hands on the top rail and let her gaze travel over the ground. Sunlight fell through the torn wire in perfect lattices, turning dust motes into golden insects. She could almost imagine the hill breathing, exhaling warmth through the cracks where rock and memory met. For years she had avoided this place. Standing here now felt less like defiance and more like confession. She stepped carefully through the gap in the fence. The air changed the moment she crossed. It grew thicker, humming faintly, as if the earth itself was remembering its own heartbeat. At her feet lay a patchwork of stones, some gray, some nearly white, and all of them soft-edged from seasons of rain. She knelt, pressing her palm to the soil. It was warmer than it should have been, not heat from the sun, but a gentler warmth, like skin left against skin. Something caught the light near her hand, a dull glint beneath a scatter of pebbles. She brushed the gravel aside, fingers slow, careful not to disturb whatever it was. Beneath the thin crust of dirt lay a gold pocket watch, its case darkened by years underground, but still whole. The chain was coiled neatly beside it, every link soft with soil. She lifted it free. The watch was heavier than she remembered, though she had not seen it since the day they found David's helmet, and nothing else. The engraving on the back was faint, but legible. DM. She traced the initials with her thumb, feeling the grooves like old braille. For a moment, she thought she heard the sea inside it, that distant contained hush that belongs to things once near the body. When she laid it in her palm, the metal carried a pulse of warmth, subtle but steady, as though it had stored sunlight in secret. Vivian looked up toward the ridge, half expecting to see someone watching. But there was only wind and the whisper of grass bending under its passage. The mine mouth lay still, not ominous, only waiting. She slipped the watch into her pocket, her fingers trembling slightly from the weight of the moment, rather than the chill. The walk home felt longer, the road folding and unfolding in quiet rhythm beneath her feet. Birds called from the tree line in notes that sounded rehearsed, like musicians tuning before a concert. The day thinned into a late afternoon blue, the kind that hides nothing and forgives everything. At home, Vivian placed the watch on the mantel beside the clock, the ring, and the letter. The house accepted it without protest, as though a missing part had been returned to its shelf. She made tea, the same way she always had, letting the kettle's whistle fill the space. The warmth of routine steadied her, yet underneath it, she could feel something delicate shifting, like the adjustment of strings on a well-tuned instrument. By evening, the house was draped in quiet. Shadows lengthened softly across the wallpaper, each one settling into the next. The clocks, the mantel clock, the kitchen clock above the stove, even the small brass travel clock by her bed, ticked in calm, synchronized rhythm. Their sound overlapped like a polite conversation. Vivian sat at the piano, not to play, but to listen. She found comfort in the steadiness of those tiny machines, each keeping time as though nothing in the world could change them. The repetition was soothing, the kind of peace that comes from order, from knowing exactly what comes next. She closed her eyes and let the sound blend into a single heartbeat made of dozens of smaller ones. When she opened them again, the hands on the mantel clock had aligned at 11:46. She frowned slightly. She hadn't realized how late it had grown. The air felt denser now, as if the night itself had weight. The flame of her bedside candle barely moved. She glanced at the travel clock on the table. It too showed 11:46. She looked to the kitchen. The green glow of the digital clock blinked the same minute. At 11:47, every clock in the house exhaled. The ticking stopped. The silence that followed was total, so pure it hummed. Vivian held her breath. The air itself seemed to be listening. For a long moment, nothing. Then came the sound. It was faint, distant, ceremonial, metal tapping metal. Not frantic or hollow, but steady, deliberate, as if performed from memory. 3 beats, a pause, then 2. The rhythm repeated, patient and exact. It might have been a hammer against a pipe, or a spoon against a rail, or the echo of something once familiar. To her ears, it sounded almost like a dance cue. She rose and crossed the room, bare feet silent against the wood. The sound didn't grow louder, yet she could feel its direction, downward, beneath the floors, through the bedrock, pulsing from somewhere under the hill. It was so regular that her heart began to match it. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap. Vivian stood in the doorway, every lamp now dimmed to the same honeyed hue. She wanted to be afraid, but the feeling that came instead was recognition, the strange calm of hearing a name you'd almost forgotten. She spoke into the room softly, not expecting an answer. David. The sound ceased. The silence that followed wasn't empty but full, as though the air itself bowed in acknowledgement. Then, all at once, the clocks resumed. The hands moved forward with a sigh of relief, ticking as though nothing had happened. The rhythm reassembled, ordinary, familiar. But the watch on the mantel had changed. Its second hand stood one mark beyond its old position. 11:48. Vivian sat back down, her knees trembling just enough to remind her she was alive. She reached for the cup of tea she hadn't touched. It was still warm. Somewhere outside, the wind stirred the chimes, producing one solitary note. Bright, clear, unhurried. She smiled, though her eyes filled without warning. Always keeping time, she whispered to the night. The clocks answered her with a collective tick, perfectly in sync, as if taking their cue from something beneath the hill. Then the sound faded into the rhythm of her breathing, soft and measured, until the whole house slept again, waiting, like the watch, for the next breath that dared to begin. That night, the house folded itself carefully around her, tucking every corner with the care of an old friend. Rain drifted across the roof in threads so fine they sounded like distant brush on a snare drum. Vivian lay on her side, one hand beneath the pillow, the other open on the quilt, as if holding a thought. Sleep came the way dusk comes to porches, softly, without argument. And in that gentleness, a door swung wide to somewhere below the hill. She stepped through into a chamber vast and tender, the earth's heart made into a hall. The ceiling was veined with quartz, threads of pale fire crossing and recrossing until they formed a chandelier that needed no chain. It hung from the world itself, a living crown of stone and captured light. When she lifted her face, she saw constellations she had never learned, their names unspoken and unnecessary. The floor beneath her feet gleamed with a sheen that wasn't polish but memory, packed clay burnished by years of procession, of boots and hope, and the quiet work of staying. Music rose without a source. It didn't announce itself. It grew, as if found rather than played. The melody had the curve of a river and the steadiness of a hand guiding a child across a street. Out of the softened dark, they arrived. Men in dusty suits, their lapels grayed and their hats held respectfully in their hands. Coal smudged the lines of their faces, not as stain, but as story. A few wore wedding rings dulled by effort. Some carried handkerchiefs folded flat as letters. They were not spectral. They did not blur or flicker. They were as present as breath in winter. Each took a partner, the way men take a tool they know, with competence and care. One another, the very air, the space, shaped like someone they remembered. Then they began to waltz. It was not the waltz of chandeliers and applause, perhaps, yet it would not have been ashamed before them. Steps measured, turned small and precise, an elegance kneaded by habit into grace. The chamber's faint mist curled around their ankles like tulle. Boots lifted and set down with the soft rhythm of a promise kept. When a pair passed her, Vivian felt the small wind of their movement, a warmth threaded through with damp iron and soap. Their eyes were calm. Some looked upward now and then, as if listening for a sound from a room above, a sound they loved. Across the floor, holding himself with that ordinary dignity she had once mistaken for shyness, stood David. His jacket was the one she had mended. She saw the neat line of her stitches, steady as fence wire. He smiled without surprise, the kind of smile that belongs to people who have been ready for a long time. He offered his hand to no one, and to her at once. She did not have to cross the distance. It folded. They were a step apart, then together. She felt the lightest pressure at her waist, the weight of his palm remembered by her body, the way old songs are remembered by the tongue. They began to move. The ground had give, like good dance floors do, a subtle rise and return that kept time with the music and with whatever beat the earth uses when it is content. They turned in a small circle, then another, both of them careful not to show off, both of them accustomed to squeezing joy through narrow doors. David's face was as she knew it and as she had forgotten it, not young, beloved. The coal dust lined his lashes like delicate shadow, and when he laughed, the sound didn't ring so much as deepen the air around them. She would have stayed there as long as the quartz burned, but her attention snagged on something at the edge of his outline. His shadow on the floor lagged by half a beat. When his hand lifted, the shadow hand lifted after. When his foot set down, the shadow foot followed late, as if catching up to a step it had missed. It wasn't grotesque. It was tender, almost apologetic, the way guilt is when it means well. Yet the wrongness of the half-beat delay made something inside her brace. The smallest tightening, the small effort of the heart to balance. He saw her notice. His smile did not falter, but his eyes took on that softened brightness people get when they're asked to keep holding something heavy and do not want to say they are tired. He guided her through another turn. The chandelier of quartz brightened and dimmed with their motion, stars blinking slowly in a sky of stone. Around them, the other dancers let the music loosen their shoulders, lift their chins. No one hurried. No one asked for a finale. "Is it you?" she asked, or maybe only thought it, her lips barely forming the shape. His answer came in the warmth of his hand and the tempo of the waltz. Yes, and not the way it was. The shadow hesitated again, sweetly wrong. It was like dancing with echo. When the music shifted into its second theme, quieter, the men released their invisible partners and began to rest in place. A slow rock, a grateful sway. A few removed their hats fully and held them to their chests, eyes closed. A drip of water fell from high above and struck somewhere in the dark with the clarity of a bell. The sound landed in the exact center of the chamber, and for a heartbeat, the music bent itself around it as if bowing. David lifted his left hand, and she noticed the rotation of the watch chain, the old habit he had when thinking. Only there was no chain. His sleeve held light instead. The quartz above them flushed softly, like a candle that has found new wick. He leaned forward as if to speak into her hair, and the shadow leaned forward, late. She understood it then, not with her mind, but with the part of her that keeps time. He could meet her, but not match her. Together, and a fraction apart. The waltz closed with a turn that did not ask for applause. The men, still gentle in their fatigue, bowed to their partners and to one another. Vivian felt David's hand recede, not from her waist, but from the moment. He stepped back without the sound of boots, because the floor had learned to forgive that noise long ago. He smiled in that way she had first loved him for, quietly, without price. She nodded once, a prayer that did not need words. His shadow found him late, and then, for a single instant, aligned. The dream thinned. The quartz chandelier remained, but only as memory. The hall grew porous and filled with dawn. Vivian woke to the ragged edge where sleep still clings to the body. The room held the faint smell of damp earth, not unpleasant, like a root cellar newly opened. On her pillow, near the hinge of her jaw, a smudge of soil marked the cotton. She touched it, and it dusted across her fingers delicately. She sat up. On the pine floorboards by the bed, a single faint footprint faced the doorway. Toes pointed toward the piano room. The print was almost not there, made of the suggestion of weight rather than weight itself. She rose slowly, the quilt sighing back into shape. Barefoot, she walked to the threshold. The house felt expectant, already listening, a friend who knows when a story has a second part. Morning light slipped along the hallway, in thin blades. She turned toward the piano, and there the morning finished its sentence. The gold pocket watch lay on the piano lid. She had left it in the bedside drawer, wrapped in a handkerchief as she always did, out of respect, out of the habit of keeping precious things near sleep. Now it rested on the polished wood, as if set there carefully by a hand that knew its weight. The watch face caught a coin of sunlight that made its glass glow pale as the quartz had glowed beneath the hill. A small scatter of grit haloed it, no more than would fall from a cuff after walking a dusty path. Vivian did not hurry. She crossed the room and placed her fingers on the lid beside the watch, then on the watch itself, smoothing a thumb over the worn engraving. The hands lay still at their new, impossible position, 1 minute past what grief had chosen. She listened. Somewhere deep in the boards, a sound like held breath released. "Good morning," she said to the room, to the watch, to whatever carried a waltz up through stone. The piano answered with the softest resonance. No note struck, only strings agreeing. The footprint behind her faded as light moved across it, until the floor was clean again, and the day, with all its gentle mysteries, began. The evening came quietly, like a curtain drawn by invisible hands. The last of the sunlight lingered over the ridge before dissolving into that deep, blue hush the world keeps just before night truly begins. The hour when outlines blur, but memories sharpen. Vivian stood at the edge of her garden, her fingers dusted with the faint scent of rosemary and earth. The day had been kind, mild weather, a breeze gentle enough to move the wind chimes without waking them. Now, everything seemed to hold its breath. She had lit 3 candles along the garden path, more for company than light. Their flames stood upright, refusing to flicker, their glow soft and golden against the cool air. Moths hovered near, but did not touch. From the house, a faint thread of piano melody drifted through the open window, the instrument playing by itself again, softly, as if keeping watch. Vivian felt no fear. By now, the strange had become a kind of tenderness. The sky deepened. Blue gave way to something more silver, and the candlelight began to move as though the air itself was folding around it. The shapes on the path shifted, first suggestion, then certainty. And from the quiet, a figure began to form. It did not appear suddenly. It gathered, the way light gathers on mist, slowly giving itself shape. When the form finally resolved, Vivian's breath caught, but did not break. David stood among the candles. He was luminous, not glowing, but softly lit from within, as if the air had learned the shape of his kindness and decided to keep it. His posture was steady, that familiar tilt of the shoulders she used to tease him about when he worked too long at the table. His hair, if hair it could be called, was touched with light rather than color, every strand holding the faint shimmer of moonlit smoke. He looked neither young nor old, only present. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other. The world around them, crickets, trees, the low hum of night, seemed to fade into reverence. Vivian's heart beat slowly, deeply, each pulse matching the candle's quiet flare. "You came back," she said at last, the words emerging like breath, warmed after winter. His smile was calm, familiar. "I never left," he said. His voice wasn't echo or air. It was tone, resonance, like music shaped into speech. "I've just been waiting for you to see me again." Vivian took a half step forward, her shoes sinking into the soft soil. The garden smelled of rain that hadn't fallen. "I've seen pieces," she said. "Dreams, reflections." "I know," David answered. "You found the watch." She nodded. Her throat tightened with something that was not grief, but its gentler cousin. "Why now?" He looked toward the horizon, where the last rim of gold was folding into darkness. "Because the light's almost gone," he said, turning back to her. "And I can finally ask what I couldn't before." Vivian felt the air around them thicken, warm, not oppressive, but sacred. A memory rose unbidden. The day he had proposed the first time, in spring, under the same ash tree that now leaned beside them. She remembered how the wind had tangled her hair, how the world had smelled of wet grass and honey. This moment carried that same weight, but softer, more deliberate. David extended his hand. "Come with me," he said. "Let's renew our vows, where the light ends." Vivian's lips parted, but no sound came. The words settled in her chest like a chord. She didn't know she remembered. Where the light ends. The phrase from the letter. The whisper that had followed her through dreams and quiet nights. "What do you mean?" she asked, though she already knew. "Not the dark," he said gently. "Something beyond it. No more waiting, no more distance, just us. No more loneliness, Vivian, only music." His promise spread through her like warmth. There was no chill in his voice, no malice. Yet beneath the comfort was an ache so pure it almost hurt, a sweetness too sharp to taste for long. She looked at his outstretched hand. It seemed solid, real, every finger outlined in faint light. And still, she hesitated. "Music," she repeated, smiling despite the tremor in her voice. "You always knew how to find the right word." "It's what we were made of," he said. "Every sound we shared, every silence, all still here, waiting." The piano inside the house began to play again, softly this time, a melody she recognized, their waltz, slower than before, as though remembering itself. The notes drifted through the window and hung between them like mist. Vivian's heart answered before her mind could. It leaned toward the sound, toward him, toward everything she had ever loved that refused to die. The promise tasted of spring rain and endings. It was the ache of returning home to find the door still open. She took his hand. It was warm, impossibly so. Not the warmth of skin, but the warmth of recognition. The moment a song finds its key again after silence. David smiled. "You see," he whispered, "nothing has to end." And yet, deep inside, she felt something shift. A small resistance, not born of fear, but of wisdom. The part of her that still belonged to the living. "Where the light ends," she said softly, as if testing the words. "It sounds peaceful." "It is," he replied, stepping closer. The candles flared once, catching in his outline like breath made visible. "It's where we can rest. Together." The air around them shimmered faintly, like the world holding its breath between two notes. The ash tree behind him rustled, though the wind had gone still, leaves turning silver in the candlelight. Vivian's fingers trembled within his, the pulse steady, then uncertain. For a heartbeat, she imagined the future he promised. No more waiting, no more lonely nights listening to echoes under the floor. Only harmony, unbroken and eternal. But even eternity, she thought, must have a weight of its own. "I've missed you," she whispered. "I've missed you too." His voice folded around her, like the gentlest fabric. "Come with me, my love." The candles brightened, their flames elongating, touching one another, until they formed a soft arch of gold light, the shape of a gate. Beyond it, the garden blurred, the shadows bending inward. Vivian stared, her breath caught somewhere between awe and sorrow. The piano's last chord rang out, clear as glass. Her heart moved first, leaning toward him. Her mind, slower, older, stayed behind just long enough to notice how cold the night had become at her back. David's hand squeezed hers once, tender, patient. "Where the light ends," he murmured again, his words a vow and a request. Vivian did not answer, not yet. She stood between the candles, the warmth on her face, the chill on her neck, suspended in that blue hour where everything is both still living and already remembered. The gate of light flickered slightly, like breath hesitating in the throat of time. In its glow, she saw what love becomes when it refuses to die. Beautiful, fragile, and waiting to be understood. The next evening unfolded like a prayer, written in candlelight. All through Hollow Hill, small lights bloomed, soft, wavering halos rising from porches and windowsills. The townsfolk were gathering at the cemetery for their yearly vigil, a quiet ritual they held not for mourning, but for conversation with those who had gone below. It was never announced, never scheduled. When the air began to taste of autumn iron and wood smoke, they simply knew. Vivian walked the narrow road that led to the churchyard, the hem of her dress brushing the dry grass that whispered as she passed. The twilight had deepened into that serene darkness that feels like velvet laid over the earth. Ahead, she saw the candles, dozens of them, glimmering in long, irregular lines across the cemetery hill. From a distance, the gathering looked like a constellation fallen to rest on the ground. A single bell struck from the church tower, deep and solitary. It wasn't the sharp peal of service, but a single, patient note, low, round, and endless in its compassion. Each strike unfurled through the air, passing over the bowed heads and trembling candles like a soft wave. Then silence, save for the breath of the crowd and the faint buzz of moths tracing slow arcs around the flames. Vivian stepped through the gate. The hinges sighed. Someone had scattered fresh lavender along the path, and its scent lifted as she walked, blending with the cool sweetness of night. People stood in clusters, old neighbors mostly, faces half lit, half shadowed, their expressions calm. They murmured softly to the stones before them, not in grief, but in greeting. Some held hands, others laid their palms flat against names carved into granite, as though reassuring a child who stirs in sleep. The entire hill seemed to breathe. No wailing, no tears, only murmurs and warmth. The living spoke to the dead, and the dead perhaps to them, through the rustle of grass or the pulse of candlelight. Vivian found herself drawn toward the slope where David's headstone stood, a modest piece of marble tucked beneath the ash tree that overlooked the whole field. She had polished it many times, the engraved letters smooth under her fingertips. Tonight, the inscription seemed to glow from within. David Morrow, 1945-2010. Still listening. At the base of the stone sat a single white rose. She hadn't placed it there. The petals were unblemished, despite the wind, as if freshly laid moments ago. Vivian knelt, brushing soil from the edge, and felt the slow, pulsing peace that lived in this place. All around, candlelight shimmered in rhythmic sympathy. When the bell struck again, the flames bent slightly, not backward, not forward, but inward, as though the light itself bowed. Vivian closed her eyes. That was when she heard it. The first note came so faintly, she might have mistaken it for the wind catching the chimes at her house. But it lingered too long, too deliberate, its tone familiar. A minor second octave, sustained. A piano's voice. Then another note followed, rising gently to meet it, forming the first phrase of the waltz she and David had once claimed as their own. The music spread like light spilling downstairs, slow, fluid, inevitable. It had no clear origin. It came from everywhere at once, weaving between stones and through leaves, from the hollow earth itself. Heads turned, but no one moved. The song threaded itself through the vigil, soft but unmistakable, as though the ground remembered the melody and had decided to hum it aloud. Vivian's breath caught. The piano played on, unhurried, faithful to the tempo she had always kept when her hands were young. Every candle leaned slightly toward the sound, though the air was perfectly still. Flames tilted in quiet unison, forming arcs of gold that flickered with each change of chord. Moths circled lower, as if drawn not to the fire, but to the harmony that lived inside it. She looked around. The faces of the townspeople glowed in the gentle light, unafraid, reverent. Couples held each other's hands more tightly. Some swayed unconsciously, matching the music's rhythm. Mrs. Talbot rested her head on her husband's shoulder, and his thumb traced small, absent circles over her knuckles. Farther down the path, two widowers stood side by side, eyes closed, smiling faintly, as if remembering a dance long forgotten. The melody deepened. Each note seemed to rise from the soil, swelling into the air, dissolving into warmth. Vivian felt it vibrate in her chest, the music moving through her as though she were part of the instrument itself. It wasn't eerie. It was intimate. The kind of sound that made space inside the listener, room enough for peace to stand. She whispered his name, not to summon him, but to thank him. David. In that instant, a small wind stirred through the ash tree above her. The leaves quivered with silver-green light, whispering against one another like soft applause. The next phrase of the waltz rose brighter, almost jubilant, then softened again, spiraling downward into rest. And then, just before the song ended, she saw them. Across the cemetery, faint but clear, a pair of figures swayed together near the old well. A man and a woman, their shapes outlined only by candlelight. They moved slowly, in time with the music, their shadows long and serene. No one else seemed to notice. Vivian watched, her hand over her heart. The figures turned once, twice, the man's arm around the woman's waist, their steps precise and calm. The final note of the waltz lingered like an inhale, waiting to be released. Then the figures faded, not vanished, but dissolved into the air, as if their outlines had returned to the glow that had made them. The silence that followed was deeper than before, but soft, never empty. A sigh passed through the crowd, a shared, unspoken recognition that something had visited and left its blessing. One by one, people began to kneel, some whispering prayers, others only smiling. Vivian stayed kneeling by David's stone. She placed her fingertips on the marble once more, the faint vibration of the music still alive beneath it, like the aftertaste of light. She whispered, "You still keep time, don't you?" At that, one of the candles nearest her flared slightly, just enough to answer, and then settled again. The bell struck its last note, low and round. Across the hill, the candles burned straight and true, untouched by wind, and as the night deepened, Hollow Hill glowed quietly under the weight of love that refused to vanish, holding its vigil, not for the dead, but for the conversation that continues between breath and memory. Morning lifted itself carefully over Hollow Hill, as if mindful of waking a house that dreams. A pale ribbon of light slid across Vivian's kitchen table, touching the bowl where her ring had not rested in years, then moved on to the window and the ash tree beyond. The vigil's hush still lingered in the air, like a hymn remembered after the choir has gone home. She brewed tea, listened to the gentle clink of porcelain, and felt the soft ache that follows a night of music, the kind that loosens grief without breaking it. By mid-morning, she stepped outside, a shawl around her shoulders, slippers barely whispering against the porch boards. The ash tree waited, tall and knowing. Leaves turned to catch the mild wind. At its base, the earth had softened, as though rain had passed in the night, though none had fallen. Vivian stood a moment with her palm against the trunk, feeling the tree's quiet, a patience that seemed older than the town, older than the mine, older perhaps than any promise she had ever made. A small gleam winked from the soil, not bright, not showy, more a glance than a call. She kneeled, pressing her weight into the ground, which yielded as a lap might when a child returns from play. The light came from a shallow hollow, where roots had knitted a cradle. Vivian brushed the top layer of earth away with careful fingers, taking care not to disturb the thin threads of moss. Something smooth met the pad of her thumb, then the unmistakable circle of a band. Her wedding ring lay there, half a finger's depth down, as if the tree had kept it for safekeeping, gold, unmarred, its inner curve still bearing the faint scratch of their initials. V+D, a mark made with a pocket knife on a spring afternoon when they were too young to believe in wear. Time had not dimmed it. The metal held a tone of honey in shadow and soft fire in sun. "I didn't lose you," she whispered, though of course she had. She had taken it off on the day the town came to her door, with casseroles and eyes that could not meet hers for long. She had put it into a dish, then a drawer, then a box. Each step a small kindness to herself, each step a quiet turning away from the brightness of what had been. And yet here it was, returned by a tree that leaned toward the mine, as if listening for footsteps. Vivian lifted the ring free. The soil left only a light haze on the gold, the way breath fogs a mirror. She rubbed it with the corner of her shawl, feeling the familiar weight settle in her palm. A bird sang, just one note repeated with patient intention, and then stopped, as if awaiting an answer. She looked toward David's marker on the slope above, its marble calm in the noon. "Is it all right?" she asked the air, and the air's reply was a small warming across her knuckles, a sun shift that found her hand and stayed. When she slipped the ring on, the earth shivered. Not a tremor to fear, more like a farm door eased off its hinge at last, wood sighing with relief. The movement traveled up through her knees and into her chest, where it turned to breath. The ash leaves trembled all at once, and then stilled, each blade settling into the exact place it had always meant to occupy. The world felt truer by an inch. Vivian stood, balancing a little as the ground remembered itself. Her hand, her left hand, looked suddenly younger, not because the years had reversed, but because the gesture, the angle, the old familiarity of band against bone, restored an old grammar. She flexed her fingers and heard, in memory, the chime of a spoon against a wedding glass, the hush before a first dance, the two-step laughter of a shared kitchen. The sound of the piano came faintly from the house, not a melody, just a contented resonance that arrived and withdrew like a tide turning. She took the small path up to the slope where David's stone kept vigil, under the ash tree's long, benevolent shadow. The grass brushed her ankles, whispering in the mildest tongues. She paused at the marker and touched the upper edge, fingers tracing the groove of his name. The letters changed. It was not a trick of light. It was light doing what light sometimes does, revealing the rest of the sentence. The engraving softened and rewrote itself beneath her fingertips, each curve deepening into a new phrase she read, without moving her lips. Awaiting his bride. She did not startle. Instead, the words passed through her like warm water, leaving a clean clarity behind. Not command, not claim. A greeting placed on the threshold, a chair drawn out for her at a table she would reach when evening was right. "David," she said, and the ash leaves shivered once, like applause in a church where clapping is rare. "I see you." She stood like that for a long time, sunlight pouring around her, the ring of familiar weight returning to its small kingdom. She felt watched, but never by eyes, by kindness. The kind that waits and does not hurry you, that sets a hand on your back and then takes it away so that you may walk under your own power. The path below creaked with footsteps. Vivian glanced over her shoulder to see Mr. and Mrs. Talbot approaching, hand in hand, a jar of fresh marigolds between them. They smiled in that neighbor way, half joy, half permission. "Morning, dear," Mrs. Talbot said. "We thought the hill would like these." "It will," Vivian replied, stepping aside so they could place the jar near the stone. She watched their eyes move over the marker, waiting for surprise, but none came. Mr. Talbot read aloud the inscription his mouth already knew. David Morrow, still listening. He nodded, satisfied. Comforting, isn't it? Vivian blinked, looked back at the words bright and certain to her, then to the line they saw. The phrase awaiting his bride shone gold as her ring, but to them, it was air. She felt the tiniest wobble of the world, like a note sung a hair's breadth above pitch. A private kindness, then. A message offered only into her keeping. "It is comforting," she agreed, voice level, heart steadying around the secret. Mrs. Talbot's gaze fell to Vivian's left hand. Her smile deepened. "Looks right on you," she said. "Some things don't forget their place." "They don't," Vivian said. "And some things forgive us for putting them away a while." After the Talbots moved on, the hill resumed its gentle breathing. Vivian knelt once more and pressed her ringed hand flat to the warm soil. The earth answered with a slow, contented hum, like a cat too dignified to purr aloud. From somewhere not far, a single metallic tap sounded, measured, ceremonial, and then nothing, as if the mine had tipped its hat and retired. She rose and let her fingers travel again over the stone. The words held, awaiting his bride. Not a summons, a promise kept as softly as you keep a seat for someone you love when you know they will be late on purpose, because the weather is pretty and the long way home is their favorite. She smiled, feeling the rare gift of being understood by something that could not speak and yet did. On her way back to the house, the garden seemed taller, colors newly rinsed. Every leaf wore a finer edge. The watch on the piano waited in its square of sun, and the room greeted her as if she had stepped into a line of music, still hanging in the air. She touched the lid, and the instrument answered with the faintest harmonic. No note she could name, a promise she could. "Awaiting," she murmured, tasting the word like tea that will not scald. "Then let us be patient together." The ring caught the light and gave it back. Not brighter, not dimmer, truer. And the ash tree let fall one silver leaf, which spiraled down without hurry and came to rest on the sill, as if to mark the place where two kinds of waiting had agreed to meet. In the weeks that followed, the house began to move again. Not dramatically, never with the menace of ghost stories whispered to thrill the young, but with the quiet intelligence of a place that remembered who had loved it. Photographs drifted across shelves, aligning themselves as if seeking conversation. David's portrait beside her mother's, her piano students grouped like a small reunion. One frame, once forgotten in the attic, appeared on the mantel one morning. An image of their wedding under the ash tree, the light behind them soft as forgiveness. Vivian noticed these things the way one notices a change in weather, gradually, through small comforts. A lamp would dim itself when her mood dipped, as if reluctant to shine too brightly in sorrow. On evenings when she hummed while washing dishes, the glow would bloom again, gold and approving. Sometimes, When she played a slow piece on the piano, a second lamp in the hallway would flicker to the rhythm, like a gentle accompanist keeping time. The house, she realized, was not haunted. It was attentive. The neighbors called her resilient. They said it in kind voices, usually over the fence or beside the mailbox, offering praise disguised as worry. She thanked them and went about her day. But she knew better. It wasn't resilience that helped her sleep through the night. It was the sense that the house itself refused to let her feel alone. One afternoon in early October, a knock sounded at the door. 3 polite taps, neither timid nor insistent. On the step stood a young woman in a pale sweater, a thermos of soup cradled in her arms. Her hair was the color of late wheat, her smile open but measured, the way people smile when they're not trying to prove goodness, only practice it. "Mrs. Morrow," she asked. "I'm Evelyn, from Hospice Outreach. I visit folks on the hill sometimes, just to check in." Vivian blinked, then smiled. "Hospice? I'm not dying yet." Evelyn's expression didn't falter. "No, ma'am. But sometimes we start early. It's more about company than care." She lifted the thermos slightly. "And soup." Vivian studied her for a moment, then stepped aside. "Well," she said, "I never turn away chicken soup. Come in before the wind changes its mind." Inside, Evelyn placed the thermos on the kitchen counter, filling the space with the faint scent of rosemary and warmth. The girl moved easily through the room, unafraid of the way old houses settle and sigh. "It's beautiful here," she said, looking around. "Feels lived with, not just lived in?" Vivian asked, amused. Evelyn shrugged. "There's a difference." She poured the soup into 2 bowls. "You can tell when a house likes its people. The air feels cooperative." Vivian laughed softly, surprised by how easily the sound came. "Cooperative, that's one word for it." She gestured toward the walls. "This one has moods, dim lights, rearranged photos. Sometimes it hums with me when I play. You'll think I'm mad." Evelyn shook her head. "I think houses hold echoes. We call them memories when people do it." That earned her a nod of approval. They ate at the table near the window, steam curling between them. Outside, the ash tree leaned toward the glass as if listening in. The day wore the kind of light that turns everything forgiving, the color of butter melting into dusk. When the soup bowls were empty, Evelyn rinsed them without being asked. She found the rhythm of the house immediately, as though she had always known its pace. She hummed while she worked, a tune unfamiliar, yet soothing. Vivian realized the lamp above the sink had grown warmer, golden, almost alive. "You see," she said, "it likes you." Evelyn smiled. "I've been told I have that effect on stubborn old souls." Meaning me or the house? Either. From that day on, Evelyn came every Thursday afternoon. She brought small things that made large differences: fresh bread, a jar of lilacs, stories from her patients told, with names omitted, but compassion intact. Vivian learned she had grown up 2 towns over, that she lived alone, but never felt lonely, that she found comfort in silence and the company of older people who had stopped pretending to hurry. Vivian looked forward to those visits in a way she hadn't looked forward to anything for years. The house seemed to feel it too. On Thursdays, the air smelled sweeter, the kettle warmed faster, and the chimes by the door swung gently, even when the air was still. Once, when Evelyn laughed, the radio turned itself on, a brief crackle of static, then a love song from the 1950s that played only as long as her laughter did. They began a small ritual. After soup and bread, Vivian would play a song on the piano, while Evelyn sat nearby, hands folded in her lap, eyes half closed, as though in prayer. The house glowed during those hours. Light from the hall poured gently into the parlor, pooling around the piano bench like candle wax. Sometimes the notes would echo longer than they should, stretching into the corners until the entire home seemed to hum in harmony. Evelyn noticed first. "Does it always do that?" she asked one evening, after the final chord of Moonlight Serenade hung trembling in the air. "Do what?" "Breathe like that." She gestured at the curtains, which fluttered inward, though the windows were shut. "It's like it's exhaling." Vivian nodded, her expression serene. "It only does that when it's content. Maybe it remembers being full of sound." Evelyn considered this with genuine respect, as though she were listening to medical advice. "Then keep playing," she said softly. "It's good for both of you." And so she did. Over time, Vivian's sleep deepened. Dreams no longer startled her awake. They came in slow rhythms, half memories that faded like pleasant melodies upon morning. She woke rested, her hands less stiff, her heart less guarded. She told Evelyn as much one afternoon as they drank tea on the porch. "I'm sleeping better," Vivian said. "It feels like the house keeps me company." Evelyn smiled, resting her chin in her palm. "Maybe it does. Maybe it just wants to make sure you're not too quiet." The ash tree rustled above them, shedding one leaf that landed precisely on the table between their cups. The lamp inside the window flickered once, a polite nod. Vivian looked at it and then at Evelyn, her smile soft and knowing. "I think," she said, "it wants to be thanked." Evelyn laughed, lifting her cup in a small toast toward the glowing window. "Then here's to good company, of every kind." The sound of their gentle clinking seemed to settle through the air like a benediction. The house, as if listening, sighed contentedly, its walls warm with remembered joy. And for the first time in a long time, Vivian felt not like someone visited by the past, but like someone accompanied into the present, watched over, not haunted. It was Evelyn who felt the house inhale. She had just set a loaf of warm bread on the counter, the crust singing its soft crackle, when a thread of cool air brushed past her wrist and crossed the kitchen like a thought changing its mind. She paused, hand still midair, eyes following the draft as it slipped toward the hallway and climbed the stairs as if it knew the way. "Do you feel that?" she asked. Vivian tilted her head, listening. The lamp over the sink dimmed a fraction, not from failing power, but from attention. A little, like the house exhaled through a seam. She smiled. "Don't mind it. Old places keep their own weather." Evelyn did not mind it, but she respected it. She carried the sense of the draft up the staircase, palm gliding along the banister that had learned the shape of hands for 100 years. At the landing, the air thinned and turned left, toward the end of the corridor, where a wall, flush and orderly, met a doorless frame. The chill gathered there, not unpleasant, expectant. "There," Evelyn murmured, pressing her fingertips to the wallpaper. It was floral, faded, the petals softened by time into a watercolor of memory. Between two strips, the paper lifted by the smallest degree, barely the width of a breath. When she traced the seam, a cool ribbon of air threaded around her knuckles and disappeared. "The house wants to be practical again," Vivian said from the stairs, amusement in her voice. "That section used to be storage. We blocked it when we ran out of courage for rooms that wouldn't fill." She did not say the rest, but the house knew it. They both did. Evelyn fetched a thin-bladed knife and a patient reverence. She worked at the edge of the lifting paper with a care that looked like prayer. The wallpaper peeled back in long, obedient swaths, releasing a faint scent of paste and old summer. Beneath the paper lay tongue and groove paneling, painted once and painted again. the colors layered like years in a tree. At mid-shelf height, her blade found a hairline seam and a hidden nail head, scarcely proud of the surface. "Will you mind?" she asked, turning. Vivian's hands were folded at her waist. "Mind?" Her voice was steady, but the question was a bell rung in a quiet church. "No, we'll look." The first plank came away with a gentle sigh, as if relieved to be named. Then another, then a third, the wood releasing its grip like an unclasped necklace. Behind the paneling, darkness waited, not the heavy kind, but the soft dark that attends a sleeping child's room. Evelyn lifted the lamp from the hall table and held it forward. The light entered and stayed, settling over a small, unfinished world. It was a nursery, not new, not ruined, paused. The walls were the pale yellow of butter, the color of mornings that did not hurry. A small cradle stood near a window, its curve simple and sure, carved by a hand that believed in safekeeping. On a narrow shelf, toys sat in a patient row. A wooden train, no longer than a hand. A stuffed lamb whose wool had never met the wear of small fingers. A paint tin of alphabet blocks sealed shut with a dried circle of tape. Dust lay like lace on every surface, but nothing smelled of neglect. The room held the fragrance of cedar and lavender, and a sweetness that lived under the tongue of memory. Vivian did not step in at once. She stood in the doorway, one hand on the jamb as though introducing herself. Her breath left her in an even line. "He was building," she said softly, more to the wood than to Evelyn. Boards on Saturdays, lists in his pockets. He would come in from the hill and go straight to measuring, as if time might grant us interest if we paid in steady labor. Her eyes moved to the corner where a small rocking chair waited, its runners clean as bone. Over the back of the chair hung a tiny sweater, half finished, one sleeve complete, the other arrested mid-row. The yarn was the gray blue of a morning sky before the sun tests its brightness. A knitting needle still pierced the live stitches, holding their breath. Vivian lifted the sweater, and the room filled with the whisper of wool against wool, the sound of promises, both kept and kept waiting. "I started this the week he brought home the paint chips," she said. "We argued about color, gently. He wanted green, because the hill was green. I asked for yellow because light helps you remember your manners at 3 a.m. Her smile was small and clean. We bought both. Evelyn set the lamp on the shelf. Its glow climbed the walls and spread a warm oval on the floor, like morning kneeling. Something else on the shelf caught the light. A small music box, oval and silver, its lid inlaid with mother-of-pearl shaped into a crescent. Dust filmed its edge, but the hinge was sound. Evelyn looked to Vivian and then lifted the lid. The lullaby entered the room as if it had been here all along, only waiting for permission. Their waltz, but softened, spaced for rocking. The tempo transformed from walking time to breathing time. The melody learned to rock on its own, back and forth, with the gentle insistence of a heartbeat teaching a smaller one how to listen. The few metal teeth plucked their tune with surprising clarity, each note tiny and true. The lamp's light warmed to meet it. Vivian closed her eyes. Her face didn't crumple. It opened. "I had forgotten how it would sound like this," she said. "He asked me to play it slower so he could picture the night." They did not cry. The room did not ask them to. The lullaby circled once, twice. Then the mechanism thinned, notes stretching as if reluctant to conclude. Evelyn wound the key with her thumb and let the song begin again. Outside, the ash tree rubbed one leaf against another in soft commentary. A folded envelope sat beneath the music box, its paper a little stiff from time. Vivian slid it free and found David's handwriting, smaller than in the letter she kept by the mantel. Measurements: crib, rail height 28, swing arm for lamp, shelf brackets, tight. Beneath the list, a single line, written darker, as if the pen had been held more firmly. Make room for the rocking chair near the window, so V can see dawn. She sat down on the small chair and let the unfinished sweater rest across her knees. Her hands, remembering themselves, reached for the needle and felt how it had been held. Her younger grip, a ghost inside her present one. She did not push the needle through. She let the stillness of the incomplete sleeve be what it was. David never let go, she said into the warm, working quiet. Not of you, little one, not of the hope of you. The edges of her mouth softened. He made a museum, she added, and there was no bitterness in the word. A museum of paused time. He turned love into frames and wood and careful lists, because he thought if everything waited politely, the moment might return and find us ready. Evelyn lowered herself to the cradle and rocked it once with 2 fingers, so lightly that it moved only in intention. People do what they can with grief, she said, not as a lesson, but as observation. Some make altars, some make rooms. The music box continued its gentle turn. The last notes, when they came, did not end so much as widen into quiet. The house took the cue. A tremor passed through the hallway, not a shiver, but the snugging of boards, as if the structure pulled itself closer around the reopened place. A photograph frame out in the corridor clicked softly, aligning itself by a fraction. Vivian rose and crossed to the window. The glass was clouded at the edges, but the world beyond showed clearly. The ash tree in tilt, the hill with its soft gravity, the path that led from house to gate like a line drawn by a patient hand. She pressed her palm to the pane. The cold met her with the steadiness of a good friend. I thought letting go meant closing doors, she said at last. Maybe it means opening them and accepting what is inside. Evelyn folded the sweater carefully and set it back over the rocker, needle still at the ready, and trusting that the room can stay a room without becoming a prison. Vivian nodded. She reached for the music box and let her thumb trace the crescent on its lid. The shape fit the pad of her finger perfectly, as if it had been made to receive that touch. When she closed it, the hinge gave a grateful click, and the last little echo of the lullaby floated out and was done. They replaced the paneling with care enough to be called love, not to hide the nursery again, but to keep it safe until the next right hour. The wallpaper lay smooth against its history. The draft withdrew, satisfied. Downstairs, the house brightened, a modest, mutual relief. The lamp at the sink regained its warm bloom. On the piano, the watch held steady at the minute that had dared to change. Vivian stood in the kitchen doorway a moment longer, listening to the quiet she now recognized, not as absence, but as presence, dressed in soft shoes. Thank you, she said to Evelyn, to David, to the room that had kept their tomorrow intact for as long as it could. From somewhere within the walls, a small sound answered. Wood easing, the kind of yes that houses say when they approve of how you carry your memories. Rain began in the early hours. Light, obliging rain that didn't wish to interrupt sleep, only soften it. When morning came, it lingered in threads along the eaves, catching in spider silk and drifting into the soil with the slow grace of forgiveness. Vivian woke to that kind of quiet particular to rain, the quiet that feels full rather than empty. She spent the day moving through her house in slow rhythm. She folded linens, brewed tea, dusted frames that had already been dusted. The air felt aware, alive to her smallest motions. In the afternoon, When light turned to pewter and the clouds grew heavy with unshed thoughts, she wandered toward the piano room, her compass whenever the day leaned too far into stillness. The instrument waited in its usual calm. The lid gleamed faintly, touched by the dim window light. The watch lay where it always did now, its gold face angled slightly toward her, its silent presence a punctuation mark in the sentence of the room. Vivian sat down. The bench creaked the way an old friend clears their throat to make space for conversation. She rested her hands on the keys, letting her fingers weigh the stillness, feeling the faint chill of ivory before warmth passed from her skin into it. She began with the waltz. Always the waltz. The melody had become a ritual greeting, her way of saying, "I'm still here," to whatever listened. The first measures fell easily under her hands, muscle memory stronger than age. The sound rose gentle and low, a thread of tone weaving through the rain. But the piano hesitated. On the third phrase, one key resisted, the F, her favorite. She pressed again, gently, coaxing it as one coaxes a shy child to speak. It yielded this time, but the tone it released was not the one she expected. It was richer, older somehow, carrying an overtone like breath against glass. The next chord came uninvited, 2 extra notes pressing down on their own, correct, precise, as it should have been. Vivian paused. "So," she murmured, half smiling, "you've opinions now." The piano answered with a low vibration that moved through the floorboards into her bones. Not noise, intention. She tried again, beginning from the second measure. Her fingers found their path, but the keys adjusted beneath them, altering her rhythm. Notes unfolded in patterns she had once attempted and abandoned long ago. The song was being corrected, reshaped to the memory of the man who had taught her to play the piece in their early years of marriage. Each misstep was mended by a subtle intervention, the weight of unseen fingers completing her thought, finishing what she started. The melody became something she almost knew, more complete, more sure. She realized she was playing their version, the one they never recorded, the one David always promised to write down when life stopped asking for more practical things. Her breath grew shallow. She played slower, listening for him. Between notes, she could hear the faint hum of the strings not yet touched, a sound like breathing under sleep. The air carried warmth now, the kind that gathers around candles and bodies, though no flame was lit. Then it came. The whisper. It didn't intrude. It surfaced, as though the soundboard itself released it, a soft current in the resonance that rose and faded with each vibration. "You never said goodbye." The words were not cruel, nor plaintive. They were factual, shaped of breath and regret and love in equal measure. They lingered longer than any note could, sinking into the spaces between beats, becoming part of the rhythm. Vivian's hands faltered. She stared at the piano's shadowed interior, where the dampened strings shimmered like veins of light beneath wood. "I couldn't," she said quietly. "There wasn't time." The instrument hummed in response, a minor chord swelling on its own. "I thought if I didn't say it," she whispered, "it wouldn't have to be true." Rain deepened against the glass, steady and kind. The house listened. The walls held their breath. The piano seemed to soften under her palms, the resistance easing as if acknowledging her confession. She lifted her fingers and let them hover, uncertain. Then, gently, she began again, this time slower, not to play the waltz, but to speak in its language. Each note answered another. She pressed a key, and something inside the instrument responded like an echo from a long corridor. It was conversation, not performance. Her hands speaking the words she hadn't managed to form at his bedside 12 years ago. The tempo dissolved, time stretched and folded. "You left before the music finished," she said softly. A high note trembled under her right hand, sustained longer than it should. "But you kept playing." Her throat tightened. The melody wove itself thinner and thinner until only two alternating tones remained. Heartbeat slow, back and forth, pulse and echo. The whisper returned, quieter now, nearly indistinguishable from the resonance of the wood. "Then finish it." Vivian pressed the final chord, the one they had never reached together. It bloomed like the closing of a flower, inevitable, sound giving way to silence, not because it must, but because it was ready. She held it, every muscle still. The resonance sank deep through the floorboards. The watch on the piano lid shivered, catching a stray drop of rain that had found its way through the open window. The glass face misted, then cleared. Its hands moved. The hour hand, steady. The minute hand poised. And the second hand, the one that had been waiting at 11:47 for years, twitched forward. Just one small mark. 1 second. 11:47:01. It trembled there, uncertain, as though asking permission. Vivian watched, unmoving. Her reflection in the gold was faint, but alive, eyes wet with something that was not sorrow, but release. She reached out and touched the watch gently with her fingertips. "You can rest," she said. The second hand stopped trembling. It did not advance, did not retreat. It held perfectly still, poised between motion and peace. For a moment, the entire house was silent, the kind of silence that follows a benediction, not an ending. Then the smallest creak echoed through the beams, the soft exhale of an old house that has remembered how to breathe. Vivian stood, her body light. She closed the piano lid, her palm lingering on the smooth wood. "Goodbye," she said finally, and the words sounded less like loss and more like gratitude. Outside, the rain began to ease. A thin line of sun broke through the clouds and crossed the ash tree's wet branches, lighting the droplets so they shimmered like suspended notes. Inside, the watch gleamed faintly in reply, its hands perfectly at peace in the second that never had to pass. By the time the sky had cleared its morning gray, Vivian and Evelyn were already walking the narrow road that curved toward the lake. The townsfolk called it Mercy Water, though on old maps it still answered to Lark's Hollow Pond. The newer name had settled naturally, without ceremony, because it suited the way the place behaved. Patient, reflective, generous in the quiet way that required nothing in return. The noon mist had risen by the time they reached it, a luminous veil spun from sunlight and memory. It clung to the low grass like a breath that refused to dissipate. The surface of the lake lay flat as glass, catching the world in a reflection so sharp it seemed to double reality. Above, the sun burned faintly behind a film of cloud, turning the whole scene the color of polished silver. Evelyn carried a small satchel with a thermos of tea and 2 folded blankets. "You'll like it better sitting," she said. "The mist hides the edges of things, makes it easier to look." Vivian smiled at that. Look, not see. The younger woman understood more than she said. Together, they stepped off the gravel and onto the soft bank where reeds swayed in rhythm with the unseen current. The air smelled of moss and the faint sweetness of water lilies, and from time to time, the hush was broken by the delicate snap of a dragonfly landing. They spread one blanket and sat. The mist thickened, then parted in slow curls that rose and fell like breath. The dragonflies began their afternoon performance, flashes of emerald and cobalt darting over the water, their flight paths tracing quick cursive across the lake's mirrored surface. The whole world, it seemed, had decided to write something and then erase it before it could be read. Evelyn leaned back on her elbows, eyes half closed. "They say this place shows you what you carry," she murmured. "Not what you want or what you fear, just what you haven't put down yet." Vivian's gaze lingered on the water. "And what if I've already begun to let go?" "Then it will show you what's left to love." The older woman smiled faintly, watching her reflection ripple as a breeze passed. It was strange. The air was cool, but the light held warmth, wrapping the edges of the mist in soft gold. "Do people still come here for mercy?" "They do," Evelyn said. "Some talk, some sing, some just sit until the wind changes and go home lighter." She unscrewed the thermos lid and poured tea into a small enamel cup, the scent of chamomile weaving through the damp air. Vivian accepted the cup with both hands. The warmth seeped into her fingers, easing a stiffness she hadn't realized was there. For a while, neither of them spoke. The quiet wasn't empty. It had the fullness of listening, to water, to breath, to what the heart knew before the mind remembered. Then something shifted. It began with a flicker, not in the water itself, but in what the water showed. The reflection of the sky blurred, then clarified again, as if adjusting its focus. Vivian blinked. She could still see the trees, the reeds, Evelyn's pale sweater, all precisely mirrored. But at the center of the lake's image, another figure stood. Herself. Not the woman seated at the bank, but a younger version, mid-30s perhaps, wearing a summer dress with a print of small white flowers. Her hair, longer then, moved slightly as if caught by a breeze that did not exist here. Beside her stood David, his hand resting lightly against her shoulder, his expression calm and tender. Vivian's chest tightened, but she did not look away. The figures in the water moved with the slowness of memory, replayed in real time. They were not ghosts, not even echoes. They were recollections, given form by a kindness she could not explain. She watched as the younger pair turned toward each other, smiling, and then toward the bank where she sat. Their gaze met hers, two versions of a life bridging through light and reflection. Evelyn followed her eyes and gasped softly, though she saw nothing beyond the mirrored trees. "What is it?" Vivian's voice was steady, softer than the wind. "A kindness," she said, "a reminder." David's reflection raised his hand, the gesture both invitation and farewell. The younger Vivian mirrored him, and together they seemed to dissolve into the brightness, as if the lake had drawn them back into itself, not swallowed, but gathered. The surface smoothed. All that remained was the reflection of the ash tree bending from afar, its branches a quiet benediction across the silver water. "They're gone," Evelyn said gently, sensing the shift in the air, though she hadn't seen the vision. "No," Vivian replied, setting down her cup. "They're simply where they belong." For a long while she sat still, feeling the mist settle lightly against her hair and skin, the cool touch of it both grounding and weightless. The younger self she had seen wasn't a wound reopening. It was closure. Gentle, almost ceremonial, the way a musician lowers their hands after the final note. The water seemed to agree. Rings of small ripples expanded outward from where her reflection's hand had met David's. Each circle widened, thinner and thinner, until they merged into calm again. Evelyn reached over, her hand warm on Vivian's arm. "You look peaceful." "I am." She drew a long, slow breath. "For the first time in a long time, I can look at him, at us, and not feel I owe anything more to the past. It's all been said. The sun brightened slightly behind the clouds, scattering the mist into pale ribbons that drifted upward, vanishing into the sky. The lake's surface turned clearer, and for a moment, Vivian could see all the way down to the stones beneath. Smooth, gold-tinged, and perfectly still. "I think," she said, "this is what mercy looks like when it has finished its work." Evelyn nodded, her eyes shining with quiet understanding. "It looks like light remembering where it came from." A dragonfly landed on Vivian's knee, wings shimmering like thin glass tinted with rainbows. It stayed just long enough for her to whisper, "Thank you," before it lifted off again, vanishing into the brightness over the water. The sound of its wings lingered longer than sight, fading into the steady pulse of the lake. And as the last of the mist rose and scattered, Vivian's reflection became her own again, older, gentler, whole. She did not look away. When they finally stood to leave, the path behind them looked softer, as though the world had exhaled. The water stayed smooth, mirror-like, holding not what was lost, but what had been understood. They did not speak as the light thinned, and the lake gathered it in. Evelyn drew the second blanket over the grass and settled a little behind Vivian, content to keep company without questions. The reeds at the bank delivered their faint, papery applause to a wind too small to name. Somewhere in the shallows, a fish turned once and stilled again, as if reconsidering the day's last decision. Vivian rose and stepped closer to the edge. The mud held, firm enough to honor the weight of a careful woman. Her reflection steadied in the pane of water, a silvered silhouette, hair a pale corona in the filtered sun. She bent, knees easing, palms opening as though to receive a blessing. When she leaned forward, something mannerly in the lake leaned first. Her reflection moved before she did. It lifted its hand ahead of hers, a fraction sooner, as if it had been waiting at attention for years and only needed the smallest nod to begin. The mirrored palm touched the surface with a tenderness that did not break it. The water answered with a skin shiver, a single ring widening outward. Vivian's real hand hovered inches above, feeling the cool rise toward her like breath from a sleeper's mouth. The lake opened its book. It did not flip pages with speed or drama. It unfurled itself quietly, the way a memory returns when it is finally safe, to be exact. The first image brightened beneath the surface, her wedding day under the ash tree. The world filtered through a light so kind, it seemed to apologize for shadows. She saw the daisies woven into her hair, the glove she forgot to put on until after the blessing, the way David's thumb had circled her wrist once, twice, not as possession, but as promise. The minister's mouth moved, forming words that had aged well. When the vows came, they sounded like something the hill itself had said first, and the people were only repeating aloud. The ring slid onto her younger hand. In the water, it gleamed as if lit from the inside. Vivian's present fingers, bare a month ago, curled reflexively, remembering weight. On the opposite bank, a dragonfly stitched a luminous word across the air and unstitched it just as quickly. The image did not disappear so much as sink to the lake's second layer, where it continued to glow. Another picture rose, the mind shift. Dawn not yet decided if it wanted to be brave. Men moving toward the mouth with lunch pails and borrowed jokes, each stepping in time to a rhythm the ground already knew. David turned just before the ridge hit him, that familiar half-smile at the corner of his mouth, the one that held tenderness and irony, and the joke he would tell her later so she could roll her eyes properly. He lifted his hand. The sun caught his watch chain, in a small, bright arc. It was a signal and a punctuation, and she felt again the certainty she had felt then. Evening would return everything it had borrowed from the morning. The water darkened by a shade that wasn't sorrow, but depth. The notification arrived next, wrapped in paper that tried to sound official, and men who did not know how to stand in a kitchen that smelled of lemons and song. Their mouths were set. One cleared his throat. The clock on the wall had a sense of occasion and chose silence at the exact moment it had the right to speak. Vivian watched herself listen, chin lifted, hands flat on the table, the stubborn posture of a woman who refuses to fall in front of strangers. She saw the way her mouth barely parted, the way her eyes did not flood because there are kinds of drowning best done in private. On the blanket behind her, Evelyn remained very still. The lake did not ask for witnesses. It offered one anyway. The kind who understands that looking away can be a louder form of leaving. A decade followed, not as a blur, but as a procession of immaculate rooms where nothing was out of place because nothing dared be. Afternoon light laying its square on the floorboards at the same hour, every day. Tea poured, sipped once, then forgotten to warmth, then to chill, then to the sink, cup after cup, the quiet industry of survival. On winter evenings, a book opened to the same page for a week. On spring mornings, the ash tree's new leaves counted as a form of prayer. She saw her hands fold laundry that did not multiply, her feet pause at thresholds where sound used to pass. In every room, the watch waited. In every room, the air leaned as if hoping for music. She saw herself carry grief like china. Carefully, terrified less of breaking than of being heard breaking. The images kept a perfect, merciful distance from spectacle. The lake had no interest in humiliating its viewers or flattering them. It only wanted to tell the truth in a voice that could be borne. Vivian's hovering hand lowered an inch, and the surface welcomed it without a ripple. Her reflection reached again, touching hers palm to palm across a film that did not quite separate. Beneath that gentle meeting, the pictures rearranged into a pattern she had not seen when living them in sequence. The wedding and the watch chain, and the tea, and the square of light, and the paused clocks at 11:47, and the careful posture at the table. They began to circle, to repeat, to rhyme. Love had turned into a loop. Not at first. At first it was a shelter, a shawl slipped over shoulders in a cold church. But over years the shawl had become a belt, softly cinched, then snug, then so familiar she forgot what her waist had felt like before. A loop comforts, a loop holds. A loop also keeps you exactly where you are. Even velvet can be a cage. The lake did not accuse. It illustrated. The wedding day rose again, but now the frame widened to include the tiny, unconscious ways she had refused to leave certain rooms. The mind shift returned, and this time she saw not only his back, but her own feet, calcifying at the door, devotion mistaken for a sentinel's post. The notification replayed in a subtler register, showing how the men had left, and she had stayed in the moment long after it ended, turning a minute into a calendar, because to leave it felt like treason. The decade of quiet rooms became a clock face without numbers, only the sweep of hands that marked the same minute every day. Tea steaming, cooling, discarded, ritual performing duty in place of conversation. The loop was not unkind. It had saved her life when it threatened to pour out of her. But a vessel that preserves also prevents. A song that repeats its chorus forever forgets what bridges are for. Vivian's throat loosened. The recognition did not sting. It settled, like a coat hung in the right cupboard at last. "I see," she whispered. In the mirrored depths, The younger Vivian lifted her chin and smiled, small and brave. David's hand, only the light shape of it, touched her shoulder the way wind touches water. The image did not offer her forward or pull her back. It nodded. Permission, not persuasion. Evelyn's voice arrived as a thread, respectful of the scene she could not see. "Do you want me to speak?" "Not yet," Vivian said gently. "Just sit with me while it finishes turning the page." The lake obliged. One final picture rose, simple as a line of music written in pencil. The present-day woman at the piano, pressing the chord they had never finished. The second hand stepping once and stopping, as if to ask, "May I go on?" Vivian did not touch the water. She let her hand warm the air above it. The ring on her finger flashed once, then quieted. Its gold, the color of kept promises. Her reflection lowered its palm last, as if acknowledging that the living must lead. The ripples that followed were not dramatic. They were even, dignified, outward-moving circles that took each image with them into a wider light. Wedding, shift, knock, tea, watch. Each dissolved into transparency and then into the lake's silver calm, not erased but integrated, like chords resolved into home key. Behind her, Evelyn exhaled, and the reeds echoed the sound, and the day made room for a softer afternoon. Vivian sat back on her heels, bones complaining in friendly ways. "I carried him in a circle," she said, and called it devotion. Evelyn did not hurry her with comfort. "What will you call it now?" "A path," Vivian answered, surprising herself with the ease of it. "And I think it keeps going." The lake let the light settle evenly across its face. A dragonfly skimmed past and did not double itself this time. The surface showed only what stood upon its bank. Two women, one older, one young. The afternoon, a cup, a blanket, room enough. When Vivian finally stood, the mud let go of her shoes without protest. She offered the water a small, ordinary thanks, the kind a person gives a librarian after a book has been returned in better condition than it was borrowed. The lake held her gratitude without comment, content to be a mirror again. As they walked back along the path, the world wore its edges plainly. Tree, stone, field, sky. No more and nothing less. And in the space the loop had once occupied, a door quietly opened, not to elsewhere, but to forward. They stayed until the afternoon thinned into a pale, generous light. The breeze moved through the reeds with the sound of a page turned carefully. Vivian reached into her canvas satchel and drew out the small travel keyboard. A modest thing with scuffed edges, the kind you carry when you want music to feel like a companion and not a performance. She set it on her lap, the plastic cool, the keys a neat row of promises. Evelyn spread the second blanket over Vivian's knees and tucked it in at the corners, a kindness both practical and ceremonial. "I'll be over by the willow," Evelyn said softly, pointing to the lean of shade farther up the bank. "I'll listen from there." She placed the thermos beside Vivian and stepped away, letting distance make room for what needed to happen. The lake waited. A few dragonflies wrote their brief messages and erased them again. The mist had returned in thin braids that hovered just above the surface, luminous with sunlight, like pale silk suspended between water and sky. Vivian rested her fingers on the keys and did nothing for a long breath. She wanted the beginning to arrive of its own accord. When it did, it came small and sure, a single note, followed by another, each landing as if offering thanks before it thought to be beautiful. The first phrase opened with the ease of a door kept oiled by memory. Her hands knew the path. They moved without hurry, the melody discovering itself the way a person remembers a prayer. Not invented, only found, where it has always been kept. Every note felt like a thank you, A thank you to mornings that gave her quiet, when quiet was difficult. A thank you to the house that hummed along, careful not to startle her. A thank you to the hill that listened, and the people who taught her to speak to it without embarrassment. A thank you to the long grief that had never been her enemy, only heavy, and to the mercy that had finally learned how to lift. The keyboard's sound was small, but the lake made it large. Water carried tone outward, gentled it, and sent it back with a brightness the plastic could not make alone. Each chord found a second life on the silver plane, the resonance returning like a low echo from a kind cathedral. Vivian didn't press harder to be heard. She trusted the place. Halfway through the first refrain, the mist gathered itself along the far bank. Not into a wall, not into weather, into a presence. Light condensed the way dew condenses on a window, quietly, without insistence. The outline formed from absence first, then from the shimmer that absence makes when it decides to show kindness. Shoulders, a head, an arm crooked at a familiar angle. David. He stood across the water as if the shoreline had remembered the shape of his patience. He was not brighter than the day. He was made of the day, the part of it that chooses to stay behind when the rest of the light moves on. Vivian did not stop playing. The melody steadied of its own accord, like a voice that finds the pitch of the person it speaks to. "Hello, love," she said inside her breath, and the music carried the words where her mouth did not. David lifted his hand. Not a summons, a blessing. The gesture drew no line between them, only widened the space into something shared. Vivian felt the blessing land lightly on her crown, down her shoulders, down the bones of her arms, into her hands. The keys met that weight with calm agreement. She reached the gentle turn, where the melody looks back at itself and recognizes what it has been saying all along. On the far shore, David tilted his head, the smallest salute a person can offer without breaking stillness. The upward lift at the end of the phrase. He always liked that lift. She gave it to him, unadorned. It was enough. She kept her gaze soft, seeing him and seeing beyond him. The lake with its quiet comprehensions, the willow making a veil of its own, the strip of sand where the footprints of afternoon creatures would dissolve by nightfall. She thought of the nursery behind the sealed door, of the sweater with its row held by the needle, of the music box that had traded lullaby for silence without becoming empty. She thought of the watch that had dared a single second and then paused to ask permission. On the far bank, David lowered his hand and let it fall to his side. His shoulders looked free, untethered at last from the old work of holding up what had already been carried too far. The relief in his stance made something in her chest loosen that she had not known was clenched. She played the next measures with that looseness, and the sound widened, like breath after a laugh that does not hurt. The mist lifted slightly, and for an instant she saw the faint suggestion of others behind him, the way one sees people in a foyer before a door opens. Men with coal-dusted collars, a woman smoothing her skirt, a child's impatient shift of weight. Not a crowd, a congregation. He did not turn to them. He kept his face toward her, and the not smile that had always been better than a smile made the light at his edges deep rather than bright. Vivian closed her eyes for the penultimate phrase. She did not want to fix him in sight. She wanted to keep him in sound, where he had always been gentlest. The last run of notes came like beads through fingers, counted not to measure loss, but to honor abundance. She let her hands rise from the keyboard for the final chord, and then returned to it with a touch, not of effort, but of consent. The chord resolved. The air accepted it. The lake returned it. thinner, dearer, complete. Across the water, David turned. It was the quietest turning she had ever witnessed, a movement with the drama subtracted and only the grace retained. He did not look back as if withholding, and he did not vanish as if apologizing. He simply faced the mist, which parted in welcome the way tall grass parts for a body it recognizes. He stepped forward. The water did not break. He walked into the brightness and became part of it, like a word returning to language after a long holiday from speech. Vivian lowered her hands to her lap. The keyboard clicked lightly, as if saying, "Amen." A wind moved through the reeds, then paused. She reached into her coat pocket to fold away the moment, into something she could carry. Her fingers found the watch. It was warm, not the warmth of a sunlit object, but the warmth of a hand that has been held. She drew it out into the soft light and turned it once. The glass did not catch glare. It held a domestic shine, like clean dishes stacked in a familiar cupboard. The hands had moved, not by force, not by will, by alignment. 11:48. The minute belonged to the watch now, not to the accident. It was quiet in its arrival, like a letter that has finally reached the right address. She felt no urge to wind it on, no panic to protect it. She only pressed the rim with her thumb and let its weight speak the language of time, correctly kept. Evelyn was there again, beside her, as people learned to reappear without disturbing. She sat, saying nothing, looking at the place in the mist that had returned to ordinary light. After a while, she asked, "Do you want to go home?" "Soon," Vivian said. "I want to listen to the silence a little longer." She smiled. "It's busy today." They stayed until the lake folded the last stray rays into itself, and the dragonflies hung their wings to dry in whatever counts for evening in their world. When they finally rose, the shore released them without clinging. The path back felt shorter in the way paths do when the heart is lighter by something it has been permitted to put down. Vivian slipped the watch back into her pocket. It rested there like a small sun that had learned modesty. As they walked, she imagined how the house would hum when she crossed the threshold, how the piano would keep still without sulking, how the lamps would glow with that exact tone of welcome that means nothing has been lost, only set right. Behind them, Mercy Water lay as calm as a page that has accepted its final sentence. Ahead, the hill breathed. Between the two, Vivian kept time, not by clocks, but by comprehension, and the afternoon held together as gently as a hand cupped around a flame. The next morning rose without ceremony. The hill wore a mist as soft as gauze, and the house, when Evelyn approached, looked half awake. Windows pale with early light, curtains breathing faintly, as if the rooms behind them were stretching after a long, contented sleep. She carried her usual satchel, expecting to find Vivian in the kitchen, with tea already steeping and the smell of toast announcing the hour. But even from the gate, something told her this morning was different. The air was tender in that particular way it gets when something has been set right during the night. Evelyn pushed open the door. It wasn't locked. It never was. The hinges, faithful as ever, offered no creak, only the smallest sigh of welcome. Inside, the light fell cleanly, moving through the hall as if the air had been dusted from within. The photographs on the wall, those quiet gatherings of memory, seemed closer to one another now, their silver frames catching the same angle of sun, as though the house had turned slightly to align them. The smell was new, violets. Not the heavy sweetness of perfume, but the faint, honest kind that comes from fresh petals touched by dew. It drifted from somewhere upstairs, but she also caught it here, in the parlor. in the space that always held more silence than speech. The piano was awake, not playing, not even humming, but awake. Its lid was open halfway, the way Vivian left it when she intended to return soon. On the fallboard rested a candle, ivory, slender, set in a brass dish whose rim had dulled to a respectful matte. The candle burned, though Evelyn hadn't lit it. The flame was calm and straight, its wick unblackened, as if it refused to diminish. Beside it lay a folded envelope, cream paper sealed with the neat press of a thumb instead of wax. On its front, in the looping script Evelyn had come to recognize from recipe cards and grocery lists, was written only her name. And beneath it, a date. Tomorrow. She stood still for a moment, reading the date again. Tomorrow. The ink was dry, yet the words carried the feeling of having been written just moments ago. The air around the letter shimmered faintly, not with heat, but with intention, as though the paper remembered the hand that had set it down. "Vivian," Evelyn called softly, her voice traveling up the stairs and through the corridor. Only the echo answered her, a kind, unhurried echo, shaped like a reassurance rather than an absence. She waited, then stepped closer to the piano. The room's brightness deepened with her movement, as if the sunlight had been waiting for company. Dust motes drifted in the air, each one catching light but not settling. She reached out, touched the envelope, and felt its warmth. The candle's flame did not waver. Evelyn broke the seal with care. Inside, one sheet, folded once. The handwriting was steady, deliberate, the lines unhurried. She read aloud, barely above a whisper. "I finally understand what he meant by where the light ends. It ends where I release it, and it becomes morning." That was all. No farewell, no instructions, no signature even, because none was needed. The voice on the page was unmistakable, its rhythm as gentle as the woman who had taught the house how to breathe again. Evelyn let the letter rest against her palm for a long time. The words did not hurt. They rested easily inside her, as if they had always been meant for reading aloud in exactly this hour, with the candle's flame keeping tempo and the piano watching kindly from its corner. She turned toward the stairs, instinct drawing her upward. Each step answered with a polite creak, a sound more companionable than eerie. The scent of violets grew stronger. It led her toward the nursery, the door that had once been sealed, then reopened to remind two people that love need not stay folded. The door stood ajar. Light spilled from within, the soft kind that makes no shadow. She entered. The room glowed. The small cradle gleamed faintly, as though someone had polished it with sunlight. The music box on the shelf was open, but silent. Its spring had finally unwound. The tiny sweater lay draped over the chair, and beside it, a fresh sprig of violets rested across the armrest. No vase, no water, just the blooms, as though left in passing by a hand that did not need to stay. Evelyn sat on the small rocker and let her fingertips graze the petals. They were cool and real. The faintest breeze moved through the open window, carrying with it the sound of morning birds practicing their own unfinished melodies. Downstairs, the piano gave a single soft chord. Not a song, not a haunting, just a sigh through wood and string, like an acknowledgement. Evelyn listened, waiting for it to come again, but it didn't. Instead, the sound lingered in her chest, becoming something she could carry without the help of instruments. She rose, folded the letter again, and placed it gently beside the music box. The candle's reflection trembled faintly on the wall, then steadied. She realized the flame below had not shortened, even after all this time. Its light was constant, not feeding on wax, but on will. For a while, Evelyn stood in the doorway, looking back into the room. She remembered Vivian's stories. The waltz, the mine, the letter that had arrived too late, the house that rearranged itself when grief began to heal. And she thought, if every home could hold its promises this quietly, maybe no one would ever be afraid of being alone. The house exhaled around her. Boards settled, windows clicked as the morning expanded. The smell of violets shifted, blending with the scent of wood and dust, and rain carried on a distant wind. She could almost hear Vivian's laughter, the kind that stayed behind, even when the sound itself was gone. Evelyn descended the stairs slowly. The candle on the piano still burned, its small, perfect flame steady in the daylight. She leaned down and touched the base of the brass holder, half expecting it to be hot, but it was cool as riverstone. "Thank you," she said to the air, to the woman, to the house, to the quiet. You made it to morning. As she stepped outside, the mist that had always lingered near the trees lifted, revealing a sky washed clean and ready for its next story. The light lay across the porch in long, kind stripes. Behind her, through the open door, the candle continued its unwavering glow, holding vigil not for loss, but for what endures when letting go becomes another word for love. And somewhere far off, though she could not have said from where, the faint echo of a waltz drifted through the air. 3 slow beats, perfectly timed, like a heart deciding gently to rest. The rain came without thunder. It began just after dusk, soft and symmetrical, a hush of silver threads sliding over the shingles and finding every groove in the roof by memory. The house seemed to recognize the pattern, like an old lullaby it had once known by heart. Lamps burned at half strength. The candle on the piano still held its calm flame, unbothered by drafts. The windows fogged from warmth, blurring the line between inside and sky, until both felt equally at peace. Vivian sat in her armchair by the window, her favorite shawl drawn around her shoulders. It was the same one she had knitted decades ago from yarn that had refused to fade, a pale lilac color that smelled faintly of cedar and long patience. She had brought her tea to the table, though it cooled untouched, the way she often left it when her thoughts grew kind enough to distract her. The letter to Evelyn had been written and folded hours earlier, its meaning completed the moment ink met paper. Now, there was nothing left to arrange. Outside, the garden glowed faintly under the rain. Drops gathered on the ash leaves and fell in delicate intervals, like polite applause at the end of a long, good concert. The world was performing the simple act of continuing, and Vivian smiled as if she understood her cue. The watch rested on her lap. Its face caught the lamplight, turning it gold without exaggeration. It ticked evenly, each beat sure of itself, no longer burdened by the expectation of a stopped moment. For years, it had lived inside grief's stillness, a clock afraid of movement, because movement meant leaving. But tonight, it kept time like something healed, patient, rhythmic, unafraid. She traced the glass with one finger. The second hand advanced smoothly past 11:48 and onward, not hurried, not cautious, but free. No catch, no hesitation, no tremor of permission sought. The world did not pause for grief anymore, and grief did not need to hold the world still. Her eyes grew heavy. The shawl gathered the day's last light against her collarbones, its weight the comforting kind that belongs to late evenings and unspoken prayers. She turned her gaze toward the piano. Its lid reflected a small oval of candlelight. The candle had burned all day and still had not shortened, a quiet defiance of rules she no longer questioned. Vivian leaned back, her body aligning with the chair as naturally as breath finds the lungs. She drew in one final sigh, soft, deliberate, like a woman deciding to finish a song on her own terms. Her breathing slowed. The rhythm of it matched the rain's descent along the gutters, steady, unhurried, certain. The house listened. Boards eased, curtains shifted slightly as though taking a bow. The air was clear of sorrow. It smelled instead of violets and rain. Sleep took her gently, the way dusk takes the horizon, first blurring, then softening, then simply being. In her dream, she stood in the great ballroom under the hill. The quartz chandelier glowed with the light of dawn now, not candlelight. The air shimmered like water above heat, but the warmth was tender, not consuming. Around her, the miners gathered once more in their neat suits, their boots polished to the shine of purpose. Dust no longer clung to them. Their jackets were brushed clean, and their eyes were calm. They moved with quiet precision, arranging themselves in pairs, as if awaiting the downbeat of an unseen conductor. David stood at the center of the floor, watch chain glinting at his vest, smile steady. He looked like a man at the end of a shift, the kind of tired that comes not from labor, but from completion. When he raised his hand, the waltz began, not the echoing ghost of it, but the true version, full and forgiving. It filled the chamber, rising up through quartz veins that pulsed faintly with light. Vivian's heart joined the tempo effortlessly. She didn't step forward this time. She didn't need to. Her presence was already folded into the rhythm. The dancers moved in widening circles, spinning gracefully across the earth's memory. The sound of their boots was not weight, but punctuation. Soft, sure, final. When the last measure approached, the light within the quartz swelled, turning the whole cavern into morning. The dancers slowed, turned, and bowed in unison. One by one, they set their helmets and tools down at the edges of the floor, each placement deliberate, ritualistic. The tools gleamed, not with metal, but with rest. David stepped toward her through the light. His face carried neither sorrow nor longing, only gratitude deep enough to be endless. When he reached her, he didn't take her hand. He simply looked into her eyes, his lips moving with words she could not hear, but somehow understood. Thank you. She felt the phrase land across her chest like warmth, like sunlight through open curtains. It did not mean farewell. It meant completion. The music resolved into its final chord. The quartz chandelier flashed once, bright as the heart of a star, and then dimmed to the gentle gold of dawn. Vivian smiled. She could feel herself dissolving, not as loss, but as light returning to its source. Her shawl softened to color, her hands to warmth, her breath to air. The room, the dancers, David, the hill, all melted upward into brightness, into a single inhalation of mercy, and then morning. The rain stopped just before sunrise. The first birds began their cautious rehearsal of the day, one note at a time. The clouds parted enough to let the pale blush of dawn spill over Hollow Hill, brushing rooftops and the ash trees' silvered leaves. Inside the house, the air was cool and kind. The candle by the piano flickered once, then steadied, its flames smaller, but unbroken. The watch on Vivian's lap ticked softly, keeping pace with the world outside, no longer waiting for her, only continuing, because that is what time does when it has been forgiven. When Evelyn entered at first light, the door opened easily. Vivian sat exactly as she always did in that chair by the window, shawl neat, head tilted slightly, as if she were still listening to the rain. The faintest smile rested on her lips, the kind worn by people who've been told something beautiful right before sleep. The candle burned beside her, and its light cast two shadows on the wall, One small, one taller. Both calm, both still. Evelyn knelt beside her, touched her hand, and whispered, "Good morning." Outside, the sun lifted its face over the ridge. It met the rain's last drops on the window, turning them to brief, trembling sparks. The light entered the room and settled across Vivian's shawl. For an instant, the threads glowed the color of dawn itself, soft lavender and white, the meeting of night and day. And in that light, as the seconds passed easily and the house breathed its patient sigh, the world began again, exactly where the light had ended. By morning, the rain had washed everything clean. The world outside looked rinsed of all sharpness, the kind of morning that begins softly, like the universe deciding to whisper rather than speak. Evelyn returned to the house carrying a small bouquet of lilies wrapped in brown paper. Their scent was faint and honest, green, watery, pure. She climbed the steps slowly, her shoes leaving damp half-moons on the porch. The door yielded easily beneath her hand. She paused on the threshold, unsure if she should announce herself, though she already knew Vivian would not answer. The air inside felt untouched, but alive, filled with a quiet pulse that was not quite silence. It was the sort of stillness that accompanies fulfillment, not absence. The first thing she noticed was the light. It was everywhere, but it came from nowhere she could name. It spread softly across the floorboards and climbed the walls like the shimmer of heat, except it was cool to the touch when she passed her hand through it. The color of it was strange and familiar, somewhere between dawn and memory, golden but breathing faint lavender at the edges. Evelyn set the lilies down on the hallway table and moved toward the back of the house. The scent of violets lingered faintly, though none were in bloom this season. As she passed the parlor, the piano greeted her with a single, warm chord. It wasn't played, not in the physical sense. It was the sound a string makes when the air around it sighs in the right key. The candle beside it still burned with the same small, calm flame. The wax had not melted at all. Her eyes found the pocket watch resting on the closed lid. The glass caught the ambient glow, turning the brass casing to honey. Beneath it, tucked perfectly between its lid and the wood, was something new. A single pressed ash leaf, its veins fine and silvery as thread. It had been flattened carefully, preserved by intention rather than accident. The watch ticked steadily above it, each sound distinct and assured, a heartbeat too steady to belong to an ordinary clock. Evelyn leaned closer. 11:12. The minute hand glided forward. No tremor, no stall. Perfect time. She smiled faintly. "You always were precise," she murmured, though whether she meant Vivian or the house itself, she wasn't sure. Drawn by something she couldn't name, she turned toward the staircase. The glow seemed to brighten as she ascended, leading her like a tide pulls the moon. Each step creaked with a low note, harmonizing in the air. When she reached the landing, she saw the nursery door ajar again, light spilling out in soft ribbons. It wasn't sunlight, too even for that. It was as if the room had decided to make its own day. Evelyn entered. The nursery was radiant. The air shimmered faintly, motes of light floating like pollen in a breeze. The cradle in the corner rocked slightly on its own, slow and steady, keeping rhythm with a sound that seemed to come from everywhere. The music box. It was open atop the small dresser, its delicate metal comb glinting. The waltz played, but gentler now, slowed to a lullaby, each note spaced like a heartbeat in sleep. Evelyn stood at the doorway, one hand over her heart. The melody was perfectly timed, neither rushed nor hesitant. It was a lullaby for the house itself. She imagined Vivian's hand, ghost-like, turning the tiny crank once before leaving, She crossed the room and placed the lilies beside the sweater on the chair. The petals caught the soft light, their white deepening into a faint blush at the edges. She ran her hand lightly along the cradle's rim. The wood was warm. The music box continued its gentle song, looping endlessly but never feeling repetitive. Evelyn noticed that the window curtains had lifted slightly, allowing the faintest breath of morning air to stir the room. Beyond the glass, the ash tree swayed, its leaves whispering against the sill. The light seemed to come from there, from the tree, from its heartwood, as though the roots had learned to glow. She thought of Vivian sitting here in the evenings long ago, talking to a space that was never empty, only waiting to be heard. The nursery did not feel haunted. It felt inhabited, in the softest way. By memory, so at peace, it had learned to stay without wanting. Downstairs, the clock on the mantel chimed once, then twice. Evelyn glanced at her watch instinctively. 10:42. The chime was late, or early. She couldn't tell. She frowned gently, then looked back toward the piano through the doorway below. The pocket watch's ticking was still perfectly in rhythm. She realized then. The two clocks no longer agreed. The house had made its own time. The thought didn't frighten her. If anything, it settled over her like an answer to a question she hadn't dared to ask aloud. The home had decided to keep Vivian's hours, its own private measure of moments where nothing rushed, where grief and grace shared the same pace. Evelyn smiled, tears gathering in the edges of her eyes but not falling. "Then keep it well," she whispered, her voice so soft it barely reached her own ears. She would like that. The waltz slowed further, the notes drifting apart until only single tones remained. A final high note lingered, delicate, crystalline, and then faded naturally into the still air. The light did not dim. It continued, steady as breath, spilling down the hall and brushing her shoulder as she turned to leave. Before she closed the door, she looked back one last time. The cradle had stopped moving. The music box lay open, silent now, but faintly shining. On the wall, near the window, light pooled into a faint outline. Two shadows joined at the shoulder, fading together, indistinguishable. Downstairs, she paused beside the piano again. The candle still burned, its flame precise and unwavering, reflecting in the curve of the watch. Evelyn reached out, touched the edge of the brass with her fingertip, and felt it pulse faintly, warm, rhythmic, alive. "Perfect time," she said softly. "Right here and nowhere else." The house seemed to agree. The walls gave the faintest sound, like the exhale of a contented sleeper. Outside, the ash tree rustled gently, dropping one last leaf that caught on the sill before gliding down to the garden soil. Evelyn stepped outside, closing the door behind her but not fully latching it. The morning was cool, sunlight threading through the mist in long, forgiving beams. She turned once at the gate and looked back. Through the upper window, she could still see the faint glow, soft and enduring, the color of promise. Inside, the watch ticked on, perfectly measured, eternally steady, keeping time for the house that remembered, and for the light that would never need to end again. The morning of the funeral was clear and forgiving. A mild wind came down from Hollow Hill, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked grass and bread just out of the oven from the town bakery. The sky, pale blue and wide, looked less like an ending and more like a pause between songs. The townsfolk gathered at the small white church on Mercy Road, the one that always kept its doors unlocked and its bell rope frayed from years of use. They came quietly, not as mourners, but as keepers of memory. No black veils, no hushed sorrow. The pews filled with old sweaters and soft jackets, worn shoes, gentle faces. Someone brought wildflowers instead of lilies, a handful of daisies, tied with kitchen twine. The air was alive with the faint creak of wood and the smell of beeswax from the candles that flickered along the walls. At the front of the church, a portrait of Vivian rested on a simple wooden easel. It wasn't a formal picture, just a photograph Evelyn had found on the mantel. Vivian laughing with her head turned toward the light, shawl slipping from one shoulder. Behind her in the frame was the faint silhouette of the ash tree, as though it had wanted to appear, too. Evelyn sat near the front, her hands folded over a small sprig of violets she'd tucked into her sleeve. Around her, neighbors shifted softly in their seats. There was no priest, only Pastor Miriam, whose voice had grown gentle with years of baptisms and harvest blessings. She didn't begin with scripture. Instead, she smiled at the gathered faces and said, "Vivian asked that no one say goodbye. She said she'd already gone where the light ends, and it turned out that wasn't very far." A few people laughed quietly, the sound rippling through the pews like a small kindness. Evelyn had arranged the service just as Vivian had once described she wanted it. Brief, simple, warm. There would be no sermons, only stories. She stood to speak first, not from the pulpit, but from the aisle where the morning sun landed in a square of gold across the floor. "She used to tell me," Evelyn began, her voice steady, "that a house doesn't die when the people leave. It just keeps their rhythm until someone new needs it. I think that's what she did for this town. She kept our rhythm." There were nods around the room, from the baker, the librarian, the mailman, who'd brought her letters every Friday for 20 years. One by one, people rose. Old Mr. Jensen, who had fixed her roof once, told the story of how she'd insisted on paying him in apple pies and piano lessons instead of cash. A woman from the market shared how Vivian would always hum while buying produce, different tunes depending on the season. "Winter carrots," she said, smiling through her tears, "always got Chopin." A young mother recalled how, when her daughter was sick, Vivian had left a music box on their porch with a note that said, "For the nights that need melody more than medicine." As each memory found its voice, the church seemed to expand. Sunlight shifted gently through the windows, brushing against the faces of those who spoke. Even the floorboards, warmed by decades of footsteps, seemed to creak in rhythm with the stories. An old building, leaning closer to listen. Halfway through, Evelyn noticed the open windows along the southern wall. Pastor Miriam had left them wide on purpose. The wind moved through them softly, carrying the sound of the hill, the faint rustle of leaves, the distant cry of a bird, the nearly inaudible hum of something alive beneath the earth. It was as if Hollow Hill itself had come to attend, its voice woven into the ceremony. When the bell above the church tower finally rang, it did so only once. Not a toll, just a single round note that hung in the air long enough for everyone to take a breath and release it together. Afterward, they carried the casket along the narrow path behind the churchyard, up toward the slope where the grass was thick and bright. The air there was cooler, touched by shade from the old ash tree that leaned over the fence line. Evelyn walked at the rear, holding a candle that had burned all night on the piano, its flame steady in the breeze. The grave had been prepared beside David's. 2 small markers, modest and clean, their letters softened by time. Vivian's inscription had been chosen days ago. She kept the music playing. The soil smelled of earth and rain. When they lowered the casket, the light caught on the brass handles, like a small prayer, said without words. As the service closed, the townsfolk did what Vivian would have done. They shared food. On the low stone wall near the graves, someone laid out a basket of warm rolls wrapped in linen, the kind she used to bake for neighbors in winter. Hands passed them quietly from person to person. The act carried no ceremony, only comfort, bread breaking as memory made manifest. Evelyn sat on the grass with her plate untouched, watching the ash tree move above them. Its branches reached wide, casting a dappled shadow over the two graves. The wind rustled through its leaves with a sound that could almost be mistaken for breathing. When everyone had gone, she stayed. The sky had begun to shift, clouds thinning to a pale wash of silver. She traced the lines of Vivian's name with her fingertip, the stone cool and newly carved. Then she placed the lilies she'd brought, fresh, still beaded with dew, between the markers. "Together again," she whispered, but lighter this time. The breeze answered, brushing her hair across her cheek. Somewhere below the hill, a faint tapping rose. Not the eerie kind, but rhythmic, steady, like the soft percussion of someone at peace keeping time for no one but themselves. Evelyn smiled. "You always were punctual." As she turned to leave, the bell at the church tower gave a small, unplanned ring, a stray pull of the rope by the wind perhaps, or by something more deliberate. The sound drifted over the meadow, across the graves, and up toward the tree, where a single leaf let go and spiraled slowly down. The windows of the church remained open. The light inside shifted with the air, and the hill wind, old as the miners, patient as the town itself, moved through them freely, carrying music no one could quite name, but everyone recognized. And in that mingled sound of air, of leaves, of memory, Vivian's song continued, not loud, not fading, just steady, just home. The first evening Evelyn spent in the house, the air had already memorized her footsteps. She could feel it when she crossed the threshold, the floorboards giving a small, familiar sigh, the scent of violets stirring, as though to say, "You've come back right on time." The will had arrived folded between sheets of piano paper, written in Vivian's looping hand. There were no legal flourishes, only a single line. "For those who keep watch with kindness, the house will know." And somehow it did. She unpacked slowly, not from hesitation, but reverence. The place didn't need rearranging. Everything still knew its place. The piano in the parlor gleamed faintly, the lid half open as if waiting for conversation. The candle beside it still held its calm flame, though Evelyn had stopped wondering what fed it. The nursery upstairs was quiet now, filled only with soft light that breathed through its curtains at sunrise and dusk. That first night, she kept no lamps burning. The moon was enough. It poured across the floor in long strips, painting the wood a pale blue. As she moved through the rooms, the house followed her with small, considerate sounds. The faint shift of a picture frame, a whisper from the rafters, the muted rhythm of water finding its path in the walls. When she reached the piano, she sat without touching the keys. She could feel a hum beneath her, not mechanical, not electrical. It was the low vibration of something alive, but calm, like a body asleep beside another body it trusts. The sound deepened slightly, just enough to become a single measure of a waltz threading through the dark. Not a song, not yet, just the shape of one, like a cat weaving around furniture. Present, unhurried, impossible to hold. Evelyn smiled. "You still practice," she said quietly. The hum responded with a small modulation, as though adjusting its tempo to match her voice. She slept in Vivian's old room that night, wrapped in the lilac shawl the neighbors had draped across the foot of the bed after the funeral. The window was cracked open to the hill's night wind. Somewhere outside, the ash tree rustled, its branches brushing the siding like fingers through hair. Evelyn dreamed of simple things, cups being set down, laughter returning to rooms, the faint smell of cinnamon and dust. By morning, the house was already warm. The sunlight entered through the kitchen window and fell directly onto the teapot, waiting on the stove. She found a note pinned to the cupboard, not one she remembered seeing before, written in Vivian's unmistakable script. The kettle whistles just before good news. She laughed, the sound catching her by surprise. The kettle, as if in on the joke, began to hiss. That afternoon, she hosted tea. It wasn't planned. It simply felt right. The news of her moving in had spread through town naturally, like the rumor of an early spring. A few of the older neighbors wandered by, Mr. Jensen with his cane and a jar of honey, Mrs. Rowe carrying a plate of bread rolls, still warm from her oven, Pastor Miriam bringing her quiet company and a stack of hymn pages folded into bookmarks. They sat around the kitchen table, the windows open so the hill air could wander in. The conversation was light at first: weather, garden soil, the bakery's new apprentice. Then it shifted the way conversations do when hearts begin to settle. Someone mentioned how they still leave flowers near the mine on Sundays, not for remembrance, but because the ground likes company. Mrs. Rowe nodded. My sister talks to her husband when she gardens, says the marigolds grow straighter that way. Pastor Miriam smiled, stirring her tea. Talking to what's gone isn't about summoning. It's about soothing what stayed. Evelyn poured refills and listened. These were not people who chased ghosts. They simply understood that memory needed somewhere to rest, and speaking aloud gave it form. She thought of the waltz she'd heard the night before, how it hadn't asked for attention, only recognition. When the talk faded into comfortable silence, the piano in the next room answered with a single chord. It wasn't loud, it was polite, as if raising its hand to join the conversation. Nobody flinched. They just smiled, the way one smiles at a bird that's flown in through an open door and decided to stay a while. Evelyn stood, wiped her hands on a linen towel, and walked to the parlor. She didn't touch the keys. She didn't need to. The air around the piano shimmered faintly, warm to the skin. The watch on the lid ticked steadily, a metronome for the house's new rhythm. Beneath its glass, the pressed ash leaf gleamed faintly in the light from the window, its veins fine as stitched gold. She whispered, "It sounds better with company." The note that answered her was soft and brief, like a sigh of agreement. Evenings settled into a rhythm of their own after that. Neighbors came and went, sometimes with casseroles, sometimes just stories. The old miner's grandchildren would leave small stones on the porch rail, bits of quartz or shale they'd found in the hills. For Miss Vivian, they'd say. Evelyn kept them in a bowl by the piano, where they caught the lamplight like tiny echoes of the past, made patient. Some nights, when the wind moved down from Hollow Hill, the waltz returned, always faint, always half-finished. She would hear it between footsteps, between kettle whistles, in the hush, after conversation. It never frightened her. It reminded her that peace, when real, doesn't erase, it harmonizes. Once, around midnight, she found the watch glowing faintly in the dark, the second hand keeping perfect time. She checked her wristwatch out of habit. Both were synchronized to the second. But when she took the pocket watch into town the next day, its rhythm faltered, slow by almost a minute. The moment she returned home and set it back on the piano, it steadied. She smiled at the discovery. "All right," she told it. "Your loyalty's clear." The house hummed in response, one long, low tone that passed through floorboards and glass and into her chest. It wasn't eerie. It was like the vibration of a large cat purring nearby. By the window, the ash tree swayed, Its branches traced shadows across the parlor walls, like moving staves of music. The candle still burned beside the piano, the same calm flame that had refused to diminish all these months. Evelyn placed her cup down, listening. The hum deepened, then eased, settling into stillness. It wasn't silence. It was peace. The kind of peace that belongs to places which have remembered enough stories to become one themselves. The kind that hums only when kindness answers it. And from that night on, anyone passing Hollow Hill after dark could see the faintest golden light behind the curtains, could hear, if the wind was right, a single contented waltz threading through the house. Not haunting, just home. Years passed like gentle ripples, small, unhurried, carrying memory rather than urgency. The hill greened and browned through countless seasons, and Mercy Water kept its quiet watch beneath the changing skies. The house remained steady, its windows glowing in winter, its porch dusted with sunlight in summer. And though the town aged, its rhythm never faltered. Hollow Hill had become, in some kind and wordless way, a place that understood how to live with what lingers. Evelyn stayed. The years shaped her softly. Her hair silvered, her voice grew slower, but warmer, and the lines of her face began to resemble the gentle creases of an old page, much read. She tended to the house, the tree, and the people who came and went. The piano still hummed some nights, a sound neither mechanical nor mystical, just a resonance between memory and wood. The watch ticked faithfully on the piano lid, its pulse unbroken, though she noticed one small mystery. At every sunrise, the second hand would pause for just a moment before moving again. Like the world remembering to breathe, she once said to the empty room. The town loved her as it had loved Vivian, quietly, with casseroles, letters, and stories passed like heirlooms. The phrase, "the lady of the house that hums," became affectionate shorthand for the comfort she gave. Children who had never met Vivian grew up believing the house itself could listen, and sometimes, when the wind shifted, they swore they heard a lullaby threading through the walls. Mercy Water remained the town's heart. In summer, families picnicked by its banks. In winter, frost feathered its edges with lace. But it was in spring, always spring, that the lake seemed closest to speech. At sunrise, when mist lifted from its surface in soft ribbons, something in the air shimmered, as though the day itself had to remember how to begin. It was on such a morning that a traveler came through Hollow Hill. He was a quiet man, middle-aged, carrying the weariness of long roads and the kind of loneliness that is forgotten it's allowed to end. The innkeeper told him about the lake, the one where people go to listen to Mercy, and suggested he walk there before leaving. So he did, just before dawn, when the light had not yet chosen a color. The mist was thick at first, pearlescent and tender. The surface of the water was so still, it seemed to hold its breath. The traveler stood at the shore, hands deep in his coat pockets, the air cool against his skin. And then, through the fog, he saw movement, not sharp, not sudden, but graceful, like a page turning in slow motion. Two figures. At first he thought they were reflections, shadows of trees or tricks of the eye. But as the sun edged upward, the forms gained texture. The faint outline of a man and a woman moving together across the silver surface. They weren't transparent, but neither were they heavy with matter. They were light, the exact shade of morning, gold with traces of lavender. They danced, not spinning wildly, not floating in spectacle, but waltzing with the same patience as the mist that curled around their feet. Their steps left no trace. The surface of the water stayed smooth, as if honoring their rhythm by refusing to interrupt it. The man's hand rested lightly against the woman's back, her head inclined just so, as if listening to a sound he carried with him. The traveler felt no fear, only stillness, the kind that asks for reverence, not explanation. He stood until the light grew stronger. The couple began to fade, not disintegrate, not vanish, but blend, their glow dissolving into the rising sun. When the mist thinned entirely, the lake reflected nothing but the unbroken sky. The traveler blinked hard, unsure whether to trust his memory, but something in the air assured him it wasn't a dream. The surface of Mercy Water shimmered once, twice, then settled back into calm. He walked into town later that morning and told the baker, then Pastor Miriam, then a child on the corner who promised to tell everyone else. The story spread the way gentle stories do, unclaimed, untangled, believable only because it didn't ask to be believed. People began visiting at dawn, some out of curiosity, others out of longing. None saw the dancers again, but many swore that if they stood very still, they could hear the faint rhythm of 3 slow beats beneath the birdsong, the sound of a waltz or perhaps of a heartbeat, too steady to be earthly. Evelyn never spoke publicly about it, but on the morning the story first reached her, she walked down to the lake alone. The air was cool, and the water, smooth as glass, reflected her face and the soft spread of dawn behind it. She held the pocket watch in her hand, the same one that had rested on Vivian's piano for years. Its gold was dulled from touch, the ash leaf beneath its glass pressed perfectly flat, veins still gleaming faintly. She waited for the sun to clear the hill. When it did, the light hit the watch face, and the ticking stopped, just for a breath. One small beat of silence between seconds. Then it resumed. Evelyn smiled, her reflection shimmering faintly with the ripples of morning. Still keeping their time, she whispered. She tucked the watch back into her coat pocket and sat for a while longer, letting the warmth reach her hands. The mist rose gently, curling toward the trees, leaving the air bright and open. Somewhere nearby, the ash tree on the hill swayed in rhythm with the faint breeze. The traveler's story became local folklore, retold each spring at the market, embroidered and softened with every telling. Some said the couple had been Vivian and her husband. Others insisted they were something older than even Hollow Hill. A few children claimed that if you listened closely enough, the lake still played a lullaby at dawn. Most just smiled and let the tale be, content to believe that some love stories finish by becoming weather. Years folded over themselves quietly. The lake endured. The tree stood guard. The house at the top of the hill kept its hum. And every morning, as the first light touched Mercy Water, time paused for one tender second before continuing, like the whole world remembering to breathe. When Evelyn grew too old to rise before dawn, she still left the window open, so the air could bring her the pause, the beat, the breath. And when her final morning came, it felt no different from the ones before it, just light, soft, patient. That dawn, the lake shimmered. 2 reflections swayed briefly over its surface, not ghosts, not dreams, but the shape of gratitude. The sound beneath the bird song was the faintest heartbeat, and the water stayed perfectly calm. Later that day, the townsfolk said the sunrise had never looked so gentle, and that, for one long, impossible moment, every window on Hollow Hill caught the same beam of light. And if anyone had been listening closely enough, they might have heard what the wind whispered across the lake, carrying the last line of an old love's lullaby. Love was not made to conquer death, but to teach us how to rest beside it. Next is the second story, titled Moira and Dennis. The world at Alder Creek woke slowly, as if unsure it wanted to return to motion. The mist lingered over the water in thin silver sheets, curling between the cedar trunks, softening every edge it touched. The surface of the creek was pale and smooth, a mirror made of milk and light. Somewhere far off, a heron lifted its wings and cut the fog in half, vanishing toward the hills. In the house by the water, Moira Linden poured hot water over tea leaves and listened to the sound they made. A faint rustle, like the whisper of dry grass. The kettle hissed behind her, a patient sound, not demanding. She had learned, after 67 years, that quiet could carry its own kind of companionship. Her husband, Daniel, was outside on the porch, hammer in hand, trying to repair a loose rail that had been threatening to break for weeks. His motions were slow, careful. The rhythmic knock of the hammer echoed through the wooden bones of the house, steady as a heartbeat. Between strikes, she could hear the low hum of his voice. He wasn't speaking to anyone, only filling the air so it wouldn't feel too empty. Their life had fallen into this gentle rhythm long ago. Morning tea, the sound of tools, the steady creak of old floorboards adjusting to weather. It was a pattern both of them trusted, though neither could say why. Perhaps because repetition felt safe, like a lullaby too familiar to ever surprise you. The house itself was alive in its way. Every nail and joint had its own small voice. When Daniel walked across the floor, the planks sighed beneath him. When the wind came through the trees, the shutters gave a low moan, not fearful, but content, as though the old wood enjoyed remembering how to move. The entire home seemed to breathe with them, expanding in warmth during the day, shrinking quietly in the cool of night. At the piano in the corner, Moira's fingers rested on the keys. The instrument had once been black, but years of light had faded it to the color of river stone. A thin layer of dust softened its edges. She pressed one key, then another, and a tune drifted out, hesitant, gentle, unfinished. It was the same melody she had hummed since her youth, one she never managed to end properly. Daniel used to tease her about it. "You always stop at the same place," he'd say. "You afraid of what comes next?" She used to laugh. "Maybe it just wants to stay open," she'd answer. Now she played it not for joy, but for memory. The music filled the small kitchen and mingled with the smell of tea, pine, and the faint sweetness of the creek air that slipped through the open window. Outside, a light wind brushed against the porch, carrying the sound of water shifting over stones. Moira watched Daniel from the window. His hair had gone nearly white, the color of the mist, and when he straightened to stretch his back, she saw how his hands trembled slightly before he steadied them again. He caught her watching and gave her a small wave, not of greeting, but of reassurance, as if to say, "I'm still here. Don't worry." She smiled and turned away, though something in her chest tightened. She poured his cup first, the way she always did, and carried it to the porch. The boards groaned softly under her steps. Daniel set down the hammer and took the mug with both hands, nodding his thanks. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The sound of the creek was enough. Then, faintly, beneath the usual music of the morning, water, wind, wood, Moira heard something else. A low vibration, too even to be random, too soft to belong to any machine. It came from underfoot, deep in the house's frame. She paused, listening. It was there for a few seconds, then faded. "Do you hear that?" she asked. Daniel tilted his head, then shrugged. "Old pipes," he said, "the house just settling." But she wasn't sure. It didn't sound like pipes. It sounded like breath, long, drawn, and patient. When she went back inside, she paused by the piano again. A single key, middle E, was slightly pressed down. Not enough to make sound, but as if someone had just lifted their finger from it. She brushed the key gently, expecting it to rise back into place, but it stayed sunk for a moment longer, before releasing with a faint click. The kettle had stopped hissing. The room was utterly still. The mist outside pressed against the window pane, dimming the light. She sat on the piano bench and tried the melody once more, slow and careful, as though playing might explain something she couldn't yet name. The tune came easier this time, as if the house itself remembered it. The sound floated upward, clinging to the air like dust in sunlight. Each note seemed to dissolve into the walls, soft and absorbed. By the time she reached the final bar, the one she never finished, her hands froze again. The ending refused to come. It was as if something beneath the floor waited for her to continue, to finish the song it had been listening to all these years. But she couldn't. Instead, she closed the lid, stood up and whispered, "Maybe tomorrow." The echo that came back to her was soft, not an answer, just a settling sigh, like the house exhaling in agreement. She poured the remaining tea into the sink, humming under her breath. Outside, Daniel had gone quiet. The only sound left was the creek, breathing steadily through the fog, carrying her unfinished melody downstream, where no one could hear how it ended. And from beneath the floorboards, so faint it could have been her imagination, came a single note, perfectly in tune with her last. The afternoon faded into a muted gold, the kind that seemed to rest on every surface. The trees, the porch, even Daniel's shoulders as he sat by the window, sanding a small block of wood. The smell of varnish and cedar filled the air, comforting in its familiarity. Moira stood by the stove, drying her hands on a cloth, when a knock came from the front door. It was soft at first, polite, almost hesitant. Daniel didn't move. His hands froze mid-motion, the sandpaper stilling against the grain. The knock came again, a little firmer this time. Moira wiped the last trace of water from her fingers and went to answer. Standing on the porch was a young woman, no more than 30, her hair tied neatly under a wool cap, her expression both kind and professional. She carried a clipboard and wore a county badge clipped to her jacket. "Mrs. Linden?" the woman asked, smiling. "I'm Leah Price, from the Community Care Office. We're checking in on residents in this area, just to make sure everyone's doing all right before the colder weather sets in." Her tone was bright, practiced, but not insincere. Moira felt a sudden misplaced fondness for her clear voice, her sturdy boots, the way she seemed to bring the outside world in with her. "Of course," Moira said gently, stepping aside. "Please, come in." Leah entered, brushing a bit of rain from her jacket. She looked around, taking in the room with a glance that was casual but observant. Her gaze lingered for a second on the old piano in the corner, on the shelf lined with small figurines, and then, briefly, on the basement door near the back hallway. The door was thick, painted the same color as the wall, but the bolts on it were unmistakable. Heavy iron latches, 2 of them, each with a new padlock glinting in the low light. "That's quite a lock you've got there," Leah said with a half laugh, as though trying to make light of it. "Old house needs protecting?" Daniel, who had been silent until now, spoke without looking up. "Keeps the drafts out," he muttered. "These floors pull cold air right through the seams." Leah nodded politely, though her brow furrowed slightly. She walked closer to the door, not close enough to touch it, but enough to catch the faint scent that seemed to rise from it. It wasn't unpleasant, just strange, a mixture of varnish, damp soil, and something faintly metallic. Moira felt a tightness in her chest and forced a smile. Daniel likes to refinish furniture down there, she explained. It's a bit of a mess, really. The smell sticks around. Leah accepted the answer without comment and took a seat at the kitchen table. She began asking the usual questions about their health, their groceries, whether they had any trouble getting to town. Moira answered easily, her voice even. Daniel said little, though his eyes never left Leah's clipboard. The conversation lasted barely 15 minutes. When Leah finally stood to leave, she smiled again, soft and genuine this time. "You have a lovely home," she said. Peaceful. Moira thanked her, but as she closed the door, she noticed Daniel's reflection in the glass. Pale, eyes distant, his fingers twitching, as if remembering an old ache. The light outside had dimmed into that gray hour, between afternoon and night, when everything seems to hold its breath. The wind had stopped. Even the creek sounded quieter, as if listening. Daniel spoke suddenly, still facing the window. "I don't like strangers poking around." "She's just doing her job," Moira replied softly. "Still," he said, "she was looking too closely at everything." Moira folded her arms. "There's nothing to hide." Daniel's jaw tightened, and for a moment neither of them spoke. Then he sighed, the tension leaving him like air from a punctured tire. "You're right," he said finally, but his voice didn't sound convinced. That night, after dinner, they sat together for a while, not talking much. The lamp cast a warm glow over the room, turning the edges of everything slightly gold. Moira took her knitting, but her hands moved slower than usual. The scent of varnish seemed stronger now, carried by some invisible current from below. When they finally went to bed, she left the window open a crack to let the creek's sound in. The rhythm of it always helped her sleep, the slow, even movement of water against stone. But tonight, the sound was strange. It seemed to call in waves, like a voice repeating something she almost understood. Moira drifted into sleep, half caught between dream and waking. In her dream, she stood by the creek's edge, barefoot, the water curling around her ankles. The fog was thick, luminous under moonlight. She heard her name whispered once, twice, not harshly, but with a kind of tender insistence. Moira. The water shimmered, rippling outward from her feet, though she hadn't moved. Beneath the surface, she saw something glint. Not a reflection, but a small golden key sinking slowly into the dark. She reached for it, and as her hand touched the water, she felt a sudden vibration. Deep and resonant, like the lowest note on her piano, struck in the dark. She woke suddenly. The room was dim, moonlight spilling through the curtains. Daniel slept beside her, breathing heavily. But the sound that filled the house wasn't snoring. It was music. The piano was playing. A faint, uncertain melody, the same unfinished song she'd played that morning, floated through the walls, each note spaced carefully, as if whoever played it was trying to remember the tune. Moira sat up, her heart quiet, but alert. She listened. The music continued, soft as breath. She slipped from bed, bare feet touching the cold floor, and moved toward the hallway. The living room was dark, except for a thin stripe of silver moonlight across the piano lid. The keys were moving, slowly, unevenly, though no one sat on the bench. One note trembled, then another. The air itself seemed to pulse with the rhythm. Moira froze, her hand resting on the doorframe. She wanted to call Daniel, but something stopped her. Not fear, exactly, but awe. The melody faltered halfway through, then ended with a single sustained tone that hung in the air like a sigh. Then silence. She stood there for a long moment before walking over. The piano was still. The air was cool. When she touched the keys, they felt faintly damp, as though someone had just lifted their hands away. From outside, through the cracked window, she could hear the creak again, whispering, restless, repeating her name softly, as if trying to finish the song she never could. Morning drifted into the house like a shy visitor, slow and deliberate. The first light touched the curtains, spilling over the floorboards in quiet ribbons. Moira woke to the sound of the creak again. Not loud, just the steady murmur of water moving through stone. Daniel was already up. She heard him pacing in the kitchen, his steps careful, uneven. When she came downstairs, the air was cool and damp. A faint mist had slipped in through the cracks of the windows, carrying the smell of pine and earth. Daniel stood by the stove, stirring his coffee with a distracted rhythm. He didn't look up as she entered. "Did you sleep?" she asked softly. He nodded, though his eyes stayed fixed on the swirling cup. "Dreams," he muttered. "Just dreams." She wanted to tell him what she had heard, the piano, the melody, the whisper of her name, but something in his tone stopped her. There was a quiet edge to him this morning, like a thread pulled too tight. Instead, she poured herself some tea and turned toward the living room. The piano sat in its usual corner, the morning light resting across its lid. For a moment, it looked perfectly ordinary. But as she came closer, she noticed something small, something slightly off. One key, the same middle E she'd touched the day before, was pressed down again. Not fully, just enough to dip lower than the others. A tiny bead of water glistened at its edge, perfectly round, catching the light like glass. She leaned closer. It wasn't just the key. A faint trail of droplets led away from the piano. Small, irregular, as though something had dripped slowly across the floor. She followed them with her eyes, across the room, toward the hallway, and finally to the cellar door. The droplets stopped there, darkening the wood near the bottom hinge. She crouched and touched one. Cold, not sticky like condensation from a glass, but pure water, clean and scentless. She looked up, half expecting to see a leak from the ceiling, but the plaster was dry. No watermarks, no pipe above, just silence. Daniel appeared in the doorway behind her, wiping his hands on a rag. "What are you doing down there?" "Something's leaking," she said, gesturing to the floor. He frowned, squinting. "Condensation, maybe. The boards swell when the weather shifts." Moira looked at him for a long moment. His voice was steady, but his shoulders were rigid. "It's only around the piano," she said quietly. "And the cellar door." Daniel shrugged. Humidity collects in strange places. He said it too quickly. The air between them felt heavier for it. Moira stood, brushing her knees. "Maybe, but you should check it anyway." "I will," he said, but he didn't move. After breakfast, Daniel went out to the shed. The sound of his hammer returned, sharp and rhythmic, echoing faintly through the fog outside. Moira stayed inside, tidying the living room, though her thoughts kept circling back to the piano. When she lifted the lid to dust it, the scent of varnish rose again, faint but distinct, like the cellar door. She wiped gently across the keys, one by one, her cloth catching flecks of dust. When she reached the pressed key, she paused. The droplet was gone now, but where it had been, a faint circular mark remained. A fingerprint. It was small, delicate, too slender to be Daniel's. It rested just above the key's surface, a single whorl visible in the fine layer of dust. She touched it with her fingertip, half expecting it to vanish, but it stayed. For the first time that morning, the house felt different. Not threatening, just aware. as if it were watching her the same way she watched it. Moira stepped back and let her eyes wander the room. The air shimmered faintly where the sunlight met the dust, creating soft halos. Somewhere deep below, the faint hum she'd heard before returned, a tremor in the floorboards, like a voice buried beneath layers of wood and time. She knelt by the cellar door again, pressing her ear against the cool surface. Nothing, only the soft rhythm of her own pulse. But then, a creak, not from her movement, not from wind. A slow, dragging creak from inside the cellar, followed by a gentle thud. It sounded almost like a piano key pressed down too hard, releasing itself after a long, patient breath. Moira stood slowly, every sense sharpened. She turned the handle, testing it, but it was locked tight. She could hear Daniel outside now, his hammer falling in uneven beats, fast, then slow, then stopping altogether. The house seemed to hold its breath. She backed away, pressing a hand to her chest, trying to slow her heartbeat. For a moment, she thought she heard Leah's voice, the young woman from yesterday, echoing faintly through her memory. "You have a lovely home. Peaceful." Peaceful. The word rang strangely now. When Daniel came back inside, his boots tracked thin streaks of mud across the porch. He noticed her standing by the piano, arms folded. "Still thinking about that leak?" he asked, forcing a small smile. She met his gaze. "Yes." He walked to the cellar, knelt, and examined the floor. "See?" he said after a moment, tapping the boards. "Moisture from underneath. The air's too cold down there, so it rises. Nothing to worry about." He wiped the surface with his sleeve, erasing the droplets. When he stood, his hands trembled slightly, but he smiled again. "I'll reseal it later." She wanted to believe him. She wanted everything to remain as simple as he said. But as she turned back to the piano, the weight in her chest returned. It wasn't fear. Not quite. More like recognition. The uneasy feeling of realizing something familiar had quietly changed when you weren't looking. Daniel brushed past her to hang his coat. The scent of varnish followed him. The same scent that rose from beneath the cellar door. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. The hammering stopped. The mist outside thinned. Moira spent the afternoon by the window, watching the creek glint under pale sunlight. Yet every time she glanced at the piano, that single key seemed lower again, as though it remembered being pressed. When night fell, Daniel went to bed early. Moira stayed behind, unable to sleep. She walked over to the piano and rested her hand on the lid. The wood was cool, smooth, unremarkable. "Still," she whispered, almost to herself, "if there's something you want to say it softly." The clock ticked. The creek murmured. The house stayed still. Then, from beneath the floorboards, came a soft drop of water. One, then another, falling in perfect rhythm with the ticking clock. Moira turned toward the cellar door. A single droplet slid from its bottom hinge and landed on the floor, catching the lamplight like glass. Condensation, she thought. Just condensation. She told herself that again as she locked the door for the night. But when she glanced back, just before switching off the lamp, she saw it. The faint outline of a fingerprint still etched into the piano's dust. A small curved spiral, glowing faintly in the low amber light. Rain began as a whisper and stayed for days. It tapped softly on the roof, on the window panes, on the porch rail Daniel had mended only a week ago. The sound was steady, unending, like the house was surrounded by the quiet breathing of the earth itself. The world beyond Alder Creek vanished into a pale blur. The mist had grown heavy now, folding itself into every hollow, making even the nearest tree look like a ghost hesitating to be seen. Inside, time felt slow. The house moved through the hours gently, each room holding its breath between the drops of rain. Daniel kept to the kitchen and the front porch, polishing old tools, sanding edges that didn't need smoothing. Whenever his hands stilled, he would begin again, restless but controlled, his motions almost ceremonial. Moira watched him sometimes from the armchair. He had not gone near the basement since the morning of the condensation. Each time she passed the cellar door, she could feel the weight of his avoidance, like a silence thick enough to trip over. She tried to lose herself in simple tasks, folding laundry, watering the plants, rearranging the same shelf twice. But the rain had a way of turning small sounds into thoughts. The steady rhythm against the windows reminded her of the piano, of the strange damp key, and the fingerprint that hadn't faded for days. By the third afternoon, she began to feel a pull. Curiosity is a patient creature. It doesn't arrive with noise. It seeps through the edges, soft as mist. She found herself standing by the hallway, staring at the cellar door again. The locks gleamed dull in the dim light, each one firmly sealed. The wood was dry now, though a faint dark halo marked the spot where water had once pooled. When she leaned close, she caught the scent of varnish again, faint, like memory. "Daniel?" she called. His voice came from the kitchen, muffled. "You're sure nothing's leaking down there?" "Positive," he replied. "I checked yesterday." "You didn't go down?" He paused. "Didn't need to. You'd smell mold if it were bad." She turned toward the kitchen doorway, but he wasn't looking at her. He had gone back to sanding, the same small block of wood he'd been working on for 3 days. The motion was steady, repetitive, too calm. She let it go. For now. That evening, as the light dimmed and rain thickened, Moira decided to clean the hall closet. It was a narrow space beside the stairs, filled mostly with old boxes, a coat or two, and the faint smell of cedar that never left. She dragged the lower boxes out one by one, wiping dust as she went. At the very back, half buried beneath a moth-eaten blanket, she found a small tin trunk, dull blue, the paint flaking. The lock was already broken. When she opened it, the hinges groaned softly, as though unused for decades. Inside lay a handful of yellowed papers, a few receipts, and a stack of photographs bound by a brittle ribbon. The first photo showed Daniel, younger, perhaps 25, standing in front of an old car. He wore a white shirt rolled to his elbows, the same shy half-smile he still had now. But beside him stood a woman Moira didn't recognize. Her smile was wide and unguarded, her hair curling at her shoulders, her hand resting lightly on Daniel's arm. Around her neck, a small silver locket caught the light. Moira's throat tightened. She had seen that locket before. Leah had worn it, the young social worker. The same delicate chain, the same oval pendant engraved with a small cross in its center. Her pulse quickened, though her mind tried to reason. Lockets could look alike. It was probably nothing more than coincidence. Still, her hand trembled slightly as she flipped through the photos. In each one, Daniel and the woman appeared closer, by a lake, by a church, on a street lined with autumn leaves. The final picture showed only the woman, standing by a wooden fence, looking just beyond the camera. On the back, written in faded ink, were the words, "For D, when the rain comes back." The rain was coming down harder now. It drummed against the windows like soft applause. Moira gathered the photos and placed them on the table, arranging them carefully in a line. The woman's eyes seemed alive even through the grain of old film. Bright but shadowed, familiar but strange. "Daniel," she called again, louder this time. He entered the room, rubbing his hands with a cloth. When he saw the photos, he froze. Where did you find those? In the closet, she said quietly. Behind the coats. He stepped closer, his jaw tightening. You shouldn't go through old things. They were our things. He looked down at the photographs, eyes flicking quickly over them, then back to her. That was long ago, he said finally. Before you. Before all this. Moira studied him. Who is she? For a moment he didn't answer. The only sound was the rain and the faint ticking of the clock. Then he said, Someone I used to know. She moved away. She looks like Leah. His head snapped up, and something unreadable crossed his face. Surprise, perhaps, or guilt, or simply exhaustion. You're imagining things, he said flatly. Moira wanted to believe that. She wanted to fold this discovery neatly back into the trunk and forget it ever existed. But the unease had already found its shape. That night, the rain grew heavier. The sound filled every corner of the house until it felt like the walls themselves were breathing with it. Moira lay awake, watching shadows slide across the ceiling. Beside her, Daniel slept uneasily, muttering once or twice in his dreams. At some point after midnight, she heard it again. A low hum, faint but unmistakable, rising through the floorboards. It was not the wind, not the rain. It came from below. The sound was steady, almost tender, as though something down there had begun to sing along with the storm. She rose quietly, wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, and stepped into the hall. The house was dark, the air cool enough that her breath misted faintly in the light from the window. The humming grew louder as she approached the cellar door. It was not mechanical, not the drone of pipes or wires. It had tone, resonance, music perhaps, if one listened with enough imagination. She knelt, pressing her ear to the wood. The sound pulsed like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, almost human. Then, just as she was about to stand, the sound stopped. Silence filled the hallway. Only the rain remained, falling steady as breath. Moira stayed there a moment longer, her hand resting on the door's cold surface. The varnish smell rose faintly, mingled now with the scent of rain-soaked wood. Behind her, the clock struck 3. She whispered into the dark, barely audible even to herself. When the rain comes back. The house, patient as always, gave no reply. But far beneath the floorboards, too soft to be certain, something, or someone, exhaled. The rain paused the next morning, but the silence it left behind felt heavier than sound. The creek ran thick and dark beneath the fog, swollen from days of storms. The air was cool enough to sting her throat when she breathed, the kind of cold that carried metal in it. Daniel had gone to town before dawn. He said he needed sandpaper and nails, though Moira doubted there was a single surface in the house left untouched by his tools. She watched him drive away through the mist until the sound of the truck faded, swallowed by the hills. The house stood still after he left. So still she could hear the soft ticking of the clock, the groan of beams settling, and somewhere below, the faint hum she had heard the night before. It was softer now, almost polite, but it was there. She sat for a while by the window, staring at the cellar door from across the room. The rain had stained the wood darker around the edges, giving it a bruised look. Her pulse matched its quiet rhythm. She knew she should leave it alone. Whatever Daniel wanted buried, perhaps it was better that way. Yet curiosity and dread share a thin border, and she had already crossed it in her mind. By mid-morning, she rose and went to the hallway. The keys hung where Daniel always left them, on a small nail above the coat rack, behind a folded newspaper. She hesitated, listening for any sound from outside, then took them. The padlocks opened easily. The metal clicked in her hands like the slow beat of a metronome. The hinges protested as she turned the handle, releasing a faint breath of air that smelled of stone and something older. The first step down was narrow, slick with dust. A single bare bulb dangled from a wire at the base of the stairs, unlit. She flicked the switch, but nothing happened. The cord swayed once, brushing the ceiling like a pendulum. Her eyes adjusted slowly. The air was cold and metallic, the kind of cold that seemed to live in the lungs. The space below was smaller than she remembered. Not a true basement, more of a hollow carved beneath the floor, lined with uneven stone. The walls were damp, and the scent of varnish mingled with rust and something faintly floral. Each step she took stirred dust from the floor. It rose around her in thin spirals, shimmering in the gray light filtering through a narrow vent. A spider web trembled nearby, catching the faintest movement. At the far wall stood an old workbench, its surface cluttered with jars, tools, and what looked like half-finished wooden carvings. Beneath it sat a chest, large, heavy, sealed with wax that had cracked, but not broken. She knelt, brushing her fingers across its surface. The wood was rough, scarred by age, but solid. Someone had carved initials into it once, long ago. DL. Her breath came out pale in the cold air. She touched the seal. It crumbled softly beneath her thumb. The lid opened with a groan that sounded almost like relief. Inside, everything was arranged with quiet care. At the top lay a stack of letters tied with fraying twine, their edges browned by time. She lifted one carefully. The handwriting was delicate, looping, unmistakably feminine. The ink had bled slightly, but she could still make out the first line. My dearest D, the rain hasn't stopped, and I dream of the water taking us both. Moira set it down quickly. Beneath the letters lay a small wooden cross, wrapped in rosary beads, each bead dulled with dust. Beneath that, folded in linen, was a ribbon. Pale blue once, now faded almost to gray. It was tied around a small bundle of dried lavender stems. The scent rose faintly as she lifted it, ghost-like and fragile. For a moment, Moira just knelt there, staring at the ribbon in her hands. The texture of it was smooth, almost silken, and her fingers trembled as if she were touching something alive. A memory flickered unbidden. Leah at the doorway, rain dripping from her hair, her locket catching the light. The way her eyes had softened when she smiled. The resemblance she had seen in the photographs was not coincidence. The same air, the same quiet sorrow. She turned one of the letters over, looking for a signature. At the bottom, written faintly, was a name she could barely read. Elena. The name struck something deep in her. She didn't know why. Perhaps she had heard Daniel say it once, in sleep or in passing, but she knew without question that this was the woman from the photographs. As she traced the name with her fingertip, a single droplet of water fell from somewhere above, landing beside the chest. She looked up. The ceiling beams were dark and damp, weeping slowly from the boards. Another drop fell, hitting her wrist. The water was icy. She stood quickly, brushing the dust from her skirt. The sound of dripping filled the small room, irregular, patient. It came from a corner of the basement near the old workbench. There, the wall was darker, a patch of plaster discolored as though it had absorbed years of rain. She stepped closer. The dampness had a faint shimmer, like the reflection of something beneath the surface. The smell of varnish grew stronger. Behind her, the lid of the chest creaked again, though she hadn't touched it. She turned. The letters had shifted slightly, their corners fanned open, as if a breath of air had passed through them. She crouched to close the lid, and as she did, Her reflection flickered faintly in the dull brass hinge. Pale, distorted, almost someone else's face. The cold deepened. It no longer felt like weather. It felt like presence. She stood and looked once more at the workbench. On its far edge sat a small jar half filled with clear liquid, maybe varnish, maybe something else. Inside it, something floated, a fragment of ribbon, the same color as the one tied around the lavender. The hum began again, low, steady, rising from beneath her feet. Moira backed away toward the stairs, clutching the lavender in one hand. The scent grew stronger, filling the air until it drowned the metallic tang entirely. It was not sweet. It was mournful, the smell of something preserved too long. Halfway up, she paused and looked back. The light from the vent had shifted, falling directly across the chest. The dust around it stirred, though there was no wind. The sound of the house above her seemed far away now. The faint creak of beams, the sigh of settling wood. But beneath those familiar sounds was another rhythm, slow, deliberate, like the faint echo of footsteps pacing across stone. She climbed the last few steps and shut the cellar door behind her, her hands trembling as she slid the locks back into place. For a long time she stood in the hall, listening to her own breath. The house smelled of rain and lavender now, thick and lingering. When Daniel returned that afternoon, whistling low as he shook off his coat, Moira was sitting by the window, the ribbon hidden in her lap. He smiled absently. "You're quiet," he said. She looked at him and answered gently, "Just listening." To what? She didn't say, because beneath the rhythm of his boots on the floor, beneath the murmur of the creek, she could still hear it. The hum from below, pulsing faintly, as though the house itself was remembering something it had promised to forget. Evening came early, wrapping the house in a muted gray. The rain returned in slow, whispering streaks, sliding down the windows like threads of glass. Daniel had gone to bed before her, claiming exhaustion. Moira waited until his breathing deepened before lighting a small lamp and stepping quietly into the hallway. The scent of lavender still clung faintly to her hands. She moved toward the cellar door, though she didn't intend to open it again. She only wanted to look, to confirm that it was still there, sealed and silent. But halfway down the hallway, her attention caught on something else. The narrow strip of wall between the piano and the back window. The paint there had begun to peel in one spot, curling at the corners like parchment. Beneath it, the faint outline of a rectangle was visible. A frame shape, but not quite. The edges were too even, the surface slightly raised. Curiosity again, that patient intruder, guided her hand. She set the lamp on the floor and touched the corner of the paint. It flaked away easily, revealing wood beneath, smoother than the surrounding wall. She scraped a little more, and the faint outline of a painting began to emerge. Her breath caught. Someone had plastered over it, sealing it into the wall itself. The surface was faintly visible now, brush strokes dulled by time, the muted shimmer of varnish buried under dust. She fetched a small paring knife from the kitchen and worked gently, peeling away layers of paint until the full image appeared. A portrait, waist length, of a woman standing beside Alder Creek. Her hair was loose, her eyes calm but knowing. She wore a pale dress, and, around her neck, a silver locket that gleamed faintly in the lamplight. It was her, the woman from the photographs, Elena. Moira's heart tightened. The painting was beautiful, but not with youth or charm. It was beautiful in the way things become when they are finally allowed to fade. She touched the edge of the frame. The varnish was sticky, still damp in places. How could it still be wet after all these years? The scent filled her lungs, sharp and metallic. She stepped back, holding the lamp higher. The light caught something strange in the eyes of the portrait. A depth, a shadow, a faint reflection of movement. For a moment it seemed the woman was looking not at her, but through her, towards something behind. The floorboards beneath Moira's feet groaned softly. She turned. Nothing. Only the quiet piano, the empty chair. When she looked back, the portrait seemed different. The background, the creek, had changed slightly, the brushwork darker, more turbulent. She blinked, unsure if it was her imagination. The paint shimmered faintly, the illusion of rippling water alive within it. Her fingers brushed the surface once more. The wood was cold. Beneath the paint, the texture felt uneven, as if there was another layer hidden underneath. She pressed gently. The surface gave a little hollow in one spot, a hidden panel. She pried at the edge with the knife until it loosened. A section of the wall lifted outward with a soft crack, revealing a shallow cavity behind the painting. Inside, wrapped in cloth, was another photograph, smaller, sepia-toned, curling at the edges. It showed Daniel, years younger, standing beside the same woman from the portrait. His hand rested lightly on her shoulder. Both were smiling, but something in their eyes was different, strained, fragile. Moira's pulse slowed to a dull ache. She turned the photo over. On the back, faint and almost unreadable, were the words, "She wanted to stay by the water." The room felt colder. The air thickened, heavy with varnish and rain. Moira replaced the panel carefully, her hands unsteady. She couldn't bear to look at the portrait again. But as she turned to leave, the faintest sound rose from the piano. One note, soft and deliberate, like a sigh through the strings. Her lamp flickered. She froze. The note repeated, the same one that had haunted her before, low and resonant, coming not from the air, but from within the wood itself. Then, from somewhere deep in the walls, she heard another sound. The rhythmic creak of footsteps, slow, measured, moving toward her. She backed away from the painting, her breath quickening. The sound stopped. Silence again, deep and waiting. When she looked back one final time, the eyes in the portrait seemed clearer, glistening now, as though touched by fresh varnish or tears. Moira whispered, her voice trembling, "What are you trying to tell me?" The only reply was a faint drop of water sliding down the frame, cutting a clean line through the dust before landing softly on the floor. She didn't notice until morning that the droplet had left behind a pale streak, shaped like a fingerprint. And in the half-light of dawn, the woman in the portrait appeared to have turned her head ever so slightly toward the cellar door. That night, sleep came to Moira like mist, slow, uncertain, curling around her thoughts until she could no longer tell whether she was resting or remembering. The house was quiet, but not silent. Somewhere in the distance, Alder Creek moved in its patient rhythm, whispering over stone, carrying its own ancient language. In her dream, the sound of water grew louder. At first, it was only the gentle lap against the riverbank. Then, a steady pulse. Then, a roar. She stood in the living room, watching droplets form on the ceiling beams. They grew larger, heavier, until they fell like rain inside the house. The carpet darkened. The piano gleamed wetly in the dim light. A thin stream began to slide beneath the front door, tracing across the floorboards toward her slippers. The water was strangely clear, reflecting a ceiling she did not recognize, a sky of gray clouds moving too quickly, as though time had loosened its grip. The level rose slowly at first. She felt it touch her ankles, cold, but not unpleasant. The furniture began to shift, chairs scraping softly, the curtains floating outward like the arms of ghosts. Candles toppled, their flames hissing out one by one. She tried to move toward the door, but the house no longer had doors, only endless walls of water, breathing in and out. The creek had merged with the air. Its current moved through every room, carrying the faint scent of pine and metal. Somewhere beneath it all, a sound began. The low hum she had heard beneath the floorboards, but deeper now, resonant, like the pulse of the earth itself. It grew until she could feel it in her chest. Then, a note rose above it, pure trembling, heartbreakingly familiar. Her melody. The unfinished song she had played her whole life, emerging now from the water itself. Each note rippled through the flood, sending soft waves against her knees. The piano, half submerged, began to play without hands. Keys moved like pale fish breaking the surface. The sound was both beautiful and unbearable, a memory given shape. Moira reached out, her fingertips grazing the edge of the instrument. The wood was swollen and slick, yet warm, as though it had been waiting for her. She tried to complete the melody, to play the final missing chord, but her fingers passed through the keys as though they were smoke. A figure moved through the water, slow, graceful, weightless. A woman, or the memory of one, drifting closer. Her dress billowed like clouded silk, her hair floating in ribbons of light. She didn't speak, but her eyes held something Moira recognized instantly. Sorrow that had turned into patience. The water reached Moira's waist. Her breath came shallow, but she did not feel fear. Only the heaviness of understanding, pressing against her ribs. The woman lifted a hand, pointing toward the piano. There, beneath the surface, a small golden locket rested between the keys, shimmering faintly. Moira bent down to reach it, her fingers trembling just above the waterline. The melody swelled, every note vibrating through her skin. When she finally touched the locket, a shock of warmth spread up her arm. Not pain, but something close to memory. A whisper echoed through the flood. When the rain comes back. She looked up. The woman was gone. The current quickened. Books drifted from their shelves, pages opening like wings. The portraits on the wall blurred and bled, their faces melting into light. The house groaned, and for an instant, she thought she saw Daniel at the top of the stairs, calling her name, though no sound reached her. His outline rippled and broke apart, replaced by water pouring down the steps. Moira tried to call back, but her voice made no sound. Only bubbles rose from her lips, shimmering upward, bursting into faint musical notes. The melody changed then, slowed, softened, became something like a lullaby. The water reached her chest, her shoulders. She tilted her head back, looking toward the ceiling, which had vanished entirely. Above her stretched an endless expanse of sky, not stormy, not calm, just infinite. Through it drifted fragments of her house, the lamp, the teacups, the ribbon of lavender, all turning slowly, weightless. Then, silence. The flood stilled. The piano rested beneath the surface, glowing faintly from within. A single note hung in the air. The final one, the one she could never play. It lingered, impossibly long, like a breath held at the edge of release. When it faded, the water began to drain away, not downward, but upward, lifting itself through the ceiling as mist. The floorboards reappeared beneath her feet, dry and pale. The furniture settled, untouched. The piano gleamed clean, its lid closed as though it had never been disturbed. Moira stood alone in the quiet room. The air smelled of rain and lavender. Her hands were empty. The locket was gone. She looked down at her reflection in the piano's polished surface. For a moment, she thought she saw the other woman's face there instead. Softer, younger, wearing a faint smile that was not entirely her own. Then the image shifted, rippled, and vanished. Moira woke with a start. The room was gray with early dawn. The sound of real rain whispered against the windows, soft and steady. Daniel still slept beside her, his breathing deep and even. She swung her legs out of bed, the floor cool beneath her feet. Her slippers waited where she had left them. When she slipped them on, she felt it, the unmistakable chill of damp fabric. She looked down. The edges were darkened, wet to the touch, smelling faintly of the creek. Outside, the rain continued, gentle, unhurried, as Alder Creek murmured its endless lullaby beneath the window, keeping time with the single unplayed note that still echoed softly in her chest. The following afternoon carried that gentle stillness that often comes after long rain, when the air feels rinsed and the light returns cautiously, as though it's unsure it's welcome. The world beyond the window gleamed with dampness. The stones by the creek, the dark bark of trees, even the porch rail Daniel had mended months ago. Everything shone softly, reborn under the washed sky. Moira sat at the kitchen table, her teacup cooling beside her, eyes fixed on nothing in particular. She had not told Daniel about the dream, nor about her wet slippers. Some truths were too fragile to name, like mist that vanished when you tried to touch it. Yet the weight of it stayed in her chest, humming faintly, the way music lingers after the notes are gone. Around midday, a knock came at the door, light, hesitant. For a heartbeat, Moira thought it might be the echo of her dream returning. But when she opened the door, there was Leah, standing with her hands clasped around a small notebook, her hair still damp from the walk up the hill. "Mrs. Linden," she said warmly, "I was in the area for another visit and thought I'd check in on you two. Is now a bad time?" "No," Moira said, forcing a small smile. "Please come in. The weather's kind again. It would be rude to waste it alone." Leah stepped inside, her boots leaving faint prints on the mat. The scent of rain clung to her, fresh and earthy, and something floral beneath it, like lavender. Moira noticed the silver locket at her neck gleaming against her dark sweater. The same locket she had seen in that photograph, the one she had hidden away since. "Mr. Linden around?" Leah asked lightly, glancing toward the back of the house. "He's gone to the hardware store," Moira replied. "That place must be his second home." Leah smiled. "My father was like that, always fixing what didn't need fixing." She placed the notebook on the table, tapping it thoughtfully. "It's quiet here, peaceful." The word caught in the air like a familiar refrain. Peaceful. Moira let it sit between them without comment. Leah looked around the room, her gaze pausing on the piano in the corner. "You play," she said, almost as a question. "Sometimes," Moira said softly, "mostly to keep the dust off it." "I used to play too," Leah murmured. "My mother taught me." Something in her tone drew Moira's eyes to her face. Leah's expression had changed, gentler, distant, as though she were remembering something that hurt to recall. "She loved music," Leah continued, "especially sad songs. Said they were more honest." She laughed quietly, though the sound trembled. "She disappeared when I was a child, near here actually, Alder Creek. My father and the police searched for weeks, but they never found anything. Just her scarf tangled in a branch by the water." Moira's heart stilled. The air in the room thickened, as though the house itself had taken a breath and forgotten how to let it go. Leah looked down, turning the locket absently between her fingers. "I don't know why I'm telling you this," she said. "Every time I come through this part of the county, I feel something, like the air remembers her." Moira swallowed. "What was her name?" she asked, though she already knew. "Elena," Leah said softly. "Elena Price." The name rang like a chime deep in Moira's mind, unlocking a dozen quiet fears that had waited behind the walls of her heart. The letters, the lavender, the portrait, all the pieces she had tried not to fit together, now slid perfectly into place. Leah smiled faintly, unaware of the storm gathering behind Moira's silence. "It's funny," she said. "Sometimes I think I see her in dreams, always by water, always humming something I can't quite catch." Moira's hands trembled in her lap. "A melody?" Leah nodded. "Yes, just a few notes, familiar somehow." Without thinking, Moira rose and walked toward the piano. Her steps were slow, uncertain, as though she were moving through deep water. "Would you remember it if you heard it?" she asked quietly. Leah tilted her head. "Maybe." Moira opened the piano lid, her fingers brushing across the keys. The instrument gave a soft sigh, like breath meeting air after being held too long. She played the opening line of her unfinished melody, the same one that had haunted the house, the same tune she'd heard beneath the creek's whisper. Leah froze. Her eyes widened slightly. Without speaking, she moved closer and sat beside Moira on the bench. Her fingers, pale and steady, found the next few notes and continued where Moira had stopped. The sound filled the house, delicate and trembling. The two women played in unison for a moment, the melody passing between them like a thread being pulled from one life into another. When Leah stopped, her hands hovered above the keys. "That's it," she whispered. "That's what she used to play." Moira's throat closed. "Your mother." Leah nodded. "She said it was her favorite song. She never told me its name." The air seemed to vibrate faintly around them. Outside, the rain had returned in a thin drizzle, tapping softly against the glass like distant applause. Moira forced her hands to stay still on her lap. Her pulse was a drumbeat beneath her skin. "Did she ever come here?" she asked carefully. "To this area, I mean." "Sometimes," Leah said. "She had friends by the creek. I don't know who. I was too young." She looked at Moira with quiet curiosity. "Why?" Moira shook her head slowly. "No reason. It's just..." She paused, her voice faltering. "This house has been here a long time. It remembers things." Leah smiled gently, unaware of the tremor in Moira's tone. "Maybe she used to pass by. It's strange how places hold echoes. You can almost feel them if you listen close enough." Her fingers drifted across the keys again, replaying the melody's first line. The sound was softer now, dreamlike. Moira stared at her hands, the shape of her knuckles, the angle of her wrist. They were not just similar to Elena's, they were identical. Even the way she pressed the keys, lingering slightly on each note, was the same. When the final chord faded, Leah turned and said quietly, "You look pale, Mrs. Linden. Are you all right?" Moira nodded, though her voice had abandoned her. "I'm fine. It's just that song. It always brings something back." Leah smiled again, kind and unknowing. "That means it's a good one." She stood, fastening her locket, and gathered her notebook. "I should go. My visits tend to stretch longer than I plan." Moira followed her to the door, her pulse echoing in her ears. As Leah stepped out onto the porch, she turned once more, her face lit softly by the gray light. "You know," she said, "it's strange. I always feel lighter when I leave here, like I've left something behind that doesn't belong to me." Moira managed a faint smile. "Maybe you have." When Leah disappeared down the path, the silence that returned was immense. Moira stood in the doorway for a long while, watching the fog rise again from Alder Creek. Then she turned back toward the piano. The lid was still open, the keys glistening faintly in the dim light. She pressed one note, just one, and it answered her in perfect pitch, resonant and true. But when she leaned closer, she saw a thin film of moisture on the ivory surface. Not water. Tears. Evening came with a bruised sky, the clouds thick as unspoken words. A faint orange light bled through the fog and scattered across the windows, giving the house a dim, dreamlike glow. Moira sat by the piano long after Leah had gone, her fingers tracing invisible circles on the keys. The melody they had played together still lingered in the air, like smoke that refused to fade. She had tried to tell herself that it was all coincidence, the song, the locket, the resemblance. But denial had grown too heavy to hold. The music had opened something inside her, something that had been locked for decades. When the knock came again, she already knew who it would be. Leah stood on the porch, the same small notebook clutched to her chest, her hair damp again from the persistent mist. Her eyes looked different this time, softer, but shadowed with something like urgency. "I'm sorry to come back so soon," she said. "I didn't mean to intrude, but I found something, and I thought you might help me understand it." Moira hesitated only a moment before opening the door. "Come in, dear. It's cold out there." Leah stepped inside. The scent of wet air followed her, earth, rain, and something faintly metallic, like the creek's breath. She placed her notebook on the table, but instead of opening it, she reached into her coat pocket and pulled out an old photograph encased in a cracked plastic sleeve. "I found this in one of my mother's old journals," she said quietly. "It must have been tucked away for years." She handed it to Moira. The photograph was faded, the edges curled, but the image was unmistakable. A younger Daniel, standing beside the woman from the portrait, Elena, both of them smiling beneath the branches of a willow tree. Daniel's arm rested lightly around her shoulders, his expression calm but intimate. The sight of it sent a tremor through Moira's chest, the air around her turning thin. "Where did you say you found this?" she asked, though she already knew the answer would hurt. "In a sealed envelope," Leah said. "It was marked Alder Creek, 1979. I wasn't even born yet." Moira turned the photo over, her hands trembling. There, in faded ink, were words written in Daniel's familiar slanted handwriting, "For E, until the water forgets." Beneath it, a date, 1973, 6 years before Leah's birth. Moira's mouth went dry. The pen strokes were unmistakable, the same flourish in the E, the same looping F she'd seen on notes Daniel left her for decades. Her mind tried to refuse it, to rearrange the logic, but the truth pressed against her like cold glass. Leah was watching her closely now, searching her face for something. Recognition, perhaps, or reassurance. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said gently. Moira forced her voice to steady. "It's an old photo," she murmured. "Time plays tricks. Maybe he just knew your mother, that's all." Leah shook her head. "My father met her after that date. He used to say she never liked having her picture taken. But this..." She tapped the corner of the photograph. "She looks happy here. It's strange, isn't it? She told no one she'd ever been to Alder Creek, but this was taken right by the bend where your house sits." Moira's fingers tightened around the photo. "Did your mother ever talk about someone named Daniel?" Leah hesitated. "No, she never said any names. Just that there was someone she once trusted, and shouldn't have." The words landed like stones in still water. The silence that followed was deep enough to hear the soft hum of the refrigerator, the gentle patter of rain against the window. Leah smiled faintly, though her eyes had lost their light. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring sadness. I just thought maybe you'd know the place in the picture. Maybe it could tell me something." Moira looked at the photograph again. Behind the two figures, half blurred by the lens, was the outline of the very house they stood in now. The porch rail was younger, freshly painted, the windows gleaming. It wasn't just the same place. It was the same moment, preserved. The beginning of everything she had chosen not to ask about. Her breath shook. "I do know it," she whispered. "That's right outside this door." Leah's eyebrows lifted in surprise. "Really? Then, they must have known each other well." Moira didn't answer. She could hear Daniel's voice faintly in her memory, echoing from decades ago. "The past has its own gravity, Moira. Once you start looking, it drags you under." Leah was still speaking, her voice low, thoughtful. "You know, sometimes I wonder if my mother didn't just disappear. Maybe she chose to stay where she felt most herself. My father thought she drowned, but I never believed it. I think she became part of this place, like the creek took her in." Moira's vision blurred for a moment, not from tears, but from the weight of realization. The creek had always sounded like a voice calling her name. Perhaps it had never been calling her at all. Leah stood and moved toward the piano, brushing her fingers along the keys. "This melody," she said softly, pressing one note, then another. "It feels like her, like she's somewhere close whenever I play it." The sound filled the room again, trembling like breath. The same unfinished song, alive between generations, passed down, not through teaching, but through memory. Moira's voice came out in a whisper. "Leah, have you ever asked your father when you were born?" Leah blinked, puzzled. "Of course, 1980. Moira nodded slowly, the ache in her chest deepening. "And he never mentioned this photograph?" "No," Leah said, glancing at it again. "He said my mother never kept pictures of other men." She gave a small, uncertain laugh, trying to lighten the air. "I suppose everyone has secrets, don't they?" Moira forced a smile that never reached her eyes. "Yes," she murmured. "Everyone does." Leah tucked the photograph back into her pocket. "Thank you for listening," she said. "Sometimes I just need to talk to someone who understands quiet." Moira followed her to the door once more, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. "You're always welcome here," she said softly. Leah stepped out into the gray evening. The fog curled around her figure as she walked down the path, the silver locket at her throat catching one last glint of light before she vanished into the mist. When Moira closed the door, the air inside the house felt heavier. She leaned against the frame, the photograph's image still burning in her mind. Daniel's face beside Elena's, smiling as though the world had never known guilt. She turned the photo over once more in her memory. The date, the handwriting, 1973, before Leah was born, before she had met Daniel, before Moira had ever known what it meant to keep silent. Outside, Alder Creek murmured its endless song, soft and steady, as though it had been waiting all along for someone to finally listen. And in that whisper, Moira thought she heard a new voice. Small, childlike, rising from the water's edge, humming the same unfinished melody, perfectly in tune. The rain refused to leave. It came down in sheets now, relentless, drumming against the roof until the house itself seemed to flinch beneath the weight of it. The world beyond the windows blurred into gray motion, trees bending like weary witnesses, the swollen body of Alder Creek pressing against its banks. By the third night, the creek had begun to rise. Its calm surface was gone, In its place surged a brown, churning ribbon, swollen with silt and fallen leaves. The current groaned against stones that had not moved in decades. Every few minutes, a dull thud echoed through the valley as branches broke free and collided downstream. Moira stood at the kitchen window, watching the water climb the slope toward the garden. The rain had turned the soil to glassy mud, swallowing the footprints she left only moments before. The air smelled of iron and pine and something older, the scent of earth remembering what it once was. Behind her, Daniel coughed again. The sound came from deep in his chest, raw and stubborn. It had started days ago, small and harmless, but it grew worse each night until it filled the quiet between raindrops. "Sit down," she said softly, leaving the window. "You'll make it worse." He sat by the fire, a blanket over his knees, his skin pale beneath the flickering light. "Just a cold," he said hoarsely. "It'll pass." But Moira saw how his hands trembled as he reached for his tea, how his breath came shallow, labored. She knelt beside him and pressed a cool cloth to his forehead. His skin burned faintly beneath it. "Maybe you should see someone," she said. "There's still time before the roads flood." He smiled faintly, though his eyes stayed on the flames. "And say what? That the house is breathing again? That the water talks to us in our sleep?" Moira froze. "You've heard it too?" His gaze flickered to her then, sharp despite his exhaustion. "You think I'm deaf, Moira? You think I don't hear the piano when no one's near it? Or the sound of dripping when the roof is dry?" He leaned back, closing his eyes. "You keep playing that song every night like it'll keep the ghosts quiet, but it only wakes them." Her voice trembled. "Then why won't you tell me what they want?" He said nothing. The only answer was his cough, breaking the silence like something tearing inside him. That evening, Moira lit every candle in the house. She told herself it was for comfort, but deep down she knew the truth. Light was easier than silence. The sound of rain on the roof was like endless fingers, tapping for attention, and the creek outside roared louder with each hour. When Daniel finally fell asleep, she went to the piano. The room was dim, the candles throwing slow-moving shadows across the walls. Her fingers hovered above the keys, uncertain, but the melody found her anyway. It always did. The first notes were soft, hesitant, the same fragile tune she had hummed for years, but tonight it came faster, almost desperate. Each chord struck against the rhythm of the rain, blending into something larger. The house seemed to listen. The floor trembled faintly beneath her feet. She closed her eyes, letting the music pour out until her arms ached, until the notes grew so loud in her chest that she could no longer tell where the piano ended and she began. When she stopped, the silence that followed was absolute. Then, from the other side of the wall, came an answering sound. Not music, not a voice, just a low vibration, deep and steady, like the creek itself humming in reply. It pulsed through the floorboards, through the air, through her bones. She pressed her palm flat against the piano's surface. It was warm. She whispered, barely audible, "What do you want from us?" The vibration stopped. Then, slowly, a single droplet of water slid from beneath the piano lid, tracing the length of the instrument before falling onto the floor. It landed with a soft tick, perfectly in time with the dripping she'd once heard beneath the house. Her breath hitched. She knelt and touched the floorboard where it had fallen. The wood was damp, as though something beneath it had wept through. The hum began again, faint, but insistent. She could feel it under her fingertips. A rhythm, slow and deliberate, echoing the heartbeat of something buried deep. She looked toward the cellar door. The locks shone faintly in the candlelight, slick with condensation. "Daniel," she whispered, though she knew he couldn't hear her through his sleep. "It's still down there, isn't it?" The fire crackled softly in response. Outside, thunder rolled over the hills, not sharp but continuous, blending with the creek's furious voice. It sounded less like a storm and more like something ancient, waking from its long rest. Moira rose and walked to the window. The water had reached the base of the garden fence. A small wooden chair floated lazily against the current, before tipping and disappearing into the dark. Her reflection in the glass looked older than she remembered. The candlelight made her face flicker, split between shadow and flame. Behind her reflection, she could almost see another figure. A woman, faint and translucent, standing by the piano, with her hands resting gently on the keys. Moira turned quickly. The room was empty, but the lid of the piano had lifted slightly, as though disturbed by breath. She crossed the room and lowered it again, whispering, "Rest, please." The sound that answered her was a soft, wet tap from the floor beneath. One drop, then another. When she returned to Daniel, he was stirring in his chair, his eyes opened halfway. "You shouldn't go near it," he murmured, his voice ragged. "The water remembers." She knelt beside him, smoothing the blanket. "What does it remember, Daniel?" He looked at her then, truly looked, and in that moment, his face was both the man she had married and a stranger entirely. "Everything we bury," he whispered, "everything we pretend not to hear." His eyelids fluttered closed again. His breathing grew shallow, uneven. Moira sat beside him until dawn, the rain drumming endlessly against the windows, the piano silent for once. But beneath the quiet, beneath the pulse of the storm, she could still feel it, that low hum rising through the floorboards, steady as breath, patient as truth waiting to be spoken. And as the gray light crept into the house, she finally realized the creek was no longer just outside. It was coming closer, threading itself through the veins of the home, seeping through the wood and into their lives, one drop at a time. Morning came dim and reluctant, filtered through rain that refused to end. The sky hung low over Alder Creek, heavy and colorless, pressing the mist down until it hugged the earth like grief that would not lift. The creek had breached the garden wall sometime during the night, its restless current carrying branches, leaves, and pieces of their fence downstream. The world outside seemed to be dissolving, edges blurred, boundaries erased. Inside, Daniel sat by the fire again, wrapped in the same blanket, his breath shallow but steady. His cough had quieted, but only because there was no strength left in him to feed it. The fever left his skin waxen and his eyes distant, as though he was watching something unfold far beyond the walls of the house. Moira knelt beside him with a bowl of cool water, wringing out a cloth. "You need to eat something," she murmured. He shook his head. "No appetite. You'll fade away." Daniel smiled faintly, the curve of his mouth tired, but strangely peaceful. "Maybe that's what the house wants." "Don't start," she said, forcing calm into her voice. "You just need rest." He looked at her then, really looked, and something old and unguarded flickered in his eyes. "I haven't rested in 40 years, Moira." The words struck her like a chill. "What are you talking about?" He leaned back, the blanket slipping slightly from his shoulders. The firelight painted his face in slow gold, outlining every line time had carved into him. "You asked me once," he whispered, "what the water remembers." She nodded silently. It remembers everything I tried to bury. The rain deepened outside, hitting the windows with a hollow rhythm. Moira's pulse echoed it, uneven and afraid. "Daniel," she said carefully, "don't talk like that." But he continued, as if the words had waited too long to be spoken. "It was before this house," he began. "Before you. There was a cabin by the bend where the creek widens. I worked construction then. Repairs, mostly. That's how I met her. Elena Price." The name hung between them like a shard of glass. Moira's throat closed. She was renting a room nearby. He went on, his voice soft, monotone, almost rehearsed. She said she wanted to paint the water, capture how it changed with the light. I built her a dock so she could sit close to the current. She laughed every time it creaked. He paused, closing his eyes. We spent that whole summer pretending time didn't exist. Then autumn came. The rain started early, just like this. The creek rose. She was painting one night. Said she'd finish one last piece before the season turned. I told her to come inside, that the boards were slick, but she wouldn't listen. Moira waited, her hands gripping the edge of the chair. She slipped, Daniel whispered. The current took her before I could reach her. I dove after, but the water was black, and the lantern went out. When they searched, they found nothing. The creek had swallowed her. The fire crackled softly, throwing sparks that faded before they landed. I told the sheriff she'd left town, Daniel continued. No one questioned it. She had no family nearby. They all believed she'd simply gone back east. Moira's voice trembled. But she didn't. He looked at her, eyes glistening. No, she didn't. The silence between them grew thick, pulsing with the sound of the storm. Moira wanted to move, to breathe, to say something, but every muscle in her body felt suspended. Daniel's gaze drifted toward the floor. Weeks passed. I couldn't bear it. The emptiness, the sound of that damned creek. So I built. Built what? He pointed toward the walls around them. This. All of it. On the same ground. I poured the foundation myself. Every nail. Every beam. I thought if I raised something solid over her, it would keep her from drifting away. The room seemed to tilt. The air thickened until Moira could barely speak. You built the house over her? So you'd never have to leave it, he murmured. So neither of us would. Her breath came sharp and shallow. You mean she's... He nodded once, slow and deliberate. Somewhere beneath us. I never found her body. I searched the creek for days, but the water gave nothing back. So I built instead. The earth was soft then, after the storm. It took the weight easily. Moira pressed her hands to her mouth, her mind spinning. The lavender ribbon, the letters, the scent of varnish, all of it began to align into a truth she could neither deny nor fully grasp. You lied to me, she said softly. All these years. I lied to myself first, he whispered. I told myself I was building a home for you. But it wasn't. It was a grave. The flames flickered low, painting his face with ghost light. The sound of rain filled every pause. You loved her, Moira said, her voice breaking. He nodded. And I've loved you. That's the punishment, I think. To love twice and lose both. To wake every morning in a house that forgives neither. She wanted to hate him, to strike him, to scream. But beneath the fury was something quieter. Pity, perhaps, or recognition. The kind of sorrow that belonged to both of them now. Daniel coughed again, the sound raw, tearing. When he finally spoke, his voice was faint but clear. She doesn't hate us, Moira. The house hums because it still remembers her. The creek sings because she became part of it. He looked toward the piano then. That song you play, it was hers. She used to hum it while she painted. I didn't remember until I heard you play it again. The melody brought her back. Moira's eyes filled with tears. Why didn't you tell me? Would it have changed anything? She couldn't answer. The truth was, she didn't know. Daniel leaned back, exhausted. I thought if I kept it quiet, it would stay buried. But you can't bury something the water wants to keep. It finds a way to rise. The thunder outside rolled low and long, echoing his words. Moira rose slowly, walking to the window. The creek had reached the edge of the porch now, its surface swollen and shining under the pale light. She could almost see a shape beneath it, a current forming the faint outline of a woman's arm, a curve of fabric, a face. When she turned back, Daniel's eyes were closed. His breathing came thin and uneven. I'm sorry, he murmured. I built this place for peace, but all I did was give her walls. Moira knelt beside him, her tears falling soundlessly. Rest now, she whispered. We'll find her together. But he had already drifted away into sleep, or something close to it. Outside, Alder Creek surged louder, carrying pieces of the earth downstream. The house groaned against the wind, its beams creaking like a heart, trying to remember how to bear its own weight. And beneath it all, faint but unmistakable, came the sound of water running through wood, like breath, like memory, like a confession, at last spoken aloud. Night crept back into the house with the quiet insistence of memory. The storm had eased, but the air still trembled with what it had left behind. Outside, the creek had spread wide across the meadow, its surface glinting faintly under the half-moon, like a wound trying to heal in silver. The wind moved through the trees without hurry. It sounded less like weather and more like breathing. Daniel slept by the fire, his chest rising in shallow rhythm, the blanket pulled high. The fever had broken, leaving him pale and spent. The shadows on his face looked softer now, as though the house itself had forgiven him. Moira sat nearby in silence, listening to the slow crackle of wood and the faint drip from somewhere inside the walls. She should have felt rage or relief or something heavy enough to carry what he had told her. Instead, there was only stillness, the numb, fragile calm that follows the breaking of a long silence. She watched the flames trace themselves against the old piano lid, painting brief patterns of light that vanished before they could form. Her thoughts wandered. Every room in this house had a memory she had loved. The scent of bread rising in the kitchen, the rhythm of Daniel's hammer on the porch, the low hum of the creek at night. Now all of it had turned, just slightly, revealing a darker shape beneath. Love and guilt, she thought, were made of the same fibers. Both stitched themselves into silence. She rose quietly and walked toward the piano. Her reflection met her in its polished surface, blurred by the firelight. She touched one key. It responded faintly, like breath against her fingers. The note lingered, vibrating through the floor, into her bones. For a moment, she imagined the whole house could feel it too. Then came the whisper. It was soft, so faint she almost mistook it for the sigh of cooling wood. But it came again, a voice rising from beneath the floorboards, low and trembling, shaped like her own name. Moira. Her body stiffened. She turned toward the cellar door. The locks were still in place, gleaming dull in the half-light. The whisper came again, clearer now, not calling her name, but speaking something else. A phrase carried upward through the grain of the wood. You already forgave him. The air seemed to fold in on itself. Her knees weakened. She stepped closer to the floor, pressing her palm against it. The boards were warm, faintly vibrating, alive with sound that wasn't wind or water, "Who's there?" she whispered. No answer, only the faint hiss of rain resuming outside, thin as thread. She leaned closer. "Say it again." The whisper returned, steady now. The same words, the same tone, almost familiar. "You already forgave him." Her heart stuttered. It was her own voice, not just similar, identical. She sat back on her heels, her breath catching. For a long moment she couldn't move. Then, driven by something deeper than fear, she went to the sideboard by the wall and pulled open the lower drawer. Beneath old sheet music and worn tablecloths, she found it. A small, dust-covered tape recorder. It was an old model, one Daniel had used years ago to record her when she played. He had loved preserving sounds, the creak of the porch, the hum of the creek, the things he said made the house alive. She hadn't seen the recorder in decades. She lifted it onto the table, her fingers shaking as she brushed away the dust. The plastic was cracked, but the small red light still flickered when she pressed play. For a moment, nothing. Just static, a low hiss like the sound of rain inside metal. Then, faintly, a piano. Her piano. The first few notes of that unfinished melody. The sound filled the room, fragile, distant, as though it came from underwater. Then, her own voice, younger, breathier. "It wasn't your fault, Daniel. You didn't mean to. You already forgave yourself." Moira's throat closed. She remembered now. The night after his confession all those years ago. The night he came home drenched, trembling, saying she had slipped, that he'd tried to save her. Moira had held him while he wept, whispering words she didn't understand then, but meant to comfort. Daniel had recorded her voice that night without her knowing. The tape crackled again. Then her voice returned, quieter. "You already forgave him." She pressed stop. The silence that followed was heavy, shaped by the echo of her own compassion, long buried. She turned toward Daniel, still sleeping by the fire, unaware of the ghosts that had been born from their sorrow. The sound had not come from the dead. It had come from the living, from the past still looping inside these walls, replaying the moment when Mercy had first entered the house. Moira sat back down beside him. "You kept it," she whispered, "all this time." His eyelids fluttered slightly, but he didn't wake. The rain deepened. Through the window, the reflection of the creek shimmered like liquid glass. She could almost see Elena's face in it. Calm, unblaming, a memory diffused through water and sound. Moira reached for Daniel's hand. His fingers were cold, but still responded faintly to her touch. "You built this house to bury her," she murmured, "but you built it out of love too. That's why it remembers her so clearly." A low groan came from the walls, the familiar shifting of wet timber, yet it felt gentler this time, almost like gratitude. She pressed play once more. The tape began again. The melody, her voice, the faint echo of Daniel's sobbing beneath it. She let it play until the tape hissed to silence. When it ended, the whisper returned, not from the floor this time, but from the air itself, thin and dissolving. "You already forgave him." The sound faded into the rhythm of rain, absorbed back into the wood that had carried it for 40 years. Moira sat very still, eyes closed, her hand resting over Daniel's. The house was utterly still now. The piano no longer hummed. The creek outside had softened to a steady lullaby. There were no ghosts here, not in the way stories imagined them. Only echoes of water, of voices, of the moment when grief had learned how to speak gently. And beneath it all, faint but steady, came a new sound, the quiet harmony of two heartbeats, one waking, one almost gone, keeping time with the rain. The rain stopped at dawn, as though the world had exhausted itself. The silence that followed was so complete, it almost hurt. Alder Creek had spilled beyond its edges, but now it lay still. A long, glistening mirror reflecting the pale, washed sky. The air hung thick with moisture and the faint scent of pine sap and earth torn open by water. Inside the house, everything was damp to the touch. The windows clouded with condensation, the wood beneath Moira's feet swollen and dark. She moved slowly from room to room, her hands brushing the walls as though confirming that they still stood. The quiet after the storm was not peace. It was the kind of stillness that comes after something irrevocable, when the world pauses to remember. Daniel slept deeply in the armchair, the blanket drawn to his chin, the tape recorder resting silent beside him. His face looked softer now, boyish in the gray morning light. The fever had passed, leaving only exhaustion and the faint rise and fall of breath. Moira watched him for a long time, then turned toward the hallway. Her eyes fell on the cellar door, swollen, gleaming faintly in the half-light, as though it knew she was coming. She gathered a bundle of candles from the mantel and lit one. The flame flickered, unsteady at first, then settled into a steady glow. It was not courage that carried her down the hall, but necessity, the same pull that had drawn her to the piano, to the lavender ribbon, to the melody she could no longer stop hearing. The truth was no longer something she feared. It was simply something unfinished. The keys to the locks were still where Daniel had left them, hanging from the nail above the coat rack. The metal was cold against her skin. When she turned the first key, it gave easily. The second one stuck for a moment, then released with a soft sigh, like the breath of someone finally ready to speak. She pushed the door open. The smell met her first, damp wood, rust, and something sweet beneath it, the faint trace of lavender. She descended the narrow stairs, the candle trembling in her hand, its light painting the walls gold. The air was cooler here, dense and metallic. At the bottom, she paused. The chest was still where she'd left it, but the lid was open now, wide open, as if waiting. The letters inside had fanned themselves into a soft arc, their edges fluttering faintly, though no wind moved in the room. The rosary lay coiled atop them, beads gleaming like drops of dew. Moira stepped closer. Her shadow swayed across the walls, long and uncertain. She knelt before the chest and touched the ribbon still tied around the bundle of lavender. The scent rose instantly, sweet and sharp, filling her lungs with something that felt like memory. Each object seemed to hum with its own faint vibration. Not sound exactly, but presence. When she brushed her fingers along the letters, the paper felt warm, as if it remembered being held. The rosary beads rolled gently under her touch, catching the candlelight in their smooth, dark surfaces. The lavender stems, though dry and brittle, seemed impossibly fragrant, as though the years had not touched them at all. She whispered into the stillness, her voice soft but clear. Elena. The sound of her own voice surprised her. It seemed to echo off the stone walls, returning gentler, like a sigh. She placed the candle beside the chest and began to unfold one of the letters. The ink had faded, but the words were still legible, fluid, graceful. My dearest D, the rain hasn't stopped. I think of you building things, shaping the world into something that will last longer than either of us. I think of the creek and how it carries everything it touches, even the parts of us we try to hide. Promise me, if I ever vanish into it, you'll let the water keep me. Don't pull me out. Let me stay where I belong. Moira's throat tightened. She laid the letter down carefully, her fingers trembling. The candlelight flickered against the wall. For a moment, she thought she saw movement, a shimmer in the far corner of the cellar, a suggestion of color against the stone. She turned, holding the candle higher. The light reached the old workbench. The varnish jars were still there, but one of them had been knocked over, its contents dried to a dark stain that spread like a shadow across the surface. Beneath it, half hidden under a sheet of canvas, something gleamed faintly. Glass, perhaps. She pulled the fabric aside. It was a small framed photograph, sealed beneath a thin layer of dust. The same image Leah had shown her. Daniel and Elena by the creek, smiling. But this one was clearer, brighter, as though time had never dimmed it. She held it close to the candle. The edges were stained with varnish, but the faces were untouched. A drop of wax fell from the candle onto her wrist, burning slightly. She didn't flinch. Her eyes stayed fixed on the photograph. Something about the light shifted then, not in the candle, but in the air itself. It thickened, golden and soft, filling the small room with a glow that seemed to come from nowhere. The shadows retreated, folding themselves into corners. The chest, the letters, the photograph, all of it shimmered faintly, as if reflecting light from beneath rather than above. She heard the faintest sound, a hum, low and steady, rising through the floor. Not the menacing vibration she had feared before, but something purer, almost musical. She whispered again, "Elena, what do you want?" The answer came not in words, but in sensation. Warmth spreading from her chest outward, a weight she hadn't realized she'd been carrying dissolving into air. The candle flame steadied, tall and bright. The scent of lavender deepened until it filled the whole cellar. Moira felt tears on her cheeks, though she hadn't noticed herself crying. Each object before her seemed to pulse faintly with light now. The rosary, the ribbon, even the dried stems. The chest wasn't just open, it was alive, breathing out the remnants of a life that had never been buried properly. She reached into it, laying her palm flat across the bundle of letters. "You can rest," she whispered. "He's told me. I know." The hum beneath her feet grew softer, slower, like a heart easing its rhythm. The candle flickered once more, but this time it wasn't from any draft. It was as if the flame bowed. Then the light spread wider, touching every corner of the room, turning the stone walls almost translucent. For an instant, Moira thought she saw water flowing through them, thin, shining streams moving upward instead of down, dissolving into light. And in that brief, impossible moment, she understood. Nothing beneath this house had ever been truly buried. It had only been waiting to be seen. She closed the chest gently, the sound echoing like a final note. The candlelight softened, returning to its small, steady glow. The cellar smelled of lavender and rain. Moira lingered there a while longer, sitting on the cold floor beside the chest, her hands folded in her lap. When she finally stood to leave, she felt lighter, as if the air itself had given something back. At the top of the stairs, she paused and looked back, one last time. The candle still burned below, its flame perfectly still, untouched by the weight of the air. The light seemed to hold her gaze, steady and kind, as though promising that nothing sacred ever truly sinks. It only waits beneath the water until someone is ready to listen. When Moira returned upstairs, the light had changed. It was softer now, filtered through the thinning rain, carrying the faint shimmer of evening. The air was cool but not cold. Even the smell of damp wood had gentled, replaced by something sweeter. Lavender, faint but persistent, winding through the house like a remembered prayer. Daniel was still asleep in the armchair. His breathing had grown quieter, so light it seemed to drift in time with the flickering candle by his side. The tape recorder sat silent on the table, its red light dead. Moira brushed her fingers over it once, the way one touches the hand of an old friend who no longer stirs. The world outside the windows was unrecognizable. Alder Creek had broken its banks completely, spreading across the meadow in slow-moving ripples of bronze light. The water caught the sky's reflection and turned it to metal. Trees leaned with their roots half buried. Fences vanished under the surface. The creek wasn't a boundary anymore. It was a mirror, alive and endless. The hum beneath the house had returned. She felt it first through the soles of her feet, a low, steady vibration that pulsed upward through the boards. It wasn't menacing this time. It felt like heartbeat, like the slow, patient rhythm of something breathing in peace. Moira walked to the piano. The candles trembled as she passed, their flames bending toward the ceiling as if drawn by some invisible tide. Shadows slid along the walls in long, fluid lines. Every sound in the house, the rain, the shifting wood, the faint whisper of Daniel's breath, seemed to blend into a single tone. She sat on the bench. Her hands hovered above the keys. The piano felt warm beneath her fingers, alive in a way it had never been before. The lid was still damp from the cellar air, but it no longer smelled of rot or varnish. It smelled like rain on open ground. For a long moment, she didn't move. The silence before the first note was immense, almost sacred. She closed her eyes and saw it all. The woman in the water, Daniel's trembling hands, the chest, the letters, the candle burning steadily below. The stories, the lies, the love, all of it had been threads of the same melody, waiting for its final chord. She began to play. The sound was soft at first, a whisper against the roar of the creek. Then it grew, spreading through the house in waves. The unfinished melody that had haunted her for years finally found its way forward. Each note rose, paused, then fell again, like breath. The house trembled lightly with it, beams shifting, windows vibrating in sympathy. The hum beneath her feet deepened, no longer separate from the song, but part of it, an undercurrent that grounded the melody, like a second voice singing below her own. Outside, the creek swelled higher. The water pressed against the foundation, seeping into the earth around it. The house didn't resist. It exhaled, releasing years of held silence into the air. The candle flames stretched taller, bending in one direction, their light thinning into gold ribbons that danced toward the ceiling. The reflection of the piano shimmered across the windows, doubled in the glass, one solid, one liquid. Moira's fingers moved with a surety she didn't know she possessed. It was as if someone guided her hands, whispering the next note just before she reached it. The melody unfolded, circling back on itself, weaving fragments of her life into sound. Daniel's voice, Leah's laughter, Elena's name carried by water. And then, there it was, the final phrase. The missing notes she had never found before arrived easily now, flowing into her as naturally as breath. They were simple, inevitable, like the closing of a door that had always been waiting to shut. The house responded. A deep vibration moved through the floor, the kind that can be felt more than heard. The walls gave a long, low sigh. The candlelight brightened all at once, turning white for the briefest moment. Then, silence. Not absence. Completion. The final chord hung in the air, sustained by the hum of the house and the faint rumble of the creek. The vibration settled, spreading outward until it touched everything. The chair, the windows, the beams, even Daniel's resting form. For a heartbeat, Moira felt the entire house breathing with her. And then something extraordinary happened. The floor beneath the piano glowed faintly. Light seeped through the cracks between the boards. Thin silver threads rising upward, they shimmered like water catching moonlight, flowing gently, not up or down, but everywhere at once. Moira's tears came without warning. They were warm, unhurried, falling silently onto the keys. She didn't stop playing, not yet. The melody drifted on, softer now, slowing, as though the piano itself were remembering how to rest. In that moment, she felt forgiveness, real forgiveness, moving through her. It wasn't hers to give or receive. It simply existed, vast and indifferent, washing through the house like the tide. The air smelled of lavender again, deeper than before, almost sweet enough to taste. She looked toward Daniel. He was still asleep, but the lines of his face had softened. His hand had fallen open against the armrest, palm upward, as if reaching for something unseen. Moira whispered, "It's done." The wind outside shifted, and for the first time in weeks the rain truly stopped. The water still moved, but gently now, like the final verse of a lullaby. She played the last note, the true ending, the one that had hidden all these years in her bones, and let it fade. The house exhaled once more. The candles straightened, their flames steadied, perfectly still. The light filled the space in a quiet, even glow, no longer flickering, no longer reaching. And the house, old, weary, burdened by memory, felt warm. The boards beneath her feet no longer creaked. The air no longer trembled. Even the ever-present hum had quieted into something close to peace. The silence that followed wasn't hollow. It was alive. She rested her hands on the keys, not playing, just feeling the warmth of the wood. It pulsed faintly under her fingers, like a living thing. Through the window, she could see Alder Creek shimmering in the dim light, no longer furious, but calm, its surface smooth as glass. The reflection of the house rippled gently on it, glowing faintly as though it too had found a way to forgive. Moira stayed there long after the final sound had faded, the candlelight soft around her, the air still fragrant with lavender. The melody was finished. The house had listened, and somewhere deep beneath the floor, where wood met water, something unseen finally came to rest. The night dissolved slowly, like sugar in warm water. By the time the first hint of dawn touched the windows, the storm had vanished entirely. The air was hushed, holding the kind of quiet that feels almost reverent. The world outside glowed faintly silver, still wrapped in the fragile calm that follows great unraveling. Moira sat motionless at the piano, her hands resting on the keys, long after the final note had faded. The candles around her had burned low, their wicks curled and fragile. Thin trails of smoke rose upward, soft and blue, joining the pale breath of morning, filtering through the curtains. For the first time in years, the house was completely still. No hum beneath the floorboards, no whisper from the creek, no heartbeat in the walls. Just the faint rustle of leaves beyond the window, the sound of water easing itself back into rhythm. She turned slowly in her seat. Daniel still sat in the armchair by the fire, or at least she thought he did. But something in the light made her hesitate. The blanket had fallen slightly, the fabric darkened with damp. His jacket was folded neatly on the armrest, drops of water glinting along its creases like morning dew. The chair itself was empty. For a long moment, she couldn't move. The stillness of it all pressed around her like a held breath. The jacket's collar was turned outward, perfectly smoothed, as though placed there deliberately, with care. "Daniel," she said softly, though her voice felt too small for the room. No answer, only the faint murmur of the creek, soft and distant. She rose slowly, her legs stiff from hours of sitting. The boards beneath her feet were warm now, almost pulsing. She crossed the room, her eyes flicking from the chair to the window to the front door, which was no longer closed. It stood slightly ajar. The edges of it glowed with early light, soft and golden, spilling across the floor in long ribbons. The hinges didn't creak. They moved gently, almost shyly, as though the house itself were opening its lungs to the morning. "Daniel," she said again, louder this time. The word carried into the open air and disappeared. She stepped toward the door. The chill of dawn touched her skin, fresh and clean, carrying the faint scent of pine and wet soil. Outside, Alder Creek had receded, leaving glistening trails across the grass. Mist hovered above it, catching the light in shifting waves. Everything looked new. The garden fence, though broken, gleamed pale in the early sun. The air shimmered faintly with moisture, every leaf and branch lined with tiny beads of water that refracted light into fleeting rainbows. It was the kind of morning that feels like forgiveness. But Daniel was nowhere. His boots were gone from the mat by the door. His hat no longer hung on the peg. The porch, slick with dew, held no footprints at all. Moira stepped onto the threshold, the wooden floor cool under her bare feet. She looked toward the creek, half expecting to see him standing by the water's edge, perhaps bending to pick something from the reeds, as he often had in those early days. The current moved slow and golden, carrying small fragments of driftwood downstream. The mist parted in soft curls. For a fleeting instant, she thought she saw the outline of a figure standing midstream, a dark silhouette against the bright water. It was not solid, but neither was it empty. Just a presence, familiar in shape, unmoving. The light shifted, and the figure dissolved back into reflection. Her throat tightened. She took one step forward, then stopped. Something on the piano caught her eye. There, resting against the closed lid, was a piece of folded paper. She turned back into the room, the morning light following her across the floor. The paper was cream-colored, speckled faintly with water stains. She unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was unmistakable. "Now you can finish the song. No signature, no farewell." Just those 6 words, written in Daniel's careful, looping hand. Moira stood there, the paper trembling slightly between her fingers. The words blurred as tears filled her eyes, not from sorrow, but from the strange, quiet relief that came when something long bound was finally allowed to end. She looked again toward the chair. The jacket still glistened with droplets, as though carried through rain or river water. She touched it gently, feeling the fabric cold against her skin. The faint scent of varnish lingered, mixed with lavender. Her heart ached, but it did not break. It had done that long ago. What she felt now was something softer, the hollow peace that comes after understanding. She returned to the piano and sat down once more. The light had grown stronger now, spilling through the open door, washing the room in gold. The candle flames quivered in greeting, not from draft, but from recognition. She unfolded the note again and placed it atop the piano. Her fingers brushed the keys. The first sound that came was not music, but breath, a small exhale from somewhere within the instrument, like wood sighing. Then, quietly, she began to play. The melody was not the same as before. It was slower now, tender, threaded with pauses that let the light move through it. She played for the house, for the creek, for the woman beneath, and for the man who had loved them both. The notes shimmered through the room, carried upward through beams and walls, spilling through the open doorway into the dawn. Outside, the mist rose in soft spirals, catching the rhythm as if the world itself were listening. When she reached the final chord, she didn't let it fade right away. She held it, letting it bloom and soften until it no longer felt like music, but like silence turned to gold. A breeze moved through the open door then, gentle, fragrant, filled with sunlight. It passed through her hair, across her face, and over the piano, lifting the note from its place. The paper fluttered once, twice, then drifted outward, carried by air and light until it vanished into the brightness beyond. Moira smiled through her tears. The sound that followed was the house breathing, not creaking, not settling, but alive. The light deepened, touching every corner, until even the shadows seemed to glow. She whispered to the empty room, "He's home now." The creek answered softly, its murmur blending with the last lingering echoes of her song. And for the first time in 40 years, the house at Alder Creek stood utterly still, not haunted, not waiting, but whole. Weeks passed like mist lifting from a field. The days unfolded quietly, one into another, each carrying the faint scent of rain even under the new sun. The creek had retreated to its gentle rhythm, tracing silver lines through the reeds. The house, though still weathered, felt lighter now, as if the air inside it had been swept clean by something invisible. Moira lived softly in that stillness. She rose with the light, brewed tea, opened the windows wide. Dust no longer gathered on the piano keys. She played each morning, a little differently every time, letting the melody shift like the creek outside, never the same, never finished. Sometimes she spoke aloud as she played, as though the house were listening. Daniel's jacket still hung over the chair by the fire. She hadn't moved it. It no longer looked abandoned, only settled, as if it belonged there. The note he'd left, "Now you can finish the song," lay folded beside the piano, edges curled from light. The world didn't rush her. The days came and went, marked only by the quiet pulse of routine. Grief had faded into something gentler, a companion that sat nearby, but no longer demanded to be fed. One afternoon, near the end of summer, there was a knock on the door. Moira froze for an instant. Few people came out this far anymore. The mail carrier left letters by the road. Neighbors waved from a distance. When she opened the door, the sunlight framed a familiar figure on the porch. Leah stood there, hair windblown, eyes bright but uncertain. Her hands were tucked into her coat pockets, and slung over her shoulder was a small satchel. "Mrs. Linden," she said softly, almost shy. "I hope I'm not intruding." Moira's face softened. "You're never intruding, dear." Leah stepped inside. The air between them felt different now, open, steady, like a tide that had finally found its rhythm. "I didn't plan to come," Leah said. I kept thinking about this place, about you, about her." She hesitated, then met Moira's gaze. "I've been to the creek. It's peaceful now." Moira nodded. "It is. It always wanted to be." They sat at the kitchen table, the same one where they had shared tea months ago. Sunlight moved slowly across the wood, tracing warm shapes. For a while, they spoke of ordinary things, weather, work, the flowers by the road. Then, Leah grew quiet. "There's something I wanted to ask," she said. "When I was here last, I could tell. There was something you weren't saying. I don't mean to pry, but I feel like the house remembers something I should know." Moira looked at her hands. The silence stretched gently between them, not heavy this time, only waiting. Then finally she began to speak. She told her everything, not as confession, but as offering. Her voice was calm, almost tender, as she spoke of Daniel, of Elena, of the house built over sorrow, and the creek that never forgot. She spoke of the lavender, the piano, the hum beneath the floor, of the night when everything came undone, and somehow came whole again. Leah listened without interruption. Her eyes glistened, but her expression stayed soft, her breath steady. When Moira's words faltered, she reached out and took her hand, grounding her back to the present. When it was done, there was no shock, no denial, only quiet understanding, the kind that needs no explanation because it was already felt long before it was spoken. Leah wiped her eyes with the edge of her sleeve. "I always wondered why I felt safe here," she said. "Now I know." Moira smiled faintly, because she's still here, not haunting, just resting. The house remembers her kindly now. Leah nodded. "And him?" Moira's gaze drifted toward the chair by the fire. "He's part of that memory too. They both are. You can't separate one from the other anymore." They sat for a while in silence, listening to the faint sound of the creek through the open window. The air smelled of sun-warmed wood and lavender. After a time, Leah stood and walked toward the piano. Her fingertips brushed lightly across the keys. "Would you show me the song?" Moira rose, moving slowly but without hesitation. She joined her at the bench, their shoulders almost touching. "You've heard it before," she said softly, "but this time you'll learn it." Leah smiled through her tears. "I'd like that." Moira placed her fingers gently over Leah's, guiding them to the first chord. The sound that rose was delicate, tentative. The notes hung in the air for a long time before falling away. "It's simple," Moira whispered, "but it changes depending on who plays it. That's how it stays alive." Leah played again, more certain now. The melody carried differently beneath her touch. Lighter, younger, filled with something unbroken. Moira listened, her eyes soft, her breath matching the rhythm. As Leah reached the middle phrase, she hesitated. "It feels like it's about to end," she said. Moira smiled. "No, that's where it begins again." Together they played the final passage, their hands weaving the melody in unison. The sound filled the house with warmth. Outside, the creek shimmered beneath the afternoon sun, the water catching flashes of gold where light touched it. When the last note faded, neither spoke for a long time. Leah turned to her, eyes bright with quiet wonder. "It doesn't feel sad," she said. "It isn't," Moira replied. "It's what comes after sadness." Leah exhaled softly, as though she'd been holding her breath for years. "Then I'll keep it. I'll play it for her. For both of them." Moira nodded, her smile small but real. "Do that. But make it your own. Every version should sound a little different. That's how it forgives itself." They sat there until the light shifted, long shadows stretching across the room. The world outside felt whole again. Imperfect, yes, but steady. When Leah finally rose to leave, she looked once more at the piano, then at Moira. "You'll be all right." Moira laughed softly, the sound thin but sincere. "I already am. I just didn't know it until now." Leah embraced her, the kind of hug that feels like remembering something important. Then she stepped out onto the porch, the sunlight spilling around her. Moira watched as she walked down the path toward the creek, her figure small against the wide, forgiving landscape. The sound of her footsteps blended with the soft, endless murmur of water. When the door closed, the house stayed quiet, but not empty. Moira returned to the piano. Her fingers hovered above the keys. She didn't play this time. She simply rested her hands there, listening to the silence, the kind that holds gratitude, not absence. The light through the window warmed her face. Somewhere outside, Leah began to hum the melody, slightly off-key but full of life. And for the first time, Moira didn't correct it. The day after Leah's visit was warm and still. A faint golden haze lay over the garden, turning the grass into waves of light. The creek murmured softly beyond the fence, content now, its voice low and steady, like a lullaby spoken in another language. The air carried a sweetness that lingered long after sunrise. Lavender, sun-warmed pine, the faint trace of varnish that would never quite leave the house. Moira moved slowly through the rooms that morning. She wasn't searching for anything in particular, yet every drawer she opened, every shelf she dusted, seemed to guide her somewhere she hadn't yet looked. The house had begun to yield its secrets gently, no longer with resistance, as though it wanted her to find what it had kept safe all these years. She reached the small writing desk by the window, the one Daniel had used for his ledgers, letters, and careful notes about the weather. The drawer stuck at first, swollen from years of damp, but after a firm tug, it gave way, releasing a faint breath of air, scented with old paper and cedar oil. Inside were envelopes, stacked neatly, their edges browned with time. Some bore stamps that had never been marked. Others remained unsealed. Daniel's handwriting covered each one, meticulous, leaning slightly to the right, the same script she had seen on the note by the piano. She hesitated, her heart steady but heavy. Then she began to read. The first letter was addressed simply, Elena Price, care of Alder Creek Post Office. She unfolded it with trembling hands. The ink had faded to a soft sepia, the loops of his pen strokes graceful and unhurried. Elena, it began. The creek hasn't stopped rising. The men say it's the worst flood in 20 years. I've stayed behind to watch the house. I keep thinking you'll come up the path again, angry that I let you paint in the rain, laughing that I worry too much. I've built something here. It's not finished yet, but I think you'd like it. The way the light falls through the beams, the smell of the pine. I don't know who I'm building it for anymore. She stopped reading, pressing the paper lightly to her chest. The words were tender but tired, like a prayer whispered to someone who would never answer. The next letter was dated months later. Elena, I can't find peace in the sound of water anymore. Every time it rains, I think I hear your voice beneath it. I've met someone. Her name is Moira. She's kind. She doesn't ask questions she shouldn't. She hums when she cooks. When she smiles, she looks like she trusts the world. I want to protect that. Maybe that's why I'm writing you. Maybe I need you to forgive me for trying again. Moira's throat tightened. The edges of the letter trembled in her hands. She read on. I told her the house is new. She doesn't know what it's built over. I keep telling myself I built it for her. But that's a lie. I built it for you, so I could stop missing you. Maybe that's worse. Maybe this is what devotion becomes when it's buried under guilt. Something steady but wrong. Something that holds instead of heals. She folded the letter carefully and set it aside. Her pulse moved slow, steady. There was no anger left in her, only the ache of understanding too late. One by one, she opened the rest. Each was softer, quieter than the last, as though he had written them not to be sent, but simply to speak into the silence. Elena, one read, Moira hums your song without knowing it. The house remembers your melody better than I do. I think it wants her to finish what you started. Another. The creek has gone quiet this spring. I keep expecting the water to rise again, to remind me I haven't earned peace. But Moira's laughter makes the silence bearable. I'm trying to love her cleanly. I don't know if I can. And finally, the last. Dated only a few years ago. The ink darker, the handwriting unsteady. Elena, I think you've forgiven me. Or maybe you've forgotten. The difference feels small now. Moira deserves to know, but I don't know how to tell her without undoing everything I built to keep her safe. She still plays your melody at night. Sometimes I think the house sings along. If the water ever takes me, promise, you'll leave her be. She's done nothing but love what I've broken. The letter ended there. No signature. No farewell. Just the weight of years folded neatly into a few lines of ink. Moira sat back. The papers spread before her like a map of another life. The sunlight had shifted across the room, laying a soft band of gold over the letters. Outside, the wind rustled through the grass, carrying the low hum of the creek. She gathered them carefully, her fingertips brushing the texture of the paper. They felt alive, fragile, yet warm from her touch. She realized then that these letters weren't apologies to Elena anymore. They were prayers, fragments of penance Daniel had written to himself. She thought of him building the house with trembling hands, believing he was atoning with every nail he drove into the earth. She thought of how his guilt had grown roots, how he had turned it into devotion, into walls, into a life that looked like peace, but was built on quiet punishment. Moira closed her eyes. The faint scent of lavender drifted through the open window. She imagined him at this very desk, candle burning low, ink drying on the page, as he wrote words he would never send. He must have believed that if he could confess to silence, it would listen better than the living ever could. She gathered the letters into a small bundle, tying them with the same blue ribbon she had found in the cellar months before. The ribbon was frayed, but strong. It held easily. Then she rose and carried them to the piano. She placed the bundle on the closed lid, next to Daniel's final note. The paper looked almost luminous in the late afternoon light. She sat down and touched the keys once. Just a single note. The sound was round and clear, echoing softly through the room. Devotion, she whispered, is not always love. The note lingered, then faded. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying the faintest sigh through the open window, like paper rustling, like a page turning. Moira smiled. The silence that followed felt kind, like forgiveness finally learning how to rest. Evening drifted gently over Alder Creek, the kind that didn't announce itself, but simply arrived, soft and gold, spreading across the walls until everything shimmered with the hush of ending. The piano sat silent, the last of the sunlight gliding over its polished surface. The air smelled faintly of cooling rain and candle wax. Moira had spent the day reading Daniel's letters again, one by one, tracing the loops of his handwriting until the pages no longer felt like confession, but conversation. Each word had softened now, as though time itself had exhaled through them. She didn't cry this time. She simply listened to what remained. When the light grew dim, she decided to put the letters away. The ribbon around them was the same pale blue from the cellar, smoothed now by her hands. She gathered the bundle, intending to return it to the desk, but as she lifted the last envelope from the bottom of the drawer, something caught her attention. A piece of paper, folded thin, tucked beneath the wood lining. It wasn't one of Daniel's. The handwriting was different. The ink paler, the strokes finer, elegant. Her breath caught in her throat. The envelope bore no address, no date, only a single word, written in the center. Moira. She stared at it for a long time, her heart steady but heavy, as though some part of her had been waiting for this. The paper was dry, delicate at the edges, but perfectly preserved, sealed with a faint trace of lavender scent. Her fingers trembled as she opened it, The writing inside flowed across the page like water. Moira, if you are reading this, it means the house has finally learned how to listen. I left this where only time could deliver it. You were never meant to be part of my story, but life doesn't ask our permission to intertwine one grief with another. Moira's pulse slowed. She read the next line twice to be sure. He was lost, not cruel, and so were you. Her vision blurred. She closed her eyes and let the words sink into her like breath. The tone was not accusing, not mournful. It was calm, luminous, like a hand laid gently on her shoulder. Daniel built this house to hold his sorrow. He thought he was burying me beneath it. But sorrow never stays buried. It grows roots through love, through memory, through the living. You found those roots, didn't you? You tended them without knowing. Every note you played reached me where water and light meet. I have listened to your song for years. You thought it was unfinished, but it was only waiting for the right hands. A tear slid down Moira's cheek, though her mouth curved into a faint, aching smile. You mustn't hate him. Grief made him a craftsman of silence. He tried to keep the world from breaking again. In doing so, he kept you too safe, too far from the truth. But he loved you in the only way a man who's been forgiven too late can love, with devotion heavy as stone. Moira traced the words with her fingertip. The ink had faded, yet each sentence seemed alive, glowing faintly in the low light. Do not let this house be his grave or mine. Let it breathe again. Let it remember that love, when held too tightly, becomes a kind of haunting. Open the windows. Let the wind inside. Let the water run where it will. The creek has carried enough sorrow for all of us. The letter ended softly, with no signature. Just one last line, centered and small. The melody was never mine alone. Moira sat for a long time, the paper trembling slightly in her hands. Outside, the wind picked up. The first stirrings of night air moving through the valley. The sound of Alder Creek drifted through the open window, quiet and sure, no longer mournful. She looked toward the piano. The faint reflection of candlelight danced across its lid. Her reflection appeared beside it, older, steadier, touched by something like peace. Then, slowly, she rose. She took the letter to the piano and placed it beside the others. The pale blue ribbon caught the candle's glow, the bundle of papers shining faintly, like a pulse. Moira sat down at the bench and touched the keys with both hands, her fingers gentle but sure. This time, she didn't play Daniel's song, or even her own. She played something between them, a blend of their melodies, of sorrow and release. The notes drifted through the house, soft as breathing, wrapping around the beams, the walls, the open doorway where dawn used to pour in. The air changed as she played. The scent of lavender deepened, not heavy but fresh, as though a window had opened somewhere she couldn't see. The walls seemed to warm, catching the faintest shimmer of golden light. The house felt awake, not haunted, not burdened, but aware. She imagined just for a moment a figure standing by the creek, a woman in a pale dress, smiling without sorrow, her hair moving with the wind. She imagined Daniel beside her, coat folded over his arm, looking back toward the house not with regret, but gratitude. The final chord came easily. It lingered, soft and radiant, filling the space until the room itself seemed to hum with it. When the sound finally faded, the silence that followed was the gentlest she had ever known. Moira took a deep breath and whispered into the quiet, "Thank you." The wind stirred in reply, passing lightly through the window, rustling the pages on the piano. The top letter shifted, the one signed with no name. and the faint scent of lavender drifted through the air once more. She looked toward the open window. The horizon was turning violet now, the last light of day melting into dusk. The creek shimmered with the color of forgiveness. Moira folded the letter carefully and placed it back inside the envelope. Then she set it atop the others, pressing her hand gently over them, as though blessing what remained. Her heart felt weightless. The ghosts were gone, not banished, but transformed into something quiet, human, and kind. The melody she had carried all her life no longer belonged to sorrow. It belonged to time itself, to the living, the lost, and those who had finally learned how to rest. Outside, the first stars appeared above Alder Creek, trembling faintly in the soft wind. Inside, the house breathed with her, calm, forgiven, and beautifully alive. Spring came quietly to Alder Creek, like forgiveness returning in color. The thaw began at the edges of things, the frost retreating from the eaves, the damp earth exhaling the scent of pine and life. The air softened, the light stretched longer across the valley, and what had been grief-touched gray slowly turned to green again. The house no longer shuddered when it rained. It no longer groaned under the weight of silence. It simply stood, warm and unhurried, as if it had finally remembered what it was built for. The walls that had once held echoes now carried laughter, faint and high like birdsong. Every morning, Moira opened the windows wide. The curtains fluttered gently, and the sound of Alder Creek drifted in, soft, rhythmic, endless. It was no longer a voice calling her name. It was a companion, humming low in the background, steady as breath. The creek's murmur had become the heartbeat of the house. By late March, children began visiting the house on weekends. Some came shyly, holding their parents' hands. Others ran straight to the piano, curious and fearless. Their laughter filled corners that had been silent for too long. Moira taught them simple scales at first, their small fingers pressing uncertainly on the keys, each note a bright echo of the new season. She had never thought she would teach again, but Leah had insisted, had written to her, saying that the town school could use someone who knew how to turn silence into sound. The idea had frightened Moira at first. Teaching meant opening herself again, allowing others to see the fragile piece she had only just learned to hold. But when the first child laughed at a wrong note instead of crying, she knew it was the right kind of vulnerability, so she taught, slowly, gently. The piano that had once been a vessel for sorrow became a cradle for learning. The children leaned close, their faces glowing in the afternoon light, repeating the melodies she guided them through. Sometimes, when one of them lingered on a particular note, Moira would close her eyes and hear it, the faint resonance beneath the floorboards, the creek's low hum joining the sound. The two melodies had become one. The house itself seemed to listen. The walls, once stiff with old varnish and secrets, now breathed along with the rhythm of her lessons. The scent of lavender lingered faintly in the air still, not as haunting, but as memory. The past was not gone. It was folded neatly into the present, like a letter tucked safely into a book one still loves to read. Leah visited often. She came with new sheet music and small gifts from town, candles, fresh ink, sometimes a ribbon for the children who learned their first song. She would sit by the window and listen while Moira taught, her eyes soft with something between pride and wonder. One afternoon, as the wind carried the sound of the creek through the open windows, Leah smiled. "You know," she said, "they'll grow up remembering this sound, the piano, the water, your voice. It'll stay with them." Moira laughed softly. "Then they'll be haunted kindly." Leah tilted her head. "Do you still hear her? The woman in the melody? Moira's hands rested lightly on the keys. The question hung between them for a moment, gentle but deep. Not in the way I used to, she said finally. Now she's part of the song. When I play, I don't hear her voice anymore. I feel her stillness. Outside, the creek shimmered under the spring sun, the current gliding with calm precision. It had found its rhythm again, neither furious nor restless, just alive. The water moved past stones and roots with the sound of a slow hymn. When the lesson ended and the children had gone, Moira lingered at the piano. The house was quiet again, but not empty. She pressed a single key, the same note that had haunted her dreams all those years ago. The sound resonated, long and clear, and she smiled as she heard it answered faintly by the hum of the creek outside. The echo was perfect. She rose and walked to the window, resting her hands on the sill. The air outside smelled of wet grass and sunlight. A pair of ducks glided by, the water rippling behind them like brushed silk. Farther downstream, where the bend of the creek widened into shallows, wildflowers had begun to bloom, violet, white, and pale yellow. For the first time in years, the reflection of the house in the water was steady. No distortion, no trembling, just stillness. Moira stood there for a long while, listening. The sound of the creek had changed over the years. It no longer carried sorrow or warning. It had become something else entirely, a lullaby, low and endless, shaped by the stones and time and all the lives it had passed through. The melody she had played, Daniel's, Elena's, her own, was still somewhere in it, a trace woven into the current, alive and dissolving all at once. As dusk began to fall, she closed the windows gently, leaving them open just enough for the sound to slip through. The children's laughter from earlier still seemed to linger in the air, as though the walls themselves were replaying it. When she turned back toward the piano, she saw that one of the candles on the mantel had begun to flicker, though there was no breeze. Its flame curved, then steadied, casting a soft glow across the room. She smiled. "Good night," she whispered, not to the past, but to the house itself. The creek murmured in reply, its rhythm even and tender, and as night fell over Alder Creek, the house that had once held so much silence began to hum again, not with ghosts or sorrow, but with life. Each breath of wind, each note played, each heartbeat within its walls joined the creek's eternal music, weaving a quiet, endless requiem that sounded, at last, like peace. The first dusk of May arrived with the sound of distant thunder rolling harmlessly along the ridge. The day had been warm, filled with the soft hum of bees and the scent of thawed earth. The creek ran smooth and high, catching the light of the setting sun in bright ribbons that moved like liquid fire. Inside the house, the air was calm, windows open, candles unlit, the faint scent of lavender still lingering in the corners. Moira was at the piano again, though not playing. Her hands rested on her lap as she listened to the low voice of the water outside. It was steady, almost familiar in rhythm. The children had gone home hours ago, leaving behind smudged fingerprints on the window panes and the echo of laughter in the hall. The house was alive in its quietness, breathing with the same measured ease she now carried within herself. She was about to close the windows for the night when she heard it. 3 soft knocks on the door. Slow, even, deliberate. Visitors were rare at this hour. Leah sometimes stopped by unannounced, but Leah's knock was always quick, bright, like the rhythm of youth. This one carried weight. She rose, smoothing her cardigan as she crossed the room. Through the screen of the open door, she could see a tall figure standing on the porch. The last of the light fell behind him, gilding the outline of his shoulders and turning his hair almost silver. "Good evening," she said gently, stepping closer. The man tipped his hat in quiet greeting. His face was lined, deeply but kindly, the kind of face shaped by weather and patience. His clothes were plain, trousers worn at the knee, a brown coat still damp from mist, boots marked by long travel. He carried nothing with him. "Forgive me," he said softly. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." Moira shook her head. "Not at all. Please come in." He hesitated for a moment, then stepped across the threshold. His boots made no sound on the wood. He looked around the room with the slow curiosity of someone revisiting a memory rather than discovering it for the first time. "This house," he murmured. "It feels different, lighter." Moira smiled faintly. "It has its moods, like all living things." He gave a quiet nod, his gaze drifting to the piano. "It's beautiful," he said. "I used to build things like that, long ago." "Are you a craftsman?" "Was," he replied simply. "Now I just visit old ghosts." Moira studied him for a moment, her pulse slowing in the strange calm that filled the air. "You've been here before, haven't you?" The man's eyes flicked toward her. There was something knowing in them, something both gentle and unreadable. "In a way," he said. "Not as I am now." She gestured toward the chair near the fire. "Please, sit." He did, lowering himself carefully, his coat darkening the fabric where it touched. He sat with the stillness of someone accustomed to silence, his hands folded loosely in his lap. For a long while, neither spoke. The house seemed to listen around them, the creek murmuring faintly through the open window. The light dimmed, shading everything in tones of amber and gray. Finally, he said, "He found peace at the end." Moira froze. "Who?" The man smiled faintly, not with secrecy but with understanding. "You know who." Her throat tightened. "Daniel." He nodded once. Yes. He found what he'd been looking for, not forgiveness. He already had that. What he found was rest. Her eyes blurred as she looked toward the empty armchair across the room, the one where Daniel's jacket still hung. "Did he suffer?" she asked quietly. The man's voice softened, steady and sure. "No. He was carried, like driftwood in calm water. He was tired, but not afraid." Something inside her loosened. A knot she hadn't known still existed. She breathed deeply, her chest rising slow and easy. "He built this place for peace," she whispered, "but it took him 40 years to let it in." "He built it so you'd have somewhere to wait for it," the man said gently. The words washed through her, quiet as rain. She blinked, realizing the air had grown heavier, not unpleasant, just full, as though the room itself were listening closely. "Who are you?" she asked at last. The man's smile deepened, sad but kind. "Someone who once stood where he stood. Someone who remembers the sound of this creek when it was young." His gaze drifted toward the window, where the last light trembled on the water. "You've kept it alive, you know. The house, the music, the mercy." Moira swallowed hard, a tear slipping free before she could stop it. "I didn't keep it alive," she said. "It kept me." The man stood then, slow and deliberate. That's the truth of it. He reached for his hat, adjusting it with quiet grace. "You'll see him again when the song is finished." Her heart thudded softly. "And when will that be?" He looked at her, his eyes clear and unafraid. "When silence no longer feels like loss." He turned toward the door. Moira followed him, though her legs felt heavy. "Wait," she said. "At least tell me your name." But he only paused at the threshold, his hand resting on the doorframe. The fading light touched his profile, and for an instant she thought she recognized something in it. A familiar curve of jaw, a shadow of someone she had known in another life. He looked back once and smiled. Names don't matter where peace begins. Then he stepped out onto the porch. The wind shifted, carrying the faint scent of rain and cedar. The world outside was dusky gold, the creek catching the last of the light. By the time she reached the doorway, he was gone. The porch was empty. The path to the creek glowed faintly in the half-light, undisturbed. Yet when she looked down, she saw them. Footprints, wet, precise, leading from the chair to the door. They ended just beyond the threshold, where the floor met the fading sunlight. She knelt, reaching out with trembling fingers. The prints were cool beneath her touch, as though freshly made. Then, as she watched, the water began to evaporate, fading slowly into the wood until nothing remained. The scent of lavender lingered in the air. Moira stayed there for a long time, the open door before her, the sound of the creek rising like a song she knew by heart. She didn't cry this time. She didn't call after him. When the last of the light vanished, she closed the door softly, whispering, "Thank you." The floor was dry beneath her feet. The house was still. But somewhere beneath it all, faint and tender, she heard it again. The same low hum she had first mistaken for sorrow. Now, she knew better. It was the sound of peace breathing through the wood. Night gathered slowly over Alder Creek, soft and patient, the way a blanket settles over a sleeping child. The air outside shimmered with the last traces of dusk, while inside the house, the candles burned low, steady flames that swayed as if in time with the rhythm of the world. The creek hummed faintly beyond the window, its voice calm and round, like a lullaby being sung by something older than time itself. Moira sat at the piano once more. The same piano that had once echoed with sorrow, now glowed in the amber light, its wood warm, its strings alive with the soft promise of sound. She rested her hands on the keys but didn't play yet. She was listening to the silence that now lived here, whole and merciful. On the table beside her lay the letters tied neatly with the blue ribbon. The final one, the one addressed to her in the hand of a woman long gone, rested on top. It caught the candlelight like a polished stone. She smiled faintly, almost shyly. "All right," she murmured. "Let's finish it properly this time." Her fingers pressed the first note. The sound rose slow and full, carrying through the house like breath. It was different now, softer but stronger. Every tone built from what had come before. The grief, the forgiveness, the years of quiet waiting. Each chord followed the next with unhurried grace, like stepping stones across still water. The melody was her own now. She had given it a name, Alder Creek Lullaby. It began as it always had, gentle, reflective, shaped by loss, but soon bloomed into something she had never played before. The music lifted slightly, brightened, then folded back on itself like a prayer, learning to rest. The house listened. The walls held their breath. Even the candles seemed to lean closer. As she played, the room filled with light that seemed to move with the music, subtle waves of gold and amber flickering across the walls, the ceiling, her hands. Every note she played felt alive, as if the house itself were exhaling through her fingertips. When she reached the middle passage, she paused, not from hesitation, but reverence. The air trembled faintly, the sound of the creek rising outside like a second melody. The two rhythms intertwined, the piano and the water, until they became indistinguishable. Her eyes stung with tears, but she kept playing. The melody circled back one final time, slower now, the rhythm of a heartbeat easing toward stillness. As she approached the end, she lifted her gaze to the open window. The night had deepened. Stars trembled faintly on the water's surface, their reflections unbroken by current or wind. She struck the final chord, low, resonant, and impossibly gentle. Then she stopped. The sound lingered in the air, trembling like breath held too long. Moira lowered her hands slowly, her fingers resting against the cool ivory. The silence that followed was deep, clean, and absolute. It wasn't empty. It was full, the kind of silence that holds all sound within it. For a heartbeat, everything was still. Then, softly, impossibly, the final note played itself. It rose from the piano on its own, just one key pressed down by no visible hand. The sound was pure, neither loud nor soft, glowing faintly in the quiet. The candle flames shivered in perfect rhythm with it, pulsing once, twice, then settling. Moira froze. But there was no fear in her, only the strange, luminous peace of recognition. She smiled through her tears. "Thank you," she whispered. "All of you." The key lifted, the note faded, silence again, this time deeper, truer. And then came the sound of water, not rushing or roaring, not the endless hum of grief she had once mistaken for haunting, but the gentle rhythm of breath. The creek outside flowed in calm harmony, its sound entering through the open window like a heartbeat in perfect time. She listened to it, her eyes closing, her shoulders relaxing. Every inhale of water, every exhale of wind felt alive, like the house and the earth were breathing together at last. Moira looked around the room one final time. The chair by the fire, Daniel's folded jacket, the faint shimmer of the ribbon on the letters. Everything glowed faintly in the candlelight. Nothing felt empty anymore. The ghosts were gone, because they had never been ghosts at all. They had been memory, patience, love, that refused to die even when the body did. The creek sang softly beyond the window. Its lullaby wound through the air like smoke. Moira whispered, "You can rest now." And perhaps, somewhere deep beneath the floorboards, or within the sound of the water itself, something whispered back, "We already have." She closed the piano lid gently, her hand resting on its surface for a long, still moment. The candlelight flickered once more, then steadied. Through the open window, the stars shimmered over Alder Creek. The reflection of the sky spread across the water, wide, infinite, untouched by shadow. The ripples were slow, deliberate, like the gentle rhythm of breathing. The house was silent now, but its silence was full of life. In that perfect quiet, the narrator's voice returned, soft and low, almost part of the wind itself. Some houses do not haunt, they remember, and in remembering, they forgive. The sound of water continued, steady, patient, eternal. And as the night deepened, the image lingered. The old house by Alder Creek, still and luminous beneath the stars, its reflection floating in the water below. Two worlds, one of wood and one of light, resting together in perfect peace. The last flicker of candlelight dimmed, and the world exhaled,